dry mustard. Pepper and Jewish Food Day kosher salt. Put a little oil on the brisket, just a tiny bit. And it's going to get a little salt and a little pepper rubbed in both sides. I'm trying to be fairly quick about this so we can get it into the oven and get it happen, because I really want it coming out on the other side. Chop up the garlic. Rub garlic in, right? Into the brisket. If you're gonna cook, your hands are gonna get dirty. You're gonna have to touch meat at some point. Now we're making a little sauce for this. And the sauce goes in a bowl. We go like this. 4 ingredients. Brown sugar, soy, a little tomato paste. I'm racing because I just want to get it in the oven. And when it comes out of the oven, heaven on earth. Heaven on earth. Tomato paste goes in here, just like that. And now dry mustard. And now that's it. And now we're mixing. Here we go. Oh yeah. It needs to be covered in the oven, the whole thing. So here's what we're using. We're using this big, heavy-duty cast iron pot, and throw a little bit of onion over the top of this thing. Good? Peel this off. Throw half on the bottom. The other half we cut and it just goes on top. Take the brisket. Goes into the pot, right? That's perfect. The sauce goes on top of the brisket. Smush it around like this. The rest of the onions, bang them on the top. Lid goes in. And then this whole guy into the oven, 325 degrees. We're gonna go like 2.5, 3 hours. I know, it's gonna seem like a while. We'll speed it up, and then when it comes out, wait to see what we've got. See ya. The clock's rolled, it's been 3-ish hours, and out she comes. And there's a whole smell thing going on that you unfortunately cannot be aware of unless you're right here. It's shrunk down. You know, you've lost maybe a third of it in the cooking process. But let's take it out now. Now what's happening here in smell and tenderness, check that out. I mean, this is just crazy. This is so freaking beautiful. We got to cut ourselves a little piece of this. Whenever you cut anything like this, you're going against the grain. You want to, oh my. It cuts a lot easier when it's a little cooler. Oh my God. The sandwiches that this is gonna make, off the hook. I can't even, there's a word for this.
Schmeichel in Weichel.
Yeah, that's it. Schmeichel in Weichel. It's a feast for the senses. The smell, the taste, and the stomach. Talk about the food of my people. This thing goes way back. It's not going to be around long, but it goes way back. Jewish Food Day with Sam the Cooking Guy. I know I've enjoyed it. I hope you guys have. If you want any of the recipes we made today, check the website, ctn.org. What you got there, Neil?
Some tongue. But it's delicious.
That's disgusting.
Great.
I'm not eating any now.
Dry mustard.
Oh, gotta do that again.
Oh, excuse me. Not shooting.
I realize it's too bright.
I know, it's been a while.
Go
It's
ahead.
been a week for you.
Stop
You gotta
it.
push that little red button. You want it to see REC on the inside.
Ah.
Can you believe what I have to work with here? One of the cool things about DZ Aikens, totally deli style, is that they've got these pictures of celebrities all over the walls, and they go, hey, Sammy boy, we're going to put one up of you. I thought that's the coolest thing in the world, and they did. Very funny, that's all I have to say. I want to know who drew that.
You know what? That looks
Like
terrible on
that.
camera.
Oh, God!
I have a
I
totally
can't do
wide
that.
shot, and it's like.
I can't do that. I told you that was going to happen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard American Airlines Flight 714, San Diego to Honolulu. Our flight time this afternoon will be approximately 4 hours and 45 minutes, like I've done it before. What can't I do? Honestly, oy vey. A blintz is basically a Jewish crepe, and that is my phone ringing. Hang on. Oh, God. It flipped too many times. Let's not do that. Let's do that again.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Howard W. Cannon Aviation Museum, located here in McCarran International Airport. On today's episode of Barnstorming Nevada, we will look at the history of Southern Nevada's own Bonanza Airlines. Created at the end of World War II, it eventually became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. In 1945, Edmund Converse, Charles Keene, and June Simon founded Bonanza Air Services in Las Vegas. Begun as a small charter operation, Bonanza soon added a training school. The company was based initially at Sky Haven Airport, today's North Las Vegas Air Terminal. The next year, the company acquired its first DC-3, an ex-military C-47 converted back to civilian use. During its first 2 years, Bonanza moved its base of operations 4 times. When Clark County opened the new McCarran Field in 1948, Bonanza was one of its first 4 airlines. In fact, Bonanza flew the first scheduled flight out of the new field 1 day before the official opening on December 19, 1948. As the airline grew, more DC-3s were added. By the late 1950s, Bonanza had a fleet of 10. During the late 1940s and early 1950s, Bonanza's service area also grew. Beginning in 1947 with passenger service within Nevada only, Bonanza graduated to interstate service on December 19, 1949 with flights to Phoenix. Other routes were acquired. The airline became known throughout the Southwest. In 1958, the company began buying Fairchild F-27A turbojet-powered aircraft. With the retirement of its last DC-3 on November 1, 1960, Bonanza became the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States. This achievement was noted by no less than the Smithsonian Institution, which placed a model of a Bonanza F-27A in its permanent collection. Starting within Nevada, by the early 1960s, Bonanza served an area bounded by Los Angeles and San Diego, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, and Reno, with Las Vegas the hub and base of operations. Bonanza began adding Douglas DC-9s to its fleet in 1966 and moved its base of operations from McCarran Airport to Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport in order to build larger facilities to accommodate the new aircraft. In 1967, talks between Pacific Airlines, West Coast Airlines, and Bonanza Airlines led to the first three-way merger in commercial airline history, creating a new regional airline named Air West. The new airline got off to a rocky start. Chief among the problems was an untried computer system. Within a year, the airline was purchased by Howard Hughes, who renamed it Hughes Air West. In 1980, Hughes Air West was purchased by Republic Airlines, which was later acquired by Northwest Airlines. Though Bonanza as a company is gone, it lives on in the historical record as the first all-jet-powered airline in the United States.
our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Good morning. I'd like to call today's meeting of the Board of County Commissioners Zoning Commission to order.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before we get started, I want to just thank the commissioners who will be leaving us, Commissioner Breger, Commissioner June Kiliani, and Commissioner Sisolak, this will be their last meeting with us. I just want you to know that I have enjoyed working with you, as has staff. I want to thank you for understanding that sometimes we don't always agree, but the respect that you have shown us, shown me, and shown my staff has been wonderful. And personally, I'm going to miss all three of you, and I really do congratulate Commissioner Sisolak and thank all the commissioners for everything that you've done for our department and for the county. And with that, the first order of our agenda is to have public comments.
Thank you, Nancy. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for all you've done for all of us. This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Governor Sisolak, and congratulations to you moving forward. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, Coleman. This is concerning 75 on the item and also number 2, public comments. Mothership. Those are my children. I am a mother. It takes a mother to be a mother. That is my mother. She raised me to be a woman. That is me as a mother at my children at the age of 2 and 5. My position is to supply them with home, a place to live. I chose Las Vegas, Nevada, because they said go west is the best, and Nevada was the new foundation. I came to Nevada and I got injured. I talked with you, Sisolak, or Governor Sisolak, or Commissioner Sisolak yesterday to give me a call. That is why I'm here. You did not give me a call. This is my mother of my foundation, and it is this court order in which I won in your state of Nevada. That is to supply me after an injury off the job or a biased situation where it's a bunch of people that is raciously only concerned about color. I had to take to court, and this court order represent my foundation of mothership, of motherhood, in order to raise and have financial situation to receive. That did not come about in 38 years. I asked you to contact me concerning it because it was used by the committee, and it is now your position to give life because you're taking it when you get into a government ship because you're making a broad decision, let live or let die. Right now, you are in to let live. I'm to live. My name is Margaret Ann Coleman, and my daughter's birthday is coming up. She's sick. We're both homeless. We're in the cold, and you have used many of names in order to destroy me, and also Kirkpatrick taking homes, 3630 Coleman Street. You also, as Jeff Pearson, Smiths, Jeff dealing with Glenn Larson. I went to Weekly concerning my housing authority, writ of garnishment for property, and nothing was done in order for me to get in that.
And I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment? I think we have a special guest coming up now.
Because this is your last day, I think you should stand up and do something for me.
Next speaker, please.
Okay. I am Zoe Breaker. Grandma has had a good year commissioning. We were standing by her side and always helping out. We love her. Love all.
I hope everyone took notice from the brevity of your comment there. And how heartfelt it was. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I have to follow that.
Yeah, you're a pretty tough act to follow.
Yeah, definitely. I'm Deborah Breaker. My mom is Susan, and some of her family's here with us. So I just want to say I know I speak on behalf of the family, well, mostly because none of us have your public speaking skills, so of course they nominated me. Mom, we have watched your journey in amazement and oftentimes wondered how you accomplished so much, from being a stay-at-home mom to working full-time, raising kids, sitting on the school board, and now, of course, being a Clark County Commissioner while never missing a beat with your family. I know you are sad your time as a commissioner has come to an end, but I can only imagine you are leaving behind quite a legacy, and your name will be forever part of this building. And although we are so proud of you, we are way more proud that we get to call you Mom and, of course, Grandma to your 13 grand and 7 great-grandkids. As you leave today with a heavy heart, just remember you are the matriarch of this family, and that's a title you will always have. Thank you for being a constant in our lives, the glue that holds us together, and an inspiration to us all. Thank you to everyone that has had our moms back over these past 12 years. I know she has felt the love and support. And don't forget about us if there's any cool events. We still want to feel the love too. So, thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Bryce. I'm a homeowner at 8378 Sonora del Sol. I was here on item 22. My street is the first street east of Buffalo, next to Shelbourne there.
I'm just going to make a comment. Anyone that speaks now will not be able to speak when we get to that item.
Okay, then I misunderstood how this works then.
Yeah.
Because when you said public comments, I thought that was for this. But
yeah, sometimes people want to leave early. They want to go, they want to get out of here. But when we get to your item,
I'll come
you're
back
welcome
up.
to speak.
Thank you.
Do you want to take it off consent? We're going to ask if you want to take it off consent.
When you say take it off, put it as a non-routine item?
Correct.
Yes, I would like that.
Okay, 22, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lucero, and I don't know what I'm doing. This is my first time here.
Okay, which item are you on?
It's number 68, sir, and I was just looking if I would
68?
be able... Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I would be able to speak to somebody that can guide me in the right direction with this.
Let me find it. Nancy, who could talk to?
We'll have Mario speak with him. I think the concern is that he wanted to have his property considered during this land use update, but the code is very clear on the yearly updates that you have a 30-day window, and he missed that window. So I would request that he talk to Mario, and Mario will also direct him to Mike Shannon.
When we get to that item, you're welcome to come up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Sean Noonan. Like the other gentleman, I'm talking about it's listed as routine item number 25. I own a home at 4623 Deer Forest Avenue, which is in Sequoia, which is the gated community immediately adjacent to that property. And
do you want the item to be heard separately?
Well, I can't stay, but I did want to register an objection to it being multifamily residential because I think it would detract.
We'll take that one off the routine action item too, and we'll
thank
hear
you.
it separately.
Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly because I think it
so
would
far,
detract from the value of the large single-family homes that are immediately adjacent to
So
it.
far, I've got 11, 22, and now 25.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name's Tracy Mize, and I'd like to take item 26 off of consent and open it back up for discussion, please.
26. Okay.
Thank you.
26 we'll hear separately as well. Wow.
Hello, my name is Donna Kelly, and I'd like number 18 taken off, and so we can discuss it. 18?
You want 18 heard separately?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak during this portion of the public comment?
Mario Bermudez would like to say something.
Oh. Marion.
I'd also like to thank all the commissioners for their support, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and to Commissioner June Kiliani. For quite a few years now, I've held a piece of paper over your head, and with that, today I get to give it back to you. And for the commissioners in the audience, information on what it is, I don't recall what the issue was. None of us do. But during one of her briefings, she turned to me and said, I was wrong. I said, can I get that in writing? And she signed a map that says I was wrong. So today, I get to return it to you.
Very nice. Okay. Commissioner Brager.
If I can just say to my family, thank you so much, my husband, representation of grands, greats, daughters, at son-in-laws, sons. I just really appreciate grandkids that are in the second aisle. To come here today means a lot to me. And Zoe, you did an amazing job. I see a future for you.
You want to all stand up? The Brager family.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has received the following requests. Item 12, WC 18-400242, WS 184804, withdraw without prejudice per the District Attorney's Office. Item 15, WS 18873, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 16, TM 185000211, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. We have a late addition, item number 31, WS 18076. I have to look to see which one it is. 66, withdraw without prejudice per the applicant. Item 33, WS 18698, withdraw without prejudice per the applicant. Item 34, TM 185000168, withdraw without prejudice per the applicant. Item 43, WC 184002224, UC 56314, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 44, WS 18794, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 53, WS 18871, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 54, TM 185000210, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 59, ZC 18856, withdraw without prejudice per the applicant. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items number 12, 15, 16, 31, 33, 34, 43, 44, 53, 54, and 59. And if there are no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
No, wait. Ma'am, did you want to speak? Oh, no. You've got to, could you come up to the microphone, please, and identify yourself? Stand by the microphone here if you would. Okay, tell us who you are and what you'd like, and I can try to help you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Chu, and I would like to speak my objection to item 22.
Okay, we're going to hear that in a few minutes.
Okay, so I should wait?
You should wait till I call 22, and then you can come on down. Yes.
Somebody suggested me to speak right now. Okay, sorry.
No. When we get to 22, you can speak.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So I should wait, right?
Yes.
Michael Dias, I'd like to ask if number 19 could be heard individually, please.
Boy, this is a record. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of items number 12, 15, 16, 31, 33, 34, 43, 44, 53, 54, and 59 being held? Commissioner Brown makes a motion. Record's intact. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the November 7th, 2018 zoning meeting are ready for approval.
Commissioner June Kiliani has moved approval. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 29, except those items that have been previously deleted, and items number 11, 18, 19, 22, 25, and 26, which will be pulled off routine and heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments and/or comments. Item 7, ET 18400236, UC 580-114, add current planning condition to read, maintain the property free of debris, weeds, and encampments. Item 9, UC 18631, add a current planning condition to read, no more than 25% of the units may be used for short-term rentals, and another condition to read, 2-year review as a public hearing. Item 13, WS 18870, add a current planning condition to read, homes to have staggered front setbacks from 20 feet to 40 feet. And item 19, ZC 18891, add a Public Works condition to read, driveway to be moved to the north to be approved by Public Works Development Review. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing is open. Additionally, items that are recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Okay, I have already had requests for items number 11, if everybody could follow me here, items number 11, 18, 19, 22, 25, and 26, not yet, will all be heard separately. Does anyone want any other items heard separately? Any commissioners want to hear on any items separately? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the routine action items with the exception of item, wait, I got Commissioner Branger.
Not to hear separate, but if we get to about 1020, 62 and 63, for a really important reason, needs to be moved up to 1020 if we get to that point, and it's not heard yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Remind me when I get to this.
I will have got it all written.
Do I have a motion to approve the routine action items with the exception of items number 11, 18, 19, 22, 25, and 26 are going to be heard separately? Commissioner Giuliani moves approval. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Next is item 11, UC 18874, use permits for the following. Convenience store, gasoline station, reduce the separation from a proposed convenience store to a residential use, reduce the separation from a proposed gasoline station to a residential use, design review for a convenience store and gas station on a portion of 3.9 acres in a C1 local business zone, generally located on the south side of Windmill Lane and the west side of Buffalo Drive within Enterprise.
Sir, are you the applicant?
No, I'm not the applicant. I am here to speak on opposition of this.
Okay, I'm going to let the applicant make their presentation, then I'll let you speak, okay?
Richard Surface, 2129 Stonecroft Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134, representing the applicant. Mr. Chair, we would graciously like to continue this for 60 days to work with the neighborhood and do a redesign of the proposed project to be more compatible with the neighborhood.
You okay with that?
That's fine, and then I will brief Commissioner-elect Jones. We're going to have a meeting on Thursday of anything that might get hold or have concerns, and then I'll make sure we get all the neighbors' numbers so he can reach out to them also.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brager. I really appreciate your help with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're good now? Okay.
If, can I bother Megan for a second? Mike was out here. If he is, can we make sure we have all the neighbors' numbers so that Commissioner-elect Jones can meet with them? I'm getting busy already.
Okay, Commissioner Brager, I'm going to open the public hearing, even though the item is being held for 60 days. Did anyone want to speak on this item? We can come back in 60 days and speak on it. I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, I would make a motion. I guess I'd make a motion that they can hold it for 60 days.
Right.
Meet with the neighbors, meet with the new commissioner, and go from there on that one.
We have a motion from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Next is item 18, ZC 18872, zone change to reclassify 1.7 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to C1 Local Business Zone for a retail center, waiver of development standards for reduced driveway separation, design review for retail commercial center generally located on the east side of Decatur Boulevard and the north side of Warm Springs Road within Enterprise.
Mr. Vornsen, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. John Vornsen, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application. We are applying for a conforming zone change to C1 for a commercial project at the intersection of Warm Springs and Decatur. The project consists of two buildings, a 2,500 square foot building at the corner and a 5,000 square foot commercial building farther to the north. This is a property that has been affected by the 60-foot dedication on Decatur, making it a fairly shallow property. Also, at this point, directly north of the driveway that entrances onto Decatur, the roadway starts transitioning downward to the underpass under the railway north of this on Decatur. To our north, we have vacant property owned by the airport and zoned RE. To the east are RE residential uses. To the south across Warm Springs is vacant property, office professional under the land use plan. To the west is the water district and county properties owned both RE and MD. And to the southwest is a PT's pub and a gas station presently under construction. After our neighborhood meeting, we did make some revisions on the plans. We eliminated foremost the drive-through that was originally proposed to be in front of building number 1 and the talk box. So that drive-through has been eliminated in its entirety. We also moved this building 18 feet toward Decatur and reconfigured the parking around building 1. We also lowered the building heights of both the buildings by 5 feet. As you can see, the property is well landscaped. We have an intense landscape buffer on the north and along the east property line, 15 feet of landscaping along the Decatur frontage, and 45 to 50 feet of landscaping on the Warm Springs frontage. We agree with all staff's recommendation. We respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendations for approval. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, John. Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 18. And then wishing to address the board number 18, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Donna Kelly, and I live at 7250 Cheryl Street. We, the residents who are able to be here, or those who are not because they work, respectfully request that you deny the application for non-conforming zone change. And the reasons that we ask for denial include the bulk and the size of the buildings are 2 and 10s, given that this is a very narrow strip of property. And because this is a narrow strip of property, we all know that it would be very difficult for a large volume of customers to enter and exit the property. In fact, it will be just downright dangerous. The placement of signs of advertising will reflect on their neighborhood, and the possibility of billboards is unacceptable for any residential neighborhood. The talk box would be ridiculous, although they did say they retracted it, but that may not happen for future owners of that property. And it is very narrow property, and that talk box would be heard all day and all night, given that we are a 24-hour town. Because this property is narrow, commercial lighting is unsuitable, given that we don't have street lights because we're in a rural neighborhood preservation area. The smell of cars and a possible drive-through and the smell of commercial traffic will radiate to the neighbors, and given the shape of this property as well. This application is requesting a non-conforming zone change, which is considered spot zoning, and given that all of the properties around this narrow piece of property are residential. What we would like to see is an office professional zoning. We would welcome the owner present a plan for a single-story office buildings which would blend into our neighborhood, similar to the northwest corner of Warm Springs and Dean Martin, and another example would be the southwest corner of Warm Springs and Pecos. Those office professionals blend right into the neighborhood. You drive by that, you don't even notice them at all. With all due respect to the owner, because he did meet with us, the neighbors, but echoing the many thoughts of our neighbors, it's not right, and I apologize, for developers to purchase rural neighborhood preservation land because it is cheaper than commercial, with the intent of converting that property to commercial. Rural neighborhood preservation areas should not be considered a holding place for developers. There is a need to protect any and all rural RNP properties in this valley. We should be able to buy the property for a rural lifestyle. And most importantly, it would seem that a reasonable person would have expected that when they purchase a home in this neighborhood or any RNP or any neighborhood, that alike properties would be built. Therefore, we respectfully request that you deny this application and consider Office Professional. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Yes. My name is Donald B. Hunnan. I live to the east of this section 18, or item 18, 4850 West Warm Springs Road. I've heard they want to put in planter boxes, which will help them get over the block wall into my backyard. That's nice decorative landscaping, okay? But I propose that the county save about $1 million and the tax revenue be able to go up considerably if they take Warm Springs Road and rezone it from Decatur to Interstate 15 to reflect the same thing that's on Alta Drive between Decatur and Interstate 15. I just came down that 15 to 25 miles an hour all the way down Alta. Now, if you would rezone Warm Springs to be the same way, you would save millions on improving the off-sites between the parks, the schools, and the horse crossings. That'd be beautiful. Right now, I'm afraid to walk across the street because I'll get run down. But if they rezone Warm Springs, we can get a nice 15, 25 mile an hour zone down through there, and the kids can cross the streets now if they rezone it. Right now, I wouldn't cross the street with a kid, a horse, or myself. I think denying this improvement, why fight it? Let's rezone Warm Springs, and that'll put them out of business. And thank you for listening.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Hi, David Severance, 7225 Olam. I live just east of the biggest of those pink buildings that was on the drawing. I think the plans call for 30 feet tall building, and we're all RMP back there, have been for, since it's been land, I guess. I think that building's 10 feet away from my wall. They're putting some kind of trees in there. My house is 15 feet at the peak, and they're thinking a 30-foot building is okay, 10 feet away from my wall. The traffic is going to be a nightmare. I'm definitely against this, obviously. I understand it's got to be some kind of commercial something because it's Decatur and Warm Springs, big corner there. Smaller, maybe 8 to 5 type businesses would be much better there. I guess that's Office Professional. Dentist office would be good. There's not much he could go much bigger building, I guess, if he had Office Professional, because you don't need as much parking. So I'm just against this C1 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sydney Severance, 7225 Olam. From just a rural preservation standpoint, this is the wrong zoning for this plot of land. It's an awkward plot of land that really can't take the traffic or the building properly for safety reasons and just for visual reasons of the area, with it being rural preservation. From a personal standpoint, this building will be 16 feet from my backyard wall. And I, moved in 23 years ago into a rural preservation area, and now there's going to be a building right over my wall. So if anything is being built there, I would give a plea to please have it be office professional, so that there's not a lot of traffic and there's not the danger of a 24-hour business or speakers where I'm hearing everybody's hamburger order 24 hours a day. Just for the looks and the safety and everything concerned, this is really, if there's a change, it has to be office professional. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Makar. I live at 7585 Shifter Street, Enterprise, a couple blocks from the zone change request. By the way, congratulations on the election. Yeah. We have a warm, family-oriented neighborhood, children in the streets, pets, animals. It's an amazing area, very close to town, and it's worth preserving in its present condition, because it is a preserved area anyways. The zone change use is required by law to benefit the neighborhood. Something along the lines of office professional that matches and conforms to an area where people live and they enjoy their lives would be more compatible for this corner. 24-hour activity that increases traffic, which is already horrendous. We could barely get on Warm Springs as it is. Years back, it used to be easy to get on there, make your turns right or left, go to work. Now you have to go down to some side street to get on the main road there. So office professional, it's required anyways to benefit the neighborhood. Tell me what about changing to a 24-hour operation benefits our neighborhood. We're living next to that kind of activity. Doesn't make sense. Why don't we preserve something that's nice and respect the citizens who live in it? Does that make sense?
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else?
Good morning. Happy
Morning.
holidays to everybody, and congratulations in order. Thank you for your time. My name is Lawrence A. Morcillo. I live at 7460 Sherrills. I've been a resident in Las Vegas for almost 30 years. In regards to the rural preservation area and the property in question, we've had numerous meetings with both the developer and the owner, and also staff concerning the township board. During this process, you've heard other people mention it, in no way, shape, or form has the owner or the developer been able to present with us a letter that indicates why this should take place. This should take place. We haven't seen any of that. There's been nothing in writing presented to the board that shows us that a letter of intent to improve this particular piece of property with that type of development is going to enhance and be a good service to the community. Most of the people in the RMP, as you've heard in previous testimony, the township board has heard it, they really don't want it. The reason they're mentioning office professional, if I may reflect on the map here, if I'm not mistaken, the area between this is the particular property in question, right here. Everything going directly south up until El Dorado, we've been told, but yet we haven't been shown anything, that it can go office professional. There are some existing residents there, and in the future, if they decide to sell their property, then anyone who purchases can turn that into possibly office professional. We know when you go directly north from El Dorado south on Decatur, some properties have already gone office professional. So basically what the community is asking for, and we asked the developer, if you're going to develop this property and go to commercial, would you please reconsider and put in office professional? Because The manner in which this would affect the community is dramatic. When we look at the intersection in particular, if you look at the roadway is not completed, and you have 2 lanes going to 5 lanes. Then when you cross going west on Warm Springs, when you cross Decatur, what do you have? It's been improved, but there is still a nightmare there. The problem that exists is we have a problem with a railroad trestle and an underpass. When we went and checked on the traffic studies, we found out that this is a nightmare that's not going to go away. When the roadway is completed, and in talking to staff, and in talking to the engineers from the county, we understand that the completion of Warm Springs and the completion of Decatur...
Thank you for your comments, Larry. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 18?
Good morning. My name is Lori Howard Mom. I live at 7365 Ullum Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89139. May I go ahead and speak?
Sure.
Thank you. We have spoken about this before. We've had a lot of public support in our neighborhood in regards to this particular piece of property. It's very, very shallow. If there was a commercial development, a C1, they would be directly in the backyard of these people's homes. That means that when you're looking at a 5-day a week, which would be office professional, that's tolerable. But when you're talking about the potential of 7 days a week, 24/7, that's not fair to those people. That means that every time they go in their backyard, there will be some type of commercial entity going on 24/7. Now, if you want to have a C1 with 5-day a week, normal hours, 9 to 5 or 10 to 6, that would be something different, but that's not what the potential of C1 is. And we are struggling in our rural neighborhoods. I think Mr. Sisolak knows that. We're really concerned about the outcome and what it's going to do to the rest of our neighborhoods, our families and our kids, the animals. It's a rural neighborhood with a horse park, not even more than a block and a half away. So I urge you to consider that this be an office professional versus a C1. And if you do make it C1, you consider limiting the time, Monday through Friday, without 24/7 access to this property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 18? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. John, you want to respond to some of those comments, especially my understanding is the overbuilding on the office professional, but go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, there is no billboards that will be on this property. They wouldn't be permitted under the zoning code in any event. We do not propose any billboards. Secondly, the drive-through and the talk box that was originally proposed at the intersection or the building closest to Warm Springs, that has been removed. We are no longer requesting a drive-through nor a talk box, so that's no longer an issue. As far as the height is concerned, we did initially have a 30-foot height on the parapets of the building, the central parapets, and 25 foot on the remainder of the building. We've lowered that by 5 feet. We're now 25 feet to the top of the parapet and 20 feet to the remainder of the building. And lastly, this is a conforming zone change. It's not a non-conforming zone change. If we can have the overhead, this is a copy of that section from the 2004 land use guide that was adopted, and that was 14 years ago. This is the property that is shown as neighborhood commercial. The properties also in the southeast corner, the first few properties, were also shown in 2004 as commercial neighborhood. In 2006, when that plan was reconsidered, those properties to the south of Warm Springs were all then changed to office professional. The county recognized the uniqueness of this property because of the impacts of both Decatur and the underpass going adjacent to about 3/4 of the property, and they left this as neighborhood commercial. We feel that this is compatible and appropriate in this area, and respectfully, again, request that you follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your comments. This is challenged area. I mean, I want the neighbors to understand it's a double section line that we're talking about here, Warm Springs and Decatur. It's a conforming change. It is not non-conforming, as some people might think in the misinformation out there. There are no billboards ever going to be on this property. We can condition it, which I intend to do, for no drive-through, which would mean there's no squawk boxes on there. I don't know, John, what about these planter boxes that can jump over the wall?
That's a 10-foot intense landscape buffer that we have proposed, and it's required by code. That would be down the east property line. That's the intense landscape buffer right here.
Are there planter boxes back there?
No, just the normal
Trees.
The normal tree planting.
Okay, which is to buffer the neighbors from noise that'll come through there. The height has been reduced. I think the developer has gone out of their way to work with the neighbors as much as possible. It's going to be, it can't be R&P. It's going to be used for some commercial purposes. And the neighbors who have purchased thinking otherwise, I'm sorry for that, but I'm going to recommend approval with the stipulation that there be no drive-throughs on there, no planter boxes along the back, intense landscaping certainly. And I'm going to ask for office hours, or daylight hours. What are daylight hours? It's 8?
6 to 10.
6 a.m., 10 p.m.
Yeah. You good with 6 to 10? Certainly. I'm going to ask for daylight hours for all the businesses that are located there. So that would be my motion. You want different in the wintertime? Okay, how about
It's defined by code.
It's defined by code.
It's defined by code, Commissioner Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. One of you guys? Did somebody not vote? Larry. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next is item 19, ZC 18891, zone change to classify 0.5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to C1 Local Business Zone. Use permit for off-premise consumption of alcohol for a service bar. Design reviews for the following: a restaurant building, alternative parking lot landscaping, generally located on the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Fogg Street within Sunrise Manor. The Sunrise Manor Town Board recommended approval.
Good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant, and with me is Ms. Robin Camacho, who is the applicant. And this is a project that's been going on for quite a few years. We did come in, we filed in 2015 for a restaurant for a very similar project, or almost identical project. We went through the whole process, and then when we got towards the end, we were asked if we would just wait, not come in and do it just as a zone change, but come back and do it through the master plan process. Took a little bit longer than we anticipated to go through the process, but we did. We came back and it was designated commercial neighborhood. So that's what we're doing. We're just coming in to perfect the zoning. We've got a smoke-free restaurant that's 3,200 square feet that's walkable from the neighborhood. Back when we did the non-conforming zone change in 2015, we did walk in, we not only had our neighborhood meeting, but we did canvass the neighborhood, and overwhelmingly the neighborhood was in favor of having a restaurant at this location. And I have Mr. Esposito in the audience who can come up and if you have any questions about what we did back then. So that's all we're really doing is we're perfecting this. We've tried to make it look residential in character so it will fit in. That's really more of a sketch, but it's got like the roof line that's more residential. We're next to a tavern that's 24 hours, just to due east of us. We've got a collector street to the west of us and Charleston to the south of us. So it's not going to be a house. If it was most appropriate to be office, that's I think what we would have been designated in the master plan. We're on the consent agenda. Staff's recommending approval, and we respectfully request your approval.
Does that complete your presentation?
That does indeed.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 19. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 19, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Governor-elect.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Dias, 3559 Katmai Drive. It's true I don't live in the immediate area, but I have defended this area for over 30 years, and I will continue to do so. I believe this request is not the best for the neighborhood. I question the viability of another business serving food and alcohol next to an existing business that already does this and the neighborhood grew up around. I know that restaurants fail statistically at a higher rate than any other business in this valley. There are already many places to eat just to the west of this area, down where it's already been approved and appropriate. I fear the unintended consequences of changing this parcel to C1 zoning. The C1 will allow a retail use and will not be appropriate for the neighborhood. The master plan is for commercial neighborhood. This allows CRT, CP, and C1. C1 is the most intense use of this category. I believe that CP would be more appropriate and a better buffer for the neighborhood. The house to the north is RE and in our RNP, and told the applicant 2 years ago when they did their survey that they did not want this project. Another concern is the driveway on Fog. Public Works is requesting that this be moved even further to the north and closer to the existing home. Fog is a residential street and not appropriate for C1. During your last meeting, a couple of you noted how the RMP should be protected in Commissioner Brager's area. I believe our RMP deserves the same respect, and respectfully request that the C1 be denied and you approve C1 so it can be a neighborhood use such as a doctor or office, other office use, which will have a less impact and more appropriate than the possibility of a retail use on this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
My name is Ron Harris. I'm at 212 North Fog. I'm right up the street from it. I am in favor of them having a restaurant or something similar to that there. That lot, no one's ever going to build a house on it. And basically that side of town is lacking in places to eat, family places, non-smoking places. We're really limited in that area. And it would be nice to see something there besides a vacant lot. As long as it's done nice and the plans look nice. So that's really all I'd like to say.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to testify in item number 19? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Stuart, did you want to respond to that? You want me to turn over to Commissioner?
I just have a couple comments. Yes, there is a restaurant next door, and my understanding is how that got developed was that it was a family that the woman served pasta and pasta sauce, and the neighborhood came and ate there. But it's not that anymore. It's a full-blown tavern that operates 24 hours a day. That it's a bar, so there's not really a place for families to go and take their kids and have lunch or have dinner in a smoke-free atmosphere. So yes, there is a service bar. You can have a drink. I think moms and dads do have drinks at dinner sometimes. And so, we think this is what we said all along. An office doesn't work there. They've had office zoning in the past and it's expired. So respectfully, we request approval of this.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is one that they wanted to come in, and I told them no, and they did have to go through the whole process properly like anybody else. And so you did do that. The board did make the recommendation for the change. I have spent my whole 12 years trying to protect my RNPs. I continue to do so, but that Charleston frontage is not going to be residential anymore. So to me, it was what was less intensive to impact the neighborhood and something that the neighborhood actually said they wanted. And so there's a couple tweaks that we need to make to the current planning. If you go to the Public Works fourth bullet, I want the driveway to be relocated as far north as possible and just delete the rest of that sentence. and then the intense buffering to the property on the north side.
Okay, we're doing the intense, but with regard to the driveway, we intend to file a waiver. We don't want to push the driveway further north into the neighborhood.
And we're fine if it's not all the way on the north end of the
Right.
property. We just want it further north, a little further away from
By
the
the
Charleston
S,
intersection.
if you look at the at the map, if you actually look at where Fog Street is on our little thing, it's by the S would work out. That gives you just a little bit more to the north without impacting the neighborhood. And then I would like to make sure that we talked about a no right turn onto Fog.
Put a sign there or
Yeah.
design the driveway.
Yeah.
You can kind of design the driveway.
Yeah. Okay. Either way. And then I would like a resolution of intent so that if you don't build it,
Sure.
it doesn't become another commercial property there. let's
Understand.
say. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, that would be my motion with staff. Other staff.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner June Kiliani. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next is item 22. Item 22 is ZC 18937, zone change to reclassify 5 acres of a 50-acre site from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R4 Multiple Family Residential High Density Zone for a future development, generally located on the northeast corner of Shelbourne Avenue and Buffalo Drive within Enterprise. Commissioner, this is one of the 10 zone changes that were initiated by the board for future attainable housing. We don't have a plan for it. We have a reservation on this property as we have the next couple. And any plans that would be coming in for this site would be going to the town board, public hearings, that sort of thing. So I just wanted that's our presentation because it is a board staff initiated zone change.
Okay, let me open the public hearing on item number 22. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 22. Anyone wishing to testify, please step forward, identify yourself, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cindy Chu, and I'm here to speak my objection to application number ZC 180937. So my reason are as follow. Number one, the site currently includes a wash or water runoff area. Changing or tampering with this area may increase the risk of flooding, which is a concern in Las Vegas due to the nature of the soil and how quickly rainwater accumulates. Number two, the impact of this zoning change could be highly detrimental to the housing value of the neighboring community. Number three, higher traffic is already a concern on Buffalo with the lack of stoplight, increased daily commuter congestion, and 2 roundabouts. Construction of high-density housing will only exacerbate this problem. Number four, security factors are also a concern for residents. Also, there is a gated community nearby. The vast majority of housing immediately adjacent to this lot is not in the gated community, as you can see on the map here. And number five, there is also a nonsense factor. There is a concern for current homeowners. We already have people in the surrounding neighborhood causing trouble during 4th of July this year, in which they shot firecrackers directly in front of the house and the street caught on fire, requiring police intervention. The individuals responsible were renters and have moved on. Homeowners and residents don't need people who do not want to invest in our community or just want a temporary place to live without caring how they live it. The community needs people who genuinely want to live in a community people are proud of and respect. Number six, part of the identity of Las Vegas is the surrounding mountain, and is even reflected on the standard car license plate in Nevada. Due to all the recent construction across the valley, residents no longer see the mountain. And part of the spirit of Las Vegas is being stripped away for economic gains in the real estate and housing sectors. Please do not block the wonderful view many long-term residents have of Las Vegas and its surroundings. We need more views of beautiful place in which we live and call home, not a view of another housing or apartment zone.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item, number 22?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chad Perry. I live at 8307 Cozumel Creek Court, 89113. I'm here to oppose this proposal. I come to you as a member of the Spanish Ranch Creek community and also as its board president. The members of the board, the members of the community did not find out about this through the mailer that we get asking for support or opposition for this. We found out about it through the RJ. On the 5th of December, there was an article by Michael Scott Davidson stating that this area, as well as 10 other areas in the Las Vegas Valley close to this area, were to be proposed from the Bureau of Land Management for high-density housing or affordable housing. I received this mailer that's right here on the 8th of December, 3 full days after the RJ article was published, and I read it. After receiving the mailer, as well as taking picture of the sign that was recently placed there on the 8th to confirm both referencing the same proposal, I spent 3 hours that evening on your website looking for information about this proposal, and I found nothing about it. 3 hours in the information age, didn't find anything about this proposal. I also looked on Google where you can find everything. At what time stuff closes, everything. You know what I found? Found nothing. Nothing about it other than that this was on this form. So I'm kind of curious why that happened. Why it wasn't posted where we could see it. I work swing shift out at Creech Air Force Base. I can't just come down here in the middle of the day to the board, to your offices and ask for this information. Another thing is on this mailer, normally there's an enterprise board meeting, town meeting that says, hey, come out, voice your opinions. On this one, there was nothing. This was sent out after your last meeting and before the current meeting for our support or opposition. And there was no enterprise meeting for us to speak to our representative, to our commissioner. Why was that? Why was it sent out then before this meeting and we didn't have a chance to speak to our commissioner in person? Is it because you guys are flipping the board? Is it because of something to that effect? Is it something we're trying to get pushed through rather quickly before the board is changed at the beginning of the new year? I would recommend that we have the enterprise board meeting before anything is voted on in this. I'd recommend it be tabled until such time as we could have our town board meeting as we've always had for every other one of these that we receive. Every time I've gotten one of these as a homeowner, I've gotten that.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item?
Hello again. Kevin Bryce. I'm at 8378 Sonora del Sol, which is the street first east of Buffalo, which is next to this proposed zone change. And to give you background, I don't know, should I put both up there or just one? When I first got this card, I started talking to some of the neighbors, what do you think? And several of them had not received the card, others had, and so we started investigating more about it, and I decided to go ahead and go around my immediate neighbors and ask their opinion of whether they thought it would be acceptable or not. 100% of them did not like the idea. And so I went ahead and collected a list here of those people that I did talk to, and I wanted to communicate their top 3 concerns. The first one was of additional people roaming down their streets that didn't need to be there. The second was their home values decreasing if with a higher density apartment style place across the street. Oh, no, forgot the third. I'll come back to that. But the other question I had was on these cards, have the commissioners gotten some kind of summary of how many cards have been returned and how many approve or oppose this? How is that information even getting through? Because we had such a short notice that I have this card from a neighbor because I went around this last weekend and I could easily double these numbers of these signatures if I had another weekend to go around and ask people. Is there any kind of summary that says how many cards returned? Does anybody on staff have that? Or was this all a waste of time to even do this? I don't know. Does anybody on staff have that?
We have received and provided for the commissioners the number of cards.
Okay. Was anybody in favor, or were they all opposed like my polling seemed to indicate when I went around the neighborhood?
I'm sorry, we're not getting into discussion back and forth. You can make your comments and then the commission deliberates on the item. Nancy responded out of courtesy, and normally we don't even do that. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, that was basically it. I was just sharing that quite a few of the neighbors that I've talked to, were some of them have some rather colorful language for you that I wouldn't repeat. But and now I remember the third item was that they felt that their voice wouldn't be heard. And that's why I was asking about the cards, is they're really being paid attention to. So that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item, 22? Yes, do I have Mike Pollock here? Do I?
I was just told he's on his way down. But again, this is, as we had discussed, there are no proposals, no specific plans, and all of those would go to the town board. This is a conforming zone change based on code. So I'm waiting for Mike to come down to discuss what would be the next step.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying not to be offended today, but attainable housing, let's talk about what that is. And this board has been having this discussion for some time with many senior citizens today that at no fault of their own, their allowance that they get on Social Security is less than $1,000 a month. Many of them are in situations...
I'm going to interrupt you before I let you keep going. I'm closing the public hearing on item number 22. Keep going.
And so we are trying to find obtainable housing so that folks that are in this situation, that are trying to downsize, that are trying to be in a place that the county can work with them to put some things in place and plan for the future. So there is and this is for the next 10 items, quite frankly, because we've been talking about how do we spread this out so that we can start planning ourselves on how to help seniors, veterans, have a place to work. And we've spent some time looking across the valley on different proposals. I think there was like 100 of them, right, that we started with, but these are BLM pieces that...
These are BLM pieces. And again, we would like to call it attainable housing. We don't, but because of the way the Southern Nevada Public Lands Act is written, we have to call it affordable housing only to be able to work with the BLM on these projects.
But I mean, I know that I have some pretty nice senior housing in my district on the east side that we have some. There's a huge need. Our community has changed. So I just hope that the residents don't come off as less than people living in their neighborhood, because these are people's neighbors and mothers and fathers that now don't need a big house, but they need somewhere where they can have and rent that they can afford for a long time. So I'm supportive of this because we have to start planning for the future on what that looks like. And these are all very small parcels. A lot of them have things within that make it hard to develop to begin with. So that actually gives us an opportunity to maybe look at those things. So this is just setting aside the land for the future that the county can maintain. So we'll be the owners.
Commissioner Brager.
Actually, Commissioner Kirkpatrick said exactly what I've said, so what I was thinking. And I think we need to remember that as we're looking at that senior population, 1946 to 1964 is that huge group of baby boomers. And what this is intended to do is exactly what was stated just a moment ago. And what you need to understand, this is not the end of it. This is the beginning. It will go, they will come before you. They will go to town board. They will come to the BCC again. So you have possibly 3 or 4 other opportunities to share your insight to that. Do you want more landscaping? Do you want a deeper, do you want them gated? Do you want them ungated? And so this decision today is so that we can hold out these parcels, but the decision on what's being built there is not even being stated today. So there will be all those opportunities. I would encourage you to reach out to Commissioner-elect Jones, and that he's already shared with me that he will be very open to meeting with people, and that you pay attention to your area when those signs go up, when it's on the website. You can leave names and numbers that can be given to him, so that when these items come up in the future, it could be 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think anyone even knows right now. So I think that we need to be comfortable that you will be those people in the future, possibly. And we are trying to watch out for everyone. So I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Okay.
If you want to make the motion first, that's fine.
Either way.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Giuliani.
All right, I echo both sides. I think for the public, understanding that by us picking these 10 pieces, which will be a couple of the other items as well, we are actually protecting it because the county will have more control rather than being disposed of by BLM. And you don't have any say-so, and we don't have any say-so then as to what happens with that. So we felt that it was proper. We went out of about 100 parcels. We only picked 10 that we felt would help infill with much needed housing. And I'm hoping that we don't get into NIMBYism, because just because there's an apartment, I grew up in an apartment, doesn't mean that they're not good neighbors in the long run. So I think that we're really working hard to change the terminology so that people know that attainability means as you age in place, you may need a smaller place. If you decide to have a family, you need a different type of setting. So we're trying to make sure that we're future planning for Clark County's needs, that it still make it attainable for people to be able to afford it. So this actually is just step one. There's nothing else on it. So as Commissioner Brager and Kirkpatrick said, you'll get notices when and if somebody buys that piece and then what they want to design, then you'll be able to weigh in on that part of it. For the young lady that pointed out about the wash, you're absolutely correct. So that one, even though they're allowed density under R4, they'll have to take into consideration the wash. You'll actually have a less dense piece that comes into there. So it gives you a little bit extra protection, but by us weighing in and reserving these rather than BLM, you actually have more control over what happens. So I think that's what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. Back to me.
Go ahead. You have a motion?
I would make a motion for approval with the statements that were made, that you will be noticed, you will understand what's happening, and you will have a voice.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Nancy, as the chair's prerogative, I'm going to make a big change here. I'm going way out of order. I'm going to take, I've got to get somebody out of here for a personal and family matter. If you'd come on down quickly, please. I'd like to do 56 and 57 and follow that up with 62 and 63. And then we're going to go back. Or 56 and 57. Good morning.
Before we start, can I read them in? 56?
Please.
Thank you. Item 56, ZC 18819, holdover zone change to reclassify 79 acres from RU Rural Open Land Zone to RE Rural Estates Residential Zone. Use permit for single-family residential detached plan unit development. Design reviews for the following. Proposed single-family residential detached plan unit development, Hammerhead Street design, generally located on the south side of Gubler Avenue and east side of Yamashita Street within Moapa Valley. Item 57, VS 18820, holdover vacate and abandon portions of a right-of-way being Whitmore Street located between Gubler Avenue and Claridge Avenue, and Ash Street located between Gubler Avenue and Claridge Avenue within Moapa Valley.
Good morning.
Good morning, Liz Delk and Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for allowing us to move forward so Bob can go to his son's event. This property is located out in Logandale. We are approximately 79 acres located on the corner of Gubler and Yamashita. This project has been in the works for about 2 years now. We've been working with Commissioner Kirkpatrick and the neighbors, so we'd like to thank them for keeping the lines of communication open. Where we are finally today is we are requesting a conforming zone change from RU to RE as a PUD, which allows for 2.5 units to the acre. We have a 166 lot single family subdivision, which is a density of 2.1. We've made several proposed conditions that I'd just like to run through that we've been working with both Commissioner Kirkpatrick and the neighbors and town board. So number one, all of the perimeter lots will be a minimum of 1 gross acre. Street lights placed at each access point to the community. Gubler Avenue to be paved with rural standards from the development to St. Joseph Street. Yamashita to be paved with rural standards from the development to Moapa Valley High School. Obtain approval in writing from Moapa Valley Water District prior to recordation of the vacation of Whitmore. Provide an 8-foot walking path along Yamashita from the development to Moapa Valley High School. An applicant to stub sewer line along Yamashita Street to allow connection for APN 04136201016 through 020. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to you.
Great. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 56 and or 57. Anyone wish to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. 56 and or 57, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this one over to Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you working with us. And I know that I have some Logandale folks that are watching online because we set that up for them. And I know that they're not 100% happy, but what we want to do is make sure that we keep within rural nature. One of the concerns that some had asked is for a sidewalk on the outside of the perimeter. I do not want to see that at this time because we are very rural in nature. And I feel if you put a sidewalk, then it is going to be a cookie cutter Vegas development out there, and that wouldn't work. So on condition 6, just remember if you could abut the asphalt, the walking path to the curb and gutter, that would be most helpful. Then my bicyclists don't get mad at me. And to the water, that's important because so that we can work with the Overton Water District to ensure that we have to do the line one time. So there is one other condition that I'm throwing in is I don't want sidewalks on the inside of the development. We are a rural community out there. It's no different than the neighborhood that I live in. So we don't have sidewalks, and at some time, should we need sidewalks on Yamashita if it becomes very busy, then I'll address that with the county on how we get that done. So with that, thank you for working with us, and I make a motion for approval with all the conditions as listed.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Kirkpatrick on both items, 56 and 57, I'm assuming. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Nance, now I want to do 62 and 63 if I could.
Next are items 62 and 63, which can be heard together. Item 62, UC 18773, appeal use permit for modified wall height standards. Waivers for the following: allow modified street improvement standards, allow modified driveway design standards, allow non-standard improvements within the public right-of-way. Design review for single-family residential development on 54.4 acres in an R2 medium-density residential PC Plan Community Overlay District zone in the Southern Highlands Master Plan Community, generally located on the south side of Gulf Estates Drive alignment, 1,200 feet west of Augusta National National Drive alignment within Enterprise. Item 63, TM 18500181, appeal tentative map consisting of 200 single-family residential lots and 14 common lots on 54.4 acres in an R2 medium-density residential PC Plan Community Overlay District Zone in the Southern Highlands Master Plan Community. Commissioners, this was approved by the Planning Commission and was appealed by the applicant because they wanted clarification on one of the conditions.
Mr. Gronauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. There was a condition that was approved at the Planning Commission that required us to notify and coordinate with the property owner to the north of us on BLM agreement for an access road. What we want for clarification is that we notify the property owner to the north on the finalized BLM agreement for an access road. We've worked with Commissioner Brager on that, and is for clarification so we know exactly what that commitment is, and I can answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 62 and 63. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 62 and 63. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on 62 and 63 and turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much. I would make a motion for approval, including the statement for the proposed change in regards to the BLM and follow staff's conditions. Staff.
Mr. Gronauer, do you understand the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have motion on the floor. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. On both items, motion on the floor for 62 and 63. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, Commissioner June Kiliani, Commissioner Sisolak, Commissioner Brager, it's been my honor and pleasure to represent clients before you over the last 10 years and 12 years. You each have unique districts. I've always brought unique projects, but I'm going to still work on that, Commissioner. Yes. You're going to be happy with it when it's all done. And your constituents. But on another note, though, I want to thank you for everything. It's, as I said, an honor and a privilege. I'm sure our paths are going to cross. You guys have done great things in the county over the 10 to 12 years that you've been here. And as I said, you've done good things, and thank you very much. And then with the rest of the commission, as I've said to these guys over the last 10 to 12 years, I'm going to see you next year. I'm going to wish you a happy holiday season, and I'll see you again. And I'll see you three again somewhere outside of the county commission. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer.
So thank you very much. Okay?
Thank you, and congratulations. I know it's a big day for your family.
Yes.
We wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item. Now let's go back.
Now we're back to item 25. Item 25, ZC 18940, zone change to reclassify 10.4 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone and H2 General Highway Frontage Zone to R4 Multiple Family Residential High Density Zone for future development in a MUD 3 overlay district, generally located on the northeast corner of Pebble Road and Decatur Boulevard within Enterprise. This is another of those rezonings.
Okay. Do I have Mr. Pollack or Mr. Schiller here? Okay. I'm going to ask one more time for Mr. Pollack and Mr. Schiller. Oh, there he is, Mr. Pollack. Okay. You want to present now, or come on down, Mike? I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 25. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward and identify yourself for the record. Go ahead. Yeah. Do you know what you're here for, Mike? No. Nancy, let me take the public hearing first, and then Nancy will explain why. Come on down, sir. Yeah, go right there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe DeGaetano, 8825 South Decatur. I live directly across the street from the applicant. I oppose this action. I've been working with the corner lot on a different project, and he's going all commercial, and we've appreciated, the neighborhood has appreciated that. I actually brought a few neighbors who are a little shy to speak, so I actually represent more than a few of us. Again, with the other gentleman, we talked about how the Enterprise Town Board didn't get notice. I did not know that you could sneak in a zone change prior to putting a building on it and with a zone change. And that's kind of how I feel it is. They're changing the zone before they actually put a project on it. Now you're stuck with the zone even before the project is actually heard or seen. We do support anything that's R2. It's a housing area. There's no apartments within 3 miles of this location. We always support commercial because there's no commercial anywhere, or at least not yet on Blue Diamond. I know a lot of people are changing over the next couple of years with how they're looking to construct on Blue Diamond itself. But that whole neighborhood is houses, and that whole neighborhood could support houses very well, and I think an apartment complex is the wrong location for that area. So at the end of the day, I'd like to say I support an R2 or any kind of commercial only, and with no apartment or high-use residential in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on item 25? Mike, do you understand now? I think staff, they wanted you to just talk about what we've done maybe with some previous projects with attainable, but let's reiterate. This is already BLM land for attainable housing. We're not changing anything. We just wanted to have more control over what was designed and put on some of these parcels. It could be single family. It could be detached. It could be townhouses. It could be apartments. So you actually will weigh in with more authority if we approve this than if the BLM maintains it. So, Mike, do you want to just talk a little bit?
Mike Pollack, Director, Clark County Social Service, formerly Manager of Community Resources Management, where we've participated in the financing and development of many units of affordable and attainable and housing for working families throughout the valley for many years. The BLM process, it's a unique opportunity under Section 7B to have preserved some land for our future development needs and the growth of our community so that we can have housing in all sections of our valley that are affordable to teachers, people who work in retail, people who drive your school buses, people who are just regular working class folks, people who are at 80% or less of area median income. This is not public housing. We don't know what kind of housing it is. I think these are the best parcels for the current projected 5 to 10 year build out. And we're just asking for the highest zoning that we can get now so that, because really density relates to the ability of a developer to build something that's affordable. The higher the density you can get, the more opportunities you have to build a really nice development that is affordable. And
thank you. I'll turn it back over to the chair. You had asked that, Mike, so he was just explaining. And a good example would be the one we just did for the veterans and seniors in my district on, oh my gosh, did the opening. Patriot Park. Yeah.
Patriot's very nice. Bonnie Lane out in Commissioner Kirkpatrick's area. Some of them, you can't find, you can't distinguish it from market rate housing. The only difference is because that there is some subsidy provided on the front end of that development cycle through either a forgiveness of some of the value of land or other tax credits, state tax credits, whatever. Those developments get built just like market properties. But they're more affordable than, and we are currently among, if not the least affordable community in the country right now for folks at 50% area median income or less, and that problem is exacerbating. And if we don't have a place for people who, make, I think it's. If your household doesn't make $18 an hour, you can't afford your rent in this town right now.
That's right, and that's happening statewide, so that's part of the problem. So, I don't hear an undertone of NIMBYism, but I do think that unfortunately there is still some of that out there. But again, this is actually gives the constituents in the nearby area much more say about what gets developed there down the road. So.
Yes, Commissioner, I think your opening statement was absolutely correct. There's more oversight in these developments than just someone going in and building something. This goes through a whole lot of public process.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Commissioner Brager.
As stated before in item 22, I would make a motion for approval, letting the public know that they will have many options to work with the county and staff and commissioners. So,
we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And we have one more, item 26, zone change 18941, zone change to classify 10 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone and H1 Limited Resort and Apartment Zone to R4 Multiple Family Residential High Density Zone for future development in the Mud 4 Overlay District, generally located on the northwest corner of Cactus Avenue and Haven Street within Enterprise.
This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing item number 26. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 26, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Terry Nelson. I live at 10240 Haven Street, which is just down the road. And this is the first I've heard of this. My question is, can it be restricted to senior or veterans as opposed to just open apartments? Since we do have one school out there which already has trailers in it, I think it's overwhelmed already. And also, how would, get the strict restrictions like we had with the apartments where they had to have the wall on Haven and stuff to keep that street quiet?
Okay, we can't answer questions. We'll have the questions answered.
Also, my other concern is that there was a 100-year floodplain there that went through that area. We always had to have flood insurance. The year we were told we didn't have to, the next block down at Frey's, you built the apartments, or you allowed them to, and then the water came down Haven Street. And I wanted something to be put in there for better control over water, so I don't have to get somebody to bulldoze the ditch that ends up in front of my house after big rains.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm David Comero. I live at 10561 Haven Street. I've lived there for about 23 years with my wife, Austin. Some of you may know her as a fairly well-known artist in the community. I'm here to speak in opposition to this rezoning. This is just a continuation of an attack on the rural nature of our neighborhood. We have a very unique and exciting neighborhood that we moved to, as I said, 23 years ago because of the quality of life there. Little by little, it's getting chipped away. An elementary school was built a block from our house, a gated community about 3 blocks from our house. And now when I look out my kitchen window, instead of seeing Mount Potosi, I see a PT's Pub. The death of the rural preservation zones, one paper cut at a time, is really tragic for the valley. And if the comprehensive planning process meant anything at the time, and not just colored pencils on a paper, then we need to look at that and all of these sorts of changes in relation to that process. I don't mind having affordable housing in the valley. No one could say they would, but we are now. It takes me 10 minutes sometimes to make a left turn going north from Haven onto Cactus because of the new interchange. Now we're going to add more traffic, and there's no guarantee from this change that a developer later would put in a high density, not for high density zone or construction, not just for people who need affordable housing, but high end apartments with lots of kids and cars and whatnot. So these sorts of changes, I understand the idea of it, to preserve it for later development for affordable housing, but there's no guarantee in here. There's nothing this body has done to make sure of that. One other thing, as far as I understand, there was never a hearing or community meeting with the town board or with planning commission to even discuss this with people who live in our community. And I think that's vile. I think that the residents in our neighborhood should have been part of the process of coming to this concept. So thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Sisolak.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
My name's Tracy Mize. I'm at 10787 Rancho Destino Road, and I would like to know if we could count how many people would like for this to be held.
No.
Can we do that?
No, we can't
Okay,
do that.
well,
but you
I'd
can
like to
make your
say
comments
this. I
too.
did move to this rural area because, one, I have horses, and if you put apartments in this area or even senior living, we just had senior living built not far from here. It's off from Bermuda. Why would we need another senior living in this area? And for the school district, they put in another school in the area, and we still have buses that are overcrowded for Bass Elementary. So building an apartment's not going to help. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak? Nancy, can you address the issues as it relates to, can it be restricted to seniors and veterans and that? I don't think we can have that here. No, we're not that far.
We're not that far, and there's a couple of points to make. Right now, this property is planned for commercial tourists, so a resort hotel could go there, a high-rise mixed use could go there. There's a lot of very high intense use that can go there. The concern that it would be rezoned and another developer would come in, the BLM will not auction off land without a nomination from the county. At this point, this land has been reserved for the county for attainable housing. So a developer cannot come in and buy it. The BLM will not release it. We have it reserved. It is for us to use as we're letting the residents know.
So the residents do know that it could be a lot more intense use if that was the case, but that's not our intention moving forward. It was designated for attainable housing as a county with the BLM. So this is in my commission district. I'm going to recommend approval of the zone change. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Okay, now we're back off consent, right?
Now we're on items 30 and 32, which can be heard together. 31 was part of it, however, it was withdrawn. So item 30, ET 18400-235, UC 78916, use permit, first extension of time for the following. Allow a proposed convenience store, allow a proposed gas station, service station, allow a proposed vehicle maintenance, building a smog check, and allow a proposed vehicle wash. Waivers, development standards for the following. Reduce the separation for proposed convenience store to a residential use. Reduce the separation for proposed gasoline service station to a residential use. Reduce the separation for proposed vehicle maintenance, building smog check to a residential use, and reduce the separation for proposed vehicle wash to a residential use. Reduce the driveway separation. Design reviews for the following: a proposed convenience store and retail building, proposed gas station, proposed vehicle maintenance building, smog check, proposed vehicle wash, proposed restaurant with drive-through on 1.5 acre portion of 3.8 acres in a C1 local business zone, generally located on the west side of Jones Boulevard and the south side of Cactus Avenue within Enterprise. Item 32, TM 18500-145, tentative map for a commercial subdivision on 3.7 acres in a C1 local business zone.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, John Vornsan, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application. Item 30 is an extension of time. It is our first request for additional time. We would respectfully ask that you follow staff's recommendation for approval. We are in agreement to all the conditions. The tentative map itself, when we withdrew the item 32, the tentative map, we've reconfigured the driveway locations. They'll be between 34 and 36 feet wide, 100 feet as required under the item 30. Also, we have moved the driveway from the south here and managed to reconfigure between the two power poles, and that driveway will be 34, 36 feet wide. We have met with Public Works on that. I believe they are in agreement, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
This is not a public hearing, but is there anybody here on item number 30? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
30 and 32.
30 and 32.
30 and 32. That's correct.
Is there anybody here on 30 and or 32? I'll turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. I believe everything has been worked out with Public Works.
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. So I'd make a motion per staff's conditions on 30 and 32. 31 has been withdrawn.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 35, WS 18789, Holdover waivers of development standards for the following: increase building height, reduce the height setback to an arterial street per proposed hotel, reduce parking, increase the number of tandem spaces, alternative parking layout, alternative driveway geometrics and design. Design review per modifications to an approved hotel on 4.8 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the northwest corner of Nevso Drive and Valley View Boulevard within Paradise.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Richard Surface, 2129 Las Vegas, Stonecroft Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Stephanie Allen representing the applicant. Commissioners, we very much appreciate the time we've had to work out some of the opportunities with this infill hotel project, and we received excellent advice from your public works staff and also from your fire department staff. In the past couple of weeks, we've met with those folks and crafted some redesign of the driveway and emergency access. Stephanie has got a condition that we prepared in conjunction with guidance from Public Works to read into the record to make this a good fit and provide for any kind of emergency situations that may arise at the proposed hotel. Stephanie?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant along with Mr. Surface. We met with your Public Works staff a week ago, I believe. Thank you to all of them for meeting with us, and we came up with a condition to address their concerns. That condition that Eric sent was Nevso entrance will be emergency access only. Gates or other controlled access device will be required and be approved by Public Works and Fire Prevention. And we are fine with that condition and would ask that it be approved subject to that condition.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 35. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 35, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 35. Hearing seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 35. This is in Commission District A. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. In discussion on the motion, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, and thank you for the additional time to meet with your great staff. And I just want to thank Commissioner Giuliani, Commissioner Brager, and you, Chairman Sisolak, for all the great things you've done for the county. I came here 40 years ago, worked on the first comprehensive plan, and you folks have done some great things for the valley, and I very much appreciate the pleasure you've given me and my clients in coming before you. Thanks again. Best of luck to you.
Thank you. Next item.
Next are items 36, 37, and 38, which can be heard together. Item 36, VS 18696, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Levi Avenue and Cactus Avenue and between Durango Drive alignment and Rich Sands Street alignment within Enterprise. Item 37, WS 18697, holdover, waiver of development standards to increase wall height. Design reviews for the following: single-family residential development, increased finished grade for lots on 5 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the southwest corner of Cactus Avenue and Durango Drive within Enterprise. Item 38, TM 18500-167, holdover tentative map consisting of 23 single-family residential lots and common lots on 5 acres.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Lennar Homes. This site is located at the corner of Cactus, this way, and Durango. It's the 5-acre parcel that actually this commission a week or 2 weeks ago unanimously approved the zone change on. This is just the associated applications that had not yet gone to town board. This is the tentative map that's on file that you all saw as part of the non-conforming zone change 2 weeks ago. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise we would very much appreciate your approval.
Thank you. At this time, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 36, 37, and or 38. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearings. Turn over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate meeting with you. 36, 37, and 38, and make a motion per staff's conditions.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I just was looking at curb plan. Satisfy utility company requirements. It's just unusual. What exactly?
That's always on our tentative map because they cannot
yeah,
get their maps. If they don't get the map signed, it can't be recorded.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next are items 39 and 40. Item 39, BS 18755, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Westwind Road alignment and Lindell Road alignment and between Shelburne Avenue alignment and Windmill Lane alignment, and a portion of the right-of-way being Mistral Avenue located between Westwind Road alignment and Lindell Road alignment, and a portion of the right-of-way being Lindell Road located between Mistral Avenue and Shelburne Avenue within Enterprise. Item 40, UC 18754, use permits for the following: place of worship, increase the height of an ornamental spire and dome. Waivers of development standards for the following: allow modified street standards, allow modified driveway design standards. Design review for the following: place of worship, increase finished grade on 2 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the west side of Lindell Road and south side of Mistral Avenue alignment within Enterprise.
Good morning, Ms. Stewart.
Good morning. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the church. And with me is Mr. Greg Esposito. As indicated, there's an existing house on the property to the southwest, which is going to remain, but that's going to be for the clergy to stay in. And I believe they're staying in there now. And what we have here is an Eastern Orthodox church. We are asking to go above in the height because that is part of their canons, is that they need to be above the height of the surrounding area. Everything above 1 story, though, is all architectural features. There's no occupancy above the 1-story height. To lessen the impact on the neighbors, we are providing intense landscaping around the entire site. We have provided additional parking over and above what's required by code. And one of the other things is that there's BLM property to the north, to the south, and to the west of us, and then there's the railroad to the west of us. But they've oriented the church so it faces west and faces the railroad. So they're, when the doors are open and people are going in and out of church, the impact on the residents to the northeast and to the east should be very minimal. At the town board, one of the issues that came up or concerns from the neighbors was that they had, I think, Googled or gone on YouTube and looked at this type church, and they had things like drums and activities outside the church. That's not the intent of this congregation, and they would agree to a condition of like no amplified noise, which would include drums or percussion in the exterior of the church or on the church grounds. We did go out to the neighborhood and did a canvas. We didn't have a neighborhood meeting, but we knocked on doors, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Greg Esposito, and he can tell you his findings.
Greg Esposito, 1442 White Drive. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. So we canvassed everything from Windmill down to Wigwam, from Decatur all the way over to the railroad. So both of these more dense communities and all of the rural homes. We attempted 178 doors. 8 homes were vacant, and due to the rural nature of the neighborhood, 23 were behind locked gates. So of the 147 doors we were able to attempt, we spoke to people at 53 doors for a 36.1% contact rate. Of the people who shared their opinion, some refused to answer or refused our knocks. 25 people that we spoke to supported for 62.5% approval. There were 8 who were neutral, they didn't have any opinion, and 7 who were against. We collected 24 signatures in support of the project. And standard stuff. But there was no, especially even interestingly enough, in the RNP area, there was no intense opposition to it. It was more from the denser neighborhood to the northeast of it. Thank you.
And I guess I would just point out too, I know that one of the concerns was from, this neighborhood in this area to the northeast on Lindell. Because of traffic and concerns about cars coming out and going that way. All the traffic has to go to the south because there's a difference in grade, and in fact, I don't even know how it could be done, how that road could go through there, but there's boulders across there. But whatever Public Works wants us to do to the road, we will, but I don't think it's going to go north or to the east, so all the traffic will go south. So I don't know that's going to have an impact on that neighborhood with regard to traffic. And with that, we'll turn it over. I think there's some neighbors here.
But does that complete your presentation?
Yes. Yes, sir, it does.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 39 and or 40. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself. For the record, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nick. I'm at 5419 Jacob Peace Ave. My biggest concern is...
Wait, which one of us, they're going to have to pull way out to get to... You want to put those both up there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give an overview here in the zoomed-in area. This can accommodate about 800 people from what they said in the last meeting. I don't see enough parking spaces for this. I think that there's going to be a lot of parking in and around this back neighborhood here, which is all rural residential. I don't think it's enough. This is a business at the end of the day. It's not a church. They're there to make money. They want it to grow. This road here is blocked off. There is no access to the south, and Lindell in this area does not technically connect all the way down to Blue Diamond. All the traffic will be going down Windmill, which is very narrow. There's also a major safety concern here. With all this, the roads being blocked off, I don't see how emergency vehicles or people could get out if there was an emergency. What they've done here is the parking lot's there, and to avoid that, the traffic is going all in one direction to get out of here. The other concern is the height of the dome at roughly 60 feet in a rural residential area. I think it's a little absurd. These are all one-story homes. It's going to stick out like a sore thumb. I don't see it being 3 to 5 times taller. How it's acceptable? Why bring all that traffic and into the neighborhood? The YouTube video that I saw showed a lot of singing, chanting, banging of drums, clapping, yelling. They say that it's not going to happen, but who's really to say that it won't? It's on YouTube. That's a concern all hours of the day. We don't know. I don't think it's fair. And I also don't see any photometrics on this plan to show about site lighting. You know, if it's going to look like a Walmart parking lot in a very dark rural area, I just don't think it's very attractive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to testify during the public hearing on 39 and 40? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Lane Theriot. I live at 8240 South Edmond Street, or Edmond Street there. Been a resident there for about 35 years in the rural neighborhood. I appreciate the commissioners in the past helping us with our RNP, keeping it a rural area there for us. And my concern is the same as the last person who spoke about the height of the building and about the traffic going through there. This really isn't a very good place for a church right up against a railroad track. If they're looking for new members, it really needs to be on a major thoroughfare or a thoroughfare that will allow traffic to flow freely through the area. That area there is dead-ended by the railroad. A lot of the areas in there, the roads are rural roads, as you know, which don't have sidewalks. It's a horse community, basically, as you know. So I would hope that the commissioners would please look at this and realize that this is not an appropriate place for this church. Not to sound discriminating or anything. I wouldn't want any church there. I don't think it's an appropriate place for any church, not this particular church. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing on items number 39 and 40?
My name is Gary West. I live at 5418 Jacob Peace Avenue. I oppose this house of worship for the same concerns. Traffic, number one. They said there are only going to be enough parking for 124 vehicles inside their rectory. So I don't know where else they're going to park. Windmill, from Lindell down to Decatur is all no parking. Our housing complex is Lindell and Minstrel. All that is there. And that dome, they want to put up a 58-foot dome. This is all a one-story housing tract, one of the first ones in the city that will be shining down into our neighborhood. I have not heard of any type of noise, impact report, flooding. I would also like to see an environmental impact zone impact report, because that's been a dumping area for many generations. This gentleman said he went around and talked to a lot of the neighbors. I talked to a lot of people south of Lindell and Minstrel, and not one of them knew about this church going up. So I don't think they did a fair enough check of all the neighbors of what they felt. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Ms. Stewart, do you want to briefly respond to that, or you want me to turn it over to...
I do.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, were you getting up to speak?
Yeah, I'm here to support.
Okay, I'm going to open back up the public hearing. Is there anybody else here to speak on this item? Because I already closed the public hearing, and now I'm opening it back up. So anybody else on this item, please line up along the rail. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing to allow you to speak again, so go ahead.
Okay, my name is Hiwat Kandi. I live 5067 West El Dorado Lane. I'm here to support of construction of this church. I ask that you approve the item in consideration of the growing number of residents of this area, including myself, the need of a place of worship that is consistent with our culture and religion practice is greater than ever before. I'm here with several members of our community sitting behind me in the audience, including the priest of our church. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm closing the public hearing for the last time. The public hearing is closed. Do you want to briefly respond, Ms. Stewart?
I do, thank you. While the plans do show that the occupancy could be up to over 800, that's occupancy of all the rooms, and the rooms won't be occupied all at the same time. That's for the office. So you have to do for fire, you have to list what your maximum occupancy is. Right now, they have an existing church that's within a shopping center. In fact, I think the owner of the shopping center was going to write us a letter saying that they've never had a problem. There's never been an issue with parking. And they've been a great tenant. So I don't know why people keep coming up and bringing up that it's going to be drums and things like that. They've agreed to a condition that there won't be any of that. That however you want that worded, like no amplified noise and no percussion outside the building. And of course, again, the front door is facing to the railroad. So even if the doors were open during the service, the noise is going the opposite direction. So we do appreciate that town board did approve our use permit. They did not approve our design review, but we think we've done as much as we can. We've overparked the site. We've provided landscaping around the entire building, and we're trying to be a good neighbor. And I know people keep talking about us coming here. We can't go north. I mean, it's just physically impossible. And I think there'd have to be a lot of dirt brought in and a bridge or anything. So we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much. I hear the neighbors that came out, and I appreciate their concerns. In the R&P areas, and I think we all have that, there are churches. Some of the things I think we can do to mitigate this a bit, to make it more comfortable, is staff does want, though, off-sites on Lindell. Other than that, it can stay very rural. That was what you had requested, Eric? Okay.
Yeah, the subdivision directly kitty corner to the northeast put in the full offsites, and we wanted that to match.
The type of lighting can be downcast lighting. I don't think that you need to have anything that just, at night lights up the building and creates some polluted lighting in the neighborhood. I'm going to request that the height come down to 43 feet, and that if we could reduce the size of the building, let's say like 10%. That might help the neighbors understand that we're making it smaller. We're reducing the height of the ornamental factor. No windows that are looking out on anyone. I'm trying to, you have the proper lighting, of the proper parking from staff's code. I would add no outdoor amplification on this, which would, I think, make a difference and get the neighbors to be comfortable. I'm glad it faces the railroad tracks, because that should take any in and out noise to be pretty minimized, if any at all. So if you could work on the lighting with staff, I think that would be very helpful as to what you do. I don't think you need tall in that area, no street lights, no, to conform to what's happening out there. Sure. So to make sure it's safe, but there's also that low-level lighting to walking up and those types of things is what I would request on there. So that would be my motion per staff's conditions with those other items, the 43 feet, the 10% reduction, the lighting being minimized, and the off-sites on Lindell.
And Commissioner, I just wanted to add that with them improving this section of Lindell, it will complete Lindell from Windmill to Wigwam now as a continuous section of paving.
Okay, that'll be helpful.
Do you understand the motion?
Yes, I do, and we agree. Thank you.
We have a motion. So was that a motion? Commissioner Brager on 39 and 40? Commissioner Giunciliani.
Thank you. So you're reducing the spire? Is that what you're reducing from 50 something to 48, and then
43?
Okay, sorry. And then 10% reduction on the size. What was the square footage? I didn't see it in here.
It's like about 9,000.
Okay. So that still gives them the flexibility on that side of it then. Okay.
And could I ask just one question on the height? Does that include the cross, or can the cross be exclusive of the 43 feet?
A lot of churches that I go by, the cross is kind of an independent factor. I mean, we don't want something that's 100 feet lit up to the sky, but I think that you could work accordingly with staff on that.
And I have some in my district, and there's been no complaints or problems with
Me
it. So
too.
you're asking for down lighting because they want security-wise,
Yes.
you want lighting, but not to glare
Correct.
out. Okay, all right, thank you.
And can I clarify, the 10% reduction would be for the place of worship only. There's an existing single-family residence that we don't want to change the
Correct.
size of.
Mhm.
And
Thank
just
you.
for
That's
Commissioner
already there.
Giunciliani's, it's the square footage today is 9622.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion from Commissioner Brager? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next is actually item 72 on yesterday's agenda that was held over to today's agenda. That's the franchise agreements. So item 72 from the business agenda, approve and authorize the chairman to sign the 8th Amendment to the Clark County Monorail franchise agreement between Clark County and the Las Vegas Monorail Company to revise the route to add a station to the existing monorail on Sands Avenue East of Koval Lane to connect to the MSG Sphere and the Sands Expo Center and provide for other matters properly related thereto. In addition, we have our zoning matters related to that. Item 41 is WC 18400194, UC 171096, holdover waiver of conditions of a use permit requiring maintaining a minimum 15-foot wide sidewalk pedestrian access with an appropriate shy distance along the Sands Avenue street frontage, limiting the encroachment of all structures to the pedestrian access sidewalk in conjunction with an approved recreation facility, the MSG Sphere, and existing resorts hotel, Palazzo and Venetian on 18.6 acres and an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 overlay district. And then item 42 is UC 18651, holdover use permits for the following: passenger terminal station platforms, columns, and equipment rooms, other accessory and incidental barriers, structures, and equipment as shown per plans on file, and deviations as shown per plans on file. Deviations for the following: alternative street landscaping, all other deviations as shown per plans. Waiver of development standards to allow non-standard improvements within the right-of-way, Sands Avenue. Design reviews for the following: a passenger terminal station and associated accessory structures, modifications to street landscaping and sidewalk along a portion of Sands Avenue in conjunction with an existing private monorail system, and approved recreation facility, the MSG Sphere, and existing resort hotels, Palazzo and Venetian, on a portion of 18.6 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 overlay district, generally located within and on the south side of Sands Avenue, 200 feet east of Koval Lane within Paradise.
Rob, before I get to this, how do you want me to do this? You want me to do 72 from yesterday and then do today's zoning items, or?
I think we should do the zoning items first and then 72.
Okay, then we're going to make the presentation limited to 41 and 42, then we're going back to 72, okay? Okay.
Understood. Good morning,
Mr. Miles,
Jennifer
Ms.
Lazovich.
Good morning.
1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With me also is Curtis Miles on behalf of the monorail. With you before on items 41 and 42 is the proposed station for us to build at the Madison Square Garden project, which would be along Sands Avenue. We did work early on with your Public Works Department and your Fire Department on the placement of that. We appreciated them working with us, and we shifted our station just a little bit to accommodate their requests. They are in support of the application. Staff did recommend approval, as did Town Board and Planning Commission, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation? This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on items 41 and 42. Items 41 and/or 42. Anyone wishing to address the board on either both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 41 and/or 42. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Turn this one over to Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Let me just clarify with staff that on both on my tab, town board recommendations for the 10-foot has been included in the design, correct? And so I just want to make it clear for the record that MSG, this is not part of their conditions to have a station. You're choosing to put one in there, if that's your choice at that point, and it's to link those pieces together. And then secondarily, do you have the financing for this one yet, or is that just something that you'll work on? Because it's not being paid for by anybody other than Monorail, correct?
Commissioner, there's a couple of different...
Mr. Miles, could I ask you to identify yourself for the record, please?
Curtis Miles, CEO of Las Vegas Monorail. There's a couple of different financing structures for this station, and they include funds beyond just the monorail.
Okay, but is it nothing from MSG is being financed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you work out something with the others that you're joining, then that's fine. But I just want to make sure that we didn't impact MSG because it was not part of our conditions of approval when we approved the project. Okay,
yes, and then condition number 1 under Public Works on item 42 includes that condition about the 10 feet, which we referenced at town board, and it is within your staff report
Great.
as a condition.
I want to thank Sammy for taking my original little sheets and putting them into this. It really is much more helpful for us, so thank you. My motion would be to approve per staff conditions.
On both items?
Yes, on both items, sorry.
We have a motion from Commissioner Giuliani on items number 41 and/or 42. Any comments? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Now let's go back to 72. Yes, 72.
I already read 72 in.
Did you want to make a comment on 72, Curtis?
We're
Was
here to address
72 a
some
public
questions.
hearing? This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 72 from yesterday's agenda. Anyone wishing to address the board on that item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Item 72 from Tuesday's agenda. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 72, turn it over to the board. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Nancy, this is our whole cleanup, but why exactly did we roll it? Because I think there's one item that affects you all. So I think that's what I just so.
The reason it was rolled is that it has to be approved in conjunction with the land use for the, and it's a cleanup to add that station, so it has to be approved with the station, pursuant to Title 30, yes.
Okay, just so it's understood by the public. I would make a motion for approval of item 72, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion on the floor on item number 72 from Tuesday's agenda. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Both very much.
Next are items 45 and 46. Item 45, WC 18400-237 ZC 33415, waiver of conditions of a zone change requiring an intense buffer on the south property line in conjunction with an approved convenience store, gasoline station, tavern, and restaurant on a 4.9-acre portion of 8.5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone, generally located on the southeast corner of McFarland Avenue and U.S. Highway 95 within Indian Springs. Item 46, WS 18763, waiver of development standards to allow alternative landscaping adjacent to a less intense use, a single-family residential use. Design review for site and building lighting in conjunction with an approved convenience store, gasoline station, tavern, and restaurant on a 4.9-acre portion of 8.5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone. And for the Commissioner's information, the entire town of Indian Springs has forwarded its support for these two applications.
Good morning.
Wow. Good afternoon. Good morning. Chris Richardson, RWA Architects, on behalf of the applicants. Basically, there's some drainage issues on the property preventing us from putting in the wall. We had no issue desiring to put in the wall in lieu of, we did some research and found a solution that we feel will work, and that town of Indian Springs agrees. It's a 6-foot-high security hedge of a very thorny, dense, fast-growing shrub to help buffer that. And then, other than that, we would do the typical intense landscaping of the double row of trees. Other than that, we appreciate town board's enthusiastic support of the applications, and they actually stated during the meeting that they liked this option better than a wall. So hopefully you all agree.
Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 45 and/or 46. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 45 and/or 46. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this one over to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't say who I'm turning it over to.
Yes, you did. I felt it. Move approval, subject to staff conditions.
Whoa, that was efficient. We have a motion from Commissioner Brown. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners, and for those that are leaving, we appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Next are items 47, 48, and 49, which can be heard together. Item 47, WC 1800241ZC 53204, waiver of conditions of a zone change requiring recording perpetual cross-access, ingress, egress, and parking easements if the properties are subdivided or developed independently in conjunction with a proposed feed store and home improvement center on 4.7 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the MUD 3 overlay district, generally located on the east side of Rainbow Boulevard and the north side of Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise. Item 48, BS 18877, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County, located between Rainbow Boulevard and Inspiration Drive alignment and between Raven Avenue alignment and Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise. And item 49, UC 18869, use permits for the following. Permit a proposed feed store outside of Community District 5, equipment sales, watercraft pedal boats and trailer sales. Permit outside storage display areas to be located within the front and side of the building. Eliminate screening for outside storage display when adjacent to a right-of-way and less intense uses, which is single-family residence to the north. Waivers of development standards for the following. Permit alternative landscaping adjacent to less intense use. Permit an alternative loading space design adjacent to a residential use, and eliminate cross-access. Design reviews for the following. Proposed home improvement center, proposed feed store, equipment sales, watercraft, which are paddle boats, trailer sales, outside storage and display, a proposed lighting plan, increased finish grade on 4.7 acres in a C2 general commercial zone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Trey Genwright. I'm with J Consulting, 208 Greeno Road, Fairhope, Alabama. Thank you for allowing us to present to you this evening, or this morning, actually. This is a Tractor Supply project that was went to the town board a few weeks back. We've got a very positive report from them. One of the comments that we had addressed was access, cross-access. We have since modified our site plan to allow for a future driveway connection that would stub to the front. The other items that we had worked through, and we appreciate staff's efforts working with us to get this site plan in conformance with their requirements. So as moving forward, we're acknowledging the cross-access to the north and south. The town board did not see the need to allow access to the east. And then our site parks as per code, and we would like to see if maybe we don't have to have shared parking. If you have any other questions, I'd be glad to answer those for you.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 47, 48, and/or 49. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. 47, 48, and 49. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. To Public Works, Eric, they've now met all the needs that you had requested, and I had shared with them yesterday.
They have.
Okay. This is exciting, and I know that one of my liaisons, Megan, is thrilled that you're opening up on that corner, and other people that are finding out are really excited that it'll be out there. And Commissioner Brown, you'd probably like to encourage them or Kirkpatrick to come out to your area of town. I would make a motion for approval of 47, 48, and 49 with the cross-access in 2 years to commence project. Although if our system would let them, they'd be ready to get it up and going and open as soon as possible.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any questions? Commissioner Brown.
Roll Tide.
Good job.
That's officially part of the record. We appreciate it. It is, yeah. Any further questions? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, is he going to set up appointments to bring Tractor Supplies across the valley? We love Tractor Supply. They have the best stuff.
Call her. She wants one in her district.
Next is item 50, WS 18823, amended waivers of development standards for the following. Allow proposed animated sign, electronic message unit video graphics in conjunction with a monument sign, increased wall height previously not notified. Design reviews for the following. Proposed site lighting, proposed signage, proposed wall previously not notified in conjunction with an approved school on 10 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the southeast corner of Wigwam Avenue and Montessori Street, alignment within enterprise.
Celeste, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the Legacy Traditional Charter School. If I can just have it up, thank you. This is a approved charter school that this board approved last year. One of the conditions of approval required us to come in with signage, so that is the first part of our application. That signage is related to a monument sign and then some wall sign, which I'll get into in a second. And the second portion is related to a increase in wall height along Montessori. So first, with respect to the signage, we are proposing two different signs. The first sign is a monument sign, which would be located right here on the corner of Rosanna and Wigwam. That monument sign, we are asking for some animation. You can see right there with respect to one that they have in the Phoenix area. It would tell the temperature or tell the time, show the temperature, other type of messages, programming at the school is what we're asking for. And then the second component is with respect to some halo lighting on top of the front entrance of the school, which is right in this area, again facing towards Wigwam and Rosanna, would just simply say the Legacy Traditional Charter School. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval with respect to the wall sign as well as the monument sign, although they do have one concern with respect to the animation. And the reason I show this right here is the location of the sign. You can see we're adjacent to planned commercial. So the orientation of that sign where the animation would be is towards Rainbow, which would be most likely developed out as commercial. So that is our justification for why we think animation does make sense there. The second component of this is with respect to the lighting for the parking lot. You can see right here our display shows that all the lighting is on site, not spilling over, and most importantly, I'll note is that the athletic field right here is non-lit. I think that's very important because the athletic field's in this area towards the RMP, so that is non-lit and not part of this application. And then the last portion of our request is with respect to an increase in wall height. As I indicated, it occurs along Montessori here. We did meet with Mr. Smith, explained what we have to do here. He was very gracious in meeting with us, understood that because of the dedication of Montessori that this likely would happen with respect to our increase in wall height. The good thing about it is that you can see from our display here, this is the Montessori alignment. This would be Mr. Smith's property over here. So from the right-of-way, from the public, from Mr. Smith's property, the wall will actually look to be about 5 or 6 feet. The increase is really on our side because of the way the property slopes from west to east. So any increase in height is going to be on our side, which could be 12 to 13 feet depending where we are. So the impact is on our side, not to the neighbors. We appreciate staff's and town board's recommendation on everything, I guess save and except with respect to the animation on the monument sign. More than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Celeste. Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 50. And in wishing to address the board on item number 50, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Item 50. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing number 50. Turn over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much. I would make a motion for approval, but what we could do for the video sign, and it is facing commercials, why don't we do a 2-year review with staff, and then if there's any situations that come up that seem to be more than normal, that they would be able to correct that with you.
We thank you very much and agree to that condition.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Commissioner Brigger. I do have one of these in my district, so maybe while Mr. Celeste is here, I could tell him to fix the lights on our sign on Valley. And you could stay on top of
Bring
it.
the message back. Thank you.
Our lights are out.
Thank you. I will make sure
We have a
that
motion
we
on
get
the
that
floor.
working.
Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Again,
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is my last item, so I do want to, as Bob echoed, same sentiments. Appreciate all the time, dedication, 10, 12 years. In fact, 12 years ago when Commissioner Brager and Commissioner June Kiliani started, that was really when I was first starting the land use stuff, so I felt like I've grown with them throughout this board. And Commissioner Sisolak, Governor-elect, best wishes as you move on. So thank you.
You so much.
And
Appreciate
Merry
it.
Christmas and Happy
Merry
New Year to
Christmas.
everyone.
Take care of our lights, okay?
I will, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is item 51, WS 18850, waiver of development standards for the following. Allow roof signs were not permitted. Allow an electronic or animated sign. The graffiti wall were not permitted. Design reviews for the following: roof signs, lotus flowers, electronic sign, graffiti wall in conjunction with an approved dispensary and retail marijuana facility on 9.2 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the north side of Desert Inn Road and the east side of Highland Drive within Winchester. In addition, Commissioners, I want to make a note that this facility has been advertising as a rec facility. They have no approval for a rec facility. They only have approval at this time for a retail and a retail store and a dispensary. So I wanted to put it on the record that their advertisement is for things that are not approved.
What's that?
This facility is advertising for a recreation facility. It is only a retail store and a dispensary. So I just wanted to put it on the record that their advertisements on their billboards, on their website, everything that says they're a recreation facility, they are not.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm not sure what that relates to. I think our advertising relates to the Cannabis Superstore.
I've got to ask you,
Oh,
Mr.
I
District,
apologize.
to identify yourself.
Yes,
Sorry.
for the record, Mr. Chairman, Robert Grossbeck, 2548 West DI, co-CEO of Planet 13. With me is Larry Scheffler, my partner, co-CEO of Planet 13. Also, for the record, Lucy Stewart, our land use consultant, is here with us as well. So we're happy to address those questions if need be. But I have put on the monitor for you for the two items we're seeking waivers on today. The first photograph, in lieu of submitting a video, I thought I'd just give you a few snapshots of the lotus flowers as they currently exist. They're not operational, of course, but this was our grand opening event. Had to give you an idea of how they orient to the facility, how they complement the structure, and very, very excited to showcase those to the world. With respect to the interactive art wall, I'm going to put a couple photos up here if I may. And again, as I indicated when we originally had this on, we have full control over this process. This is basically a laser-directed or light-directed, high-emitting light-directed beam that allows us to supervise what's put on the wall. For instance, here, this was just Jill, will you marry me? Multiple colors, as you can see. This is the actual canister device that the user uses, and that's a very, very expensive piece of equipment. And so when if we're permitted, of course, to utilize this, the customer will be required to give ID. We need to know who they are. They will be accompanied by an attendant. The device can be immediately deactivated in the screen so as to prevent any inappropriate language being put on the wall. A couple other shots here. Not perfectly clear. Hashtag Clark County Rocks. We thought that gives you an idea of the color scheme and the variation in colors you can put up on the board. And then lastly, we just put up a hashtag Vegas Strong. But again, the whole idea here is to give the customer an interactive opportunity. It only takes a few minutes. The screen is immediately cleared when they're finished. And again, we have full control over that. So I think the backup material is pretty clear on what we're requesting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll pass it back to you. Happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 51. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 51, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. 51. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn over to Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I think the reason staff had that added as a comment is because you're over advertising and you're going to need to deal with that. So you're only licensed for the retail portion of the dispensary, and all the other, and I know what you're trying to do, and I understand as a business plan, but that's not permitted right now, so I don't want you getting in trouble.
Thank you,
For that part of it. So I think that's why we put that on the record, and we can talk about how to fix it if that's what needs to be done. I was not able to go to your opening. I heard it was fantastic. My staff went for me, and you dimmed the neonish, so it wasn't so bad on the lotus flowers. And what are we calling it now? It's
interactive.
Interactive. I said get rid of the word graffiti. It just gave everybody a bad image of what was going on. Tamara observed it and said it was really it was just on, off, and there wasn't anybody doing, hate messages or anything along those lines. And as long as you can control that part of it, I think that's internal to you on your property, because you don't want that to become something that's out there in the long run. So I would make a motion for approval if approved. We didn't even have any if approved. Yeah, if approved, per the if approved.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner June Kiliani. Any questions? I've got one. Eric, if we could, I was over and saw Larry and Bob there, and I'm a little, no, I'm not. I'm a lot concerned, and no fault of theirs. There are a lot of people walking across DI Road there. I don't know where they're coming from, if they're coming from the adult club, if they're coming from where Reef is, if they're coming from the fashion show, but they kind of are playing, what do you call it, Frogger. With the traffic coming across. They're running, they stop, they move back, and I saw, I think 4 people or 6 people make in a minute. So I don't know if we can get a crosswalk in, if we can do something, because it's dark, I imagine at night, when I've gone by there, but during the day, 10 o'clock in the morning, there's people rushing across the street, and I don't know how we handle that.
I'll bring you an exhibit of the area and we can discuss, and I'll pass on to our traffic division to put on their list of areas to study. They'll go out, send staff there to monitor it, collect data, and then if that's what needs to be done, we'll have it done.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Chair, because I witnessed that the other day, and I don't know where they're all coming from. I haven't been able to figure that out, so we may need to do some kind of count. I'll have time on my hands if you want me to stand on the corner and figure out where they're coming. I think more from the adult bookstore, but I don't know. I don't know if they're coming from Flamingo. If, as you look at traffic engineer, I just don't know where the right place to locate a crosswalk to force people into it. And at some point, maybe Sam and Davis has to have fencing just like they do on the strip. There's just some places where they're not crossing where they really ought to have the opportunity to do so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we agree wholeheartedly. We're happy to participate with the county to find a solution. We'd like to light up the street. Certainly, crosswalks need to be put in place. We're happy to participate. So if staff could reach out to us at some point, or we'll reach out to Public Works, we'd like to do this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Now, Nancy told me that we've already gone out there, and it's dark. There's a railroad track. There's a lot happening in that little area.
There is a lot.
So if we could share that information, Nancy.
Yeah, they actually, I was speaking with Kaizad, who expressed a concern. He had a traffic engineer go out and do observations, take videos, do counts, and all of that, and they are looking for a way to address the problem. So I would say to work with that, with the traffic section, to determine a way to make it safer.
To move forward today, it can be done through a review, where it sounds like our traffic engineers are already working on it.
Yeah. And I think this is more our problem than their problem.
Right.
But they're cooperating. I don't know.
But if they want to help
where it should be.
participate, we won't turn it down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's safer for your clients in the long run as well. So do you need me to add just a qualifier that
this is for signs, so it's kind of hard to add it to.
Then. Yeah.
No,
so we'll just note for the record
good.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner June Kiliani. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just briefly, I too want to echo the last speaker. I want to thank you and of course Commissioners Giuliani and Brager for your outstanding service. I think every day for all of us as residents, we kind of lose sight of, why we have such a great community. And a big part of that is you. All three of you have done a fabulous job, and we're excited to have your leadership from the state, but I want to commend the other two commissioners for your excellent leadership. And thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
And thank you, and I echo those words, and happy holidays, and I'm going to miss you guys.
Thank you. See you soon. I care about Brown, the leftovers.
Next is item 52, WS 18868, waivers of development standards for the following. Waive the trash enclosure requirement, allow modified street standards, a design review for proposed office warehouse development on 1.3 acres in an M1 light manufacturing AE65 zone, generally located on the north side of Post Road, 150 feet west of Hinson Street within Paradise.
Good morning.
Chairman, Governor-elect, congratulations.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, John Burke, architect, 6037 South Fort Apache. This is a 15,300 square foot office warehouse, single story, concrete tilt up that we're doing for JMAC Plumbing and Air. It's going to be concrete tilt up, painted metal awnings, and aluminum storefront. What staff is recommending approval, except for the waiver to delete the trash enclosure. We want to get rid of the trash enclosure because of the nature of their business. They have a 30 cubic yard dumpster, basically, that gets picked up once a month by Republic Services. I've submitted to staff a will serve letter, so it's already in the file that it's totally acceptable to Republic Services. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 52. Anyone wishing to address the board, number 52, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. This is in Commission District A. We got to do something with the trash enclosure. So it's just unsightly. I know that was staff's concern, and I can approve it, but I want the trash enclosure there.
If that's your wish, they'll build it.
Okay, that is my motion, that we deny waiver 1 and approve waiver 2. And is that good, Nance? Any discussion on the motion? Thank you. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Next is item 55, ZC 18621, holdover amended zone change to reclassify 2.4 acres from H2 General Highway Frontage Zone to C1 Local Business Zone, previously notified as C2 General Commercial Zone in a MUD 3 Overlay District. Use permits for the following: reduce separation from a convenience store to a residential use, reduce separation from a gasoline station to a residential use, reduce separations from a vehicle wash to a residential use which is no longer needed, allow a convenience store previously not notified, allow a gas station previously not notified, allow alcohol sales, liquor packaged only in conjunction with a grocery store previously not notified. Design reviews for the following: proposed convenience store, gas station, vehicle wash, which is no longer needed, retail building, restaurant with a drive-through, which is no longer needed, generally located on the east side of Fort Apache Road and the south side of Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise.
Mr. Brown, good morning.
Good morning. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, Ben Girardin. As you heard from staff, we're asking for a zone change, special use permits, and design review. With regard to the design review, the architect will discuss that with you in a moment. The original request was to reclassify 2.4 acres from H2 to C2. However, based on staff's recommendation to reduce the request to C1 zoning, we held the application and requested a rewrite and re-notification to accept the C1 zoning. Staff subsequently recommended approval of the zone change request to C1 and most of the special use permit and design review requests. At the November 20 Enterprise Town Board meeting, the board asked that the item be held to December 12 to give the applicant an opportunity to meet with neighbors. We held a meeting with neighbors, sent the staff report to the Indigo Subdivision HOA to be distributed, and arranged for an informal meeting at the Windmill Library on December 10. At the December 12 Enterprise Town Board meeting, the same neighbors we had met with showed up to speak, mostly to address issues with the uses requested. The Town Board recommended approval of the application per the staff conditions and the following additional conditions. Number one, 12-foot high evergreen trees along the south and east property lines. Number two, metal covers over the rooftop mechanical equipment as depicted on the revised plans. And three, complementary color schemes to match the adjacent residences on the south and east property lines. Mr. Jardin will now discuss the design review.
Good morning, Ben Girardin, 801 Las Vegas Boulevard. As Jay had mentioned, we had met with the neighbors, and I think we did a pretty good job coming up with some alternatives. One of the requests was that the C-store be set back further. One of the original conditions was that it be 100 feet away from the residential. It's now placed 115-ish feet away. It says 117 on there, but there might be some architectural features it's not measured to, so let's just call it 115 feet. In regards to the building design, they're somewhat contemporary. These colors are not the colors that will be on the buildings. We will match the adjacent developments. That was just a recent request, and we will gladly do that. Another that Jay touched on was we did include an intense landscape buffer along residential with the 12-foot evergreen trees. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Just close quickly by saying we accept all staff and town board recommendations and request your approval of the application and the conditions as well.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on number 55. Anyone, gentlemen, if you could take one of the microphones. I got people. Anyone wishing to address the board on number 55, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. It's still morning. Thank you. My name is Linda Evans. I live at 9304 Stock Street. And my home butts up against the southern boundary. I appreciate the developers going from their request from C2 to C1 because they were trying to get, 10 pounds of you-know-what into a 5-pound bag. So now it's 7 pounds of you-know-what into a 5-pound bag. I'm still not crazy about having a gas station built so close to my home. I'm definitely not happy about having a liquor store built so close to my home. Our homes are very unique. We have those 3-story homes with the 4th floor roof deck. Our outdoor living space is 30 feet up in the sky, so having to look down on a gas station. They've been very accommodating about, having a larger buffer. They've been very accommodating about putting a screen on the rooftop decks, but I'm still not crazy about having a gas station 100 feet away from my house. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Invite you gentlemen back up. You want to make any comments? Or I'll turn it over to Commissioner Brager. Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the work that was done from, we weren't keen on the C2. The C1 is more restrictive, so that really helps a lot. The no car wash really does seem to make people much happier than knowing that that could be operating. The intense 12-foot evergreen trees, so I'd be making a motion for approval per staff and town board. I guess I could say both on that one. Staff and town board conditions.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. I should have asked you, you do understand the motion, Mr. Brown, correct? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item number 58, ZC 18841, holdover zone change to reclassify 0.6 acres from H2 general highway frontage zone to C2 general commercial zone. Waiver of development standards to allow alternative commercial driveway design. Design review for proposed vehicle automobile sales facility, generally located on the west side of Nellis Boulevard, 200 feet south of Boulder Highway within Paradise.
Good morning, Mr. Vorsan.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, John Vornsan, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application. We are proposing the conforming zone change to develop a vehicle sales lot. It's located across Nellis Boulevard from the Walmart shopping center and catty corner from Sam's Town. We will be improving and cleaning up the property. We'll be installing an intense landscape buffer that is non-existent at the present time along the west property line, and a 15-foot landscaping strip along Nellis Boulevard. Insofar as the driveway request is concerned, there are two existing pan driveways that have existed in this manner for the past 27 years. Public Works ideally would like a new curb return driveway in the center here to replace these two pan driveways. This property, the entire property, this parcel and the parcel to the north, were originally approved in 1990 for a medical center. That medical center is now a check cashing facility. The two existing pan driveways were permitted at that time. Then the property was subdivided in 1991. The northernmost property has the check cashing facility, while the southernmost property has been vacant and has remained in separate ownership for over 20 years. The property owner of the northern property is out of California. They have absolutely no interest in anything that would affect their particular driveway at this location. That kind of leaves this owner in a dilemma. He can't do a new driveway here, can't construct a new driveway here as it's too close. This is Nellis, of course, is an NDOT property. However, we are willing to work with both Public Works and with NDOT to see if we can design and construct a new driveway, a curb return driveway, perhaps further south in this area of the property. We respectfully request your approval of the application. We would ask time to allow us to see if we can indeed have that driveway relocated and redesigned.
Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Thank you, Mr. Vornsan. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 58. Anyone wishing to address the board, item number 58, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. 58. No one. I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this one over to Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Eric and Anthony, let's make sure that so it's clear for what John's agreed to do. And that's not necessarily being uncooperative, but they know what they prefer in that area. And so, and you're kind of stuck. It's an odd piece of parcel as it is anyway. So I was thinking doing 60 days for you to bring in the design for staff to approve, and if that's approved, then give them a year to be able to do the actual work.
Yeah, and again, our concern is we just want them to look at their options now before placing the trailer in a place that may conflict with the driveway, just so we have a holistic approach about going about the site.
And I also understand that that is basically a sketch rather than a full-blown improvement plan. Is that correct?
That's
60
correct.
days? Okay, we agree to those recommendations. Also, we agree to the town board's recommendation that originally we had have a block wall around this area. We have now removed that block wall, and so no block wall. We would be willing to accept that condition.
Yeah, and it'll clean up that area. It's an odd little parcel, but I think there's a lot of automobile sales along that corridor, so I think it'll actually do okay over there. And you're going to still continue to talk to the next door neighbor about the cross potential?
We will.
Okay, all right. So my motion, Mr. Chair, would be approved per town board with the conditions for Public Works, with the 60-day design brought into them, and then if that passes, then he has a year to be able to construct that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Giuliani. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Larry? Chris? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is item 60, ZC 18864, zone change to reclassify 14.8 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waiver development standards for reduced street intersection offset. Design review for proposed single-family residential development generally located on the east side of Haven Street and the north and south sides of Pyle Avenue within Enterprise.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant along with Robert Cunningham, on a conforming zone change. I only recently got involved, so I want Robert to be up here because he has a little bit more of the background on this application. But if I could direct your attention to the overhead, I'll orient you to the site. This particular site is located right here at the corner of Pyle, goes right through the center of it, and Rancho Destino Road is to the east of it, Haven to the west of it. You can see on this middle map, if we can move the camera down slightly, the site is currently master planned residential suburban. Just immediately to the east, we have a large R&P area. To the north, there's residential low. To the south, there's residential low. And then to the west, there's commercial tourist. We've got some pretty significant high intense uses and planned uses immediately to the west of the property. So the residential suburban, we believe, is a good transition between the commercial tourist over to the R&P. We've slightly revised the plans since the original submittal based on staff's recommendation and town board's recommendation and the neighbors that are here. So I'll go over the site plan with you, and then if I could, I'd like to go over a couple of conditions that we would propose to make this plan better for the neighborhood. This, if we could zoom out a little bit, this is the site plan, again, with Pyle going through the center, Rancho Destino to the east, and then Haven to the west. At town board, there was a lot of discussion about buffering the R&P, understandably. So town board recommended that there be 10,000 square foot lots on Rancho Destino. We understand that that's appropriate and important, and so that would be the first condition that we would be happy to agree to. And I provided Nancy and Sammy with these conditions, but that would be to add 10,000 square foot lots on Rancho Destino to buffer the R&P. The second thing that was discussed was this entrance point on the southern portion on Rancho Destino. Again, I wasn't at town board. Robert can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the neighbors very much wanted this entry to be located on Haven. So we would be willing to do that, to switch the entryway from Rancho Destino over to Haven, and we've provided a condition that we would relocate that entry to Haven Street. Additionally, there was a lot of discussion about the Fong residence. This house right here is a beautiful RE home, although it's not within the R&P. It is an RE home, and it's master planned residential suburban, so at some point if they wanted to sell their property, obviously they could get a similar product type to what we're proposing, but currently they do have an RE home there. We've met with them yesterday and this morning because they were in Mexico, so we didn't have a lot of opportunity to talk with them, and we've offered some suggestions and some suggested conditions here today that we're willing to agree to. We're not 100% there with them or the residents of the R&P, but I think we've done a lot to change this plan to address their concerns. What we would propose is an intense landscape buffer along the north of their property as well as along the west of their property, and I've added that to the conditions that I've provided to staff. A minimum lot size on both the north and the west of 5,000 square feet. And I believe those are the two conditions that we'd like to offer with respect to the Fongs. They are very nice people. Obviously, this development will impact their homes, and I'm sorry we didn't have more time to work with them, but those are the two conditions we'd propose today. Additionally, we'll do a design review as a public hearing for final plans because these are some pretty significant changes to the plans. And then as far as off-sites, my understanding is this area is very rural. Town board did recommend that we have Rancho Destino be developed to rural standards. We're happy to do that on Rancho Destino as well as the other streets. Haven is currently rural. We could keep that rural as well, and even Pyle if that is the commission's desire. So we're happy, I guess with respect to the offsites, we're happy to do what the commission would like us to do. So with that said, I'll leave this plan up here. I know there are a lot of residents here that probably want to speak on the item, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, but we would very much appreciate your approval of this with the conditions that I mentioned. Again, this is a conforming zone change. We're doing our best to make sure we buffer the R&P and the Fongs that are immediately to the south of us, and I think we've come up with some good conditions that at least meet them halfway. And so with that said, I'd answer any questions.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 60. Anyone wishing to testify on item number 60, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. 60.
Hello, I'm Terry Nelson. I live at 10240 Haven Street, which would be here. I'm a little confused because of the town meeting. They implied the houses backing up to our houses would be like 3 or 4 to an acre, and it looks like with 5,000 square foot lots, you're going much higher density. The lots it's backing up to are also 1 acre, acre and a half houses, and they're not ranches. They're like provisions they're making for the gentleman with the rural estate. So I'm kind of confused how from the meeting till now the density has gone up.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will have Ms. Allen make notes here and respond to these questions, please. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, if you could line up those that want to speak. I don't want to. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm Courtney Fong. This is my wife, Amanda. We currently have, do this one. The property that I think is most impacted by this development. We did meet with Mr. Rouhani and his attorney and the civil engineer and went over a couple options. We like the idea of the intense landscape buffer. The biggest sticking point with us is the lot size. We're concerned about the lot size. We feel that the same buffer they're providing to the RNP should also be provided to us because we're RE and we had a 2 1/4 acre lot.
We've put a lot of money into, so we don't want to have, smaller homes right next to the big one that we've built and next to, they're $1 million homes and we're going to be butting up against $300,000 homes.
Yeah, we just feel it's appropriate to have the same buffer on our house as they're doing towards the RNP. The landscape, the dense landscape thing is a nice idea, but it doesn't get us there. If we'd happily give that away for the 10,000 square foot lot size. We did meet with them and offered to do 8,000 square foot lot size with the landscape buffer and an 8-foot tall wall, and I think that's rejected. They said no, 5,000 square foot, and that was as far as we've really gotten with that.
And I don't know what else.
Sorry, we're not real good at this, but I don't know. We feel that it's appropriate to have the same buffer as the RMP. Is there any disagreement or reason why we shouldn't have that?
I'm not going to go back and forth with questions and answers. I'm going to let them respond to all the questions. I told Ms. Ellen to please take notes and respond to these questions, so she will address why RNP gets a 10,000-foot buffer. That's just been our policy. We don't have that same policy for RE, so she will respond to these questions.
And it was also our impression from the town board and the staff recommendations that they recommended a 10,000 square foot lot size
with single-story homes surrounding us, as well as on Rancho Destino.
And I think we just would hope that you would stick to those recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Douglas, 10216 Haley Lynn Road in Las Vegas. I'm here on behalf of myself, as well as a member of my board for the HOA that's right near this area. We are, part of my HOA is directly across the street from the proposed, off Rancho Destino, from the proposed development. A lot of my neighbors are going to get up here and speak. I've sent a letter to the board. I don't know if you've seen it, but basically a lot of my neighbors, you'll hear them talk. We're concerned about traffic. We're concerned about the schools. We're concerned that we really haven't had any input in the process. We all got these cards over the Thanksgiving holiday. Despite that, we showed up the following Wednesday. And again, like today, despite being at the end of the hearing, hundreds of homeowners stayed till nearly 10 p.m. to voice their objection to this. So there's broad and overwhelming objection to this in the whole community that surrounds it. And I would ask that the board consider that. We understand that we're not against development, but let's face it, there's no need for this development here. Earlier, we heard talk about the land right near this being put for attainable or affordable housing. Let's face it, that's not what this is. So I'll let my other neighbors talk about their main concerns. What I was going to stress is you guys, as you mentioned earlier, have the overarching view and the planning for the whole community, the whole county. It's your discretion here to allow this zoning change, and we understand while the owner may want to put the most in on the plot that he can to make the most money, and that may be his right. You guys have the discretion to control that in the design review. So we would ask that you consider that. We've never had any input into this process. Mr. Rouhani's team has met apparently with some discrete neighbors, but never the whole community. These changes that they present today, while nice, do not go far enough. They should have more of a transition from the RMP going to 5,000 square foot lots is far too dense for this neighborhood. So we would object and ask that if you're going to allow it, that you have the transition go deeper, at least for both these plots that run almost before Haven there. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Pat Hess. I live at 10210 Renee Nicole Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89183. I have one question and one statement. My question is, why are we moving for approval so quickly on this piece of property since we only got notified on the 23rd of November? Hasn't even been 30 days yet. My statement is that I've lived in this area for 16 years. What drew me to this area was the minimal light pollution in that area, the equestrian feel of that area, and the large home lots, which I believe at the minimum at this time is about a third of an acre, which is 14,500 square feet. My concerns with this development is it's quite dense. But if this development does go through, I would request the builder to do several things. One, to put a sidewalk around that area because there will be many more school children walking in that area. And that area of Pyle and Rancho Destino is very heavy in traffic now. Two, that they would put a green type landscape to soften the density from going to high density to the RNP areas that we live in. And three, that they keep the light pollution to a minimum. One, by only putting lighting the areas that need to be lit, by decreasing the blue light emission and having fully shielded lights around that area so that it doesn't disturb the areas that we originally bought into. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Weiler. I live at 10205 Rancho Destino Road. I am directly southwest of the proposed lot change. My statement on this is that it's something that just doesn't make a lot of sense with the surrounding neighborhood. Although there is an apartment complex across the street from Haven, everything that's been developed there in the last 15, 20 years has been on roughly a third of an acre lot or 12,000 square feet minimum. And that was done, the most recent one was done roughly a decade ago. So there's no buffer coming into an RMP when you're dealing with properties that are generally around an acre or more than an acre. In the case of Amanda and Courtney's house, you're dealing with multi-acres and something that's developed for kind of a residential use and not for future development. I live directly south of Courtney, so this impacts me in terms of density. And the reason that I moved to this area was because of lot sizes and keeping my home value safe. I think going to 4,000 square foot is a drastic change. Even a proposed 5,000 or 6,000 is still a massive change from anything around it. It will stick out like a sore thumb. It makes no sense with the homes that are around it. So please take that in consideration. And the staff was very, very firm on their recommendation. Please uphold what they had recommended to you on this. in keeping at least 10,000 square foot lots, single story against single story. That's really important for us living in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cami Graffiata, and I live at 10045 Gillespie Street. To not be completely redundant, I've spoken to several neighbors, along with a group of neighbors, about 200 in total, that surround this project, and have gotten overwhelming feedback that concurs with the concerns for density, the single-story transition. But very specifically, I would like to ask that along this area, when we had a lot of hope when we went to the town board meeting, and at the end of the meeting after the long night, it was recommended that the entire residential or RE properties that existed, even those that are in this RS zoning, be buffered by 10,000 square foot lots, single story to single story. We had also hoped that we would soften this exit from these rural neighborhoods and this RNP along Pyle Avenue with some single-story homes. We certainly know that Mr. Sisolak has been great in working with our enterprise area. Just recently, an apartment complex that's at Silverado Ranch on Gillespie, which is just as a block north of this project and where many of us live, was originally designed to have some apartments 6 years ago, 3-story, and then because they live across from residential, it became single family, and they did work with that neighborhood across the street, which many of those are represented today, to create single-story homes, or single-story, duplex apartments, which made it far more palatable, and it blends, and that's on a busier street than what we're dealing with here. We're certainly hoping that we can consider the same type of transition, these single-story homes along Pyle, along Rancho Destino, and certainly along the homes that are existing RL or residential RES estates. Thank you.
Hi. Congratulations, Governor.
Thank you.
Mandy Henderson, Kenneth Henderson. We live at 163 J. Lynn Ray Court. We've been here a year and a half from California. Never seen a turnout like this before in California, and I worked in the court system. Wow, this is great. Just a few things, a lot of things were already mentioned. A big thing in our mind, because of what our careers used to be, is crime. Crime rate is going to go through the roof. We already have we already have several apartment buildings being built right now all around our neighborhoods. From what I understand, they're going to be building even more apartments down by Cactus. Lower density homes would be so much better if we could keep that to a maximum in our area, because the high density is already getting built everywhere else. So if we could get it to be lower density throughout this project, it would be great. I know we're already past that, but if we could do a buffer around it, like everyone has mentioned, it would be a huge plus for us. We have a 3-year-old. We love the neighborhood that we have. Everybody knows each other. It's safe. We go to the park. It's safe. If you have higher density buildings, lower income families, crime is going to get even worse than it is, and it's not going to be as safe for the kids. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Edmund Burke. I live at 10070 Goldthorn Street, Las Vegas, 89183. I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly about this proposal. And the one thing that sticks out in my mind about this proposal is, not to be redundant about what other neighbors have said, is that this seems to be nothing more than a money grab. And there seems to be a lot more of that going on in our city. And I'm hoping the commissioners start to take a view of this from the neighborhood's point of view. There's nothing in their proposal that benefits this neighborhood. Nothing whatsoever. It's just to increase the value of the property and to make more money off of it. God knows we don't have the ability to subdivide our property and sell part of it and build a 3-story building on it. And they shouldn't be allowed to do that any more than we can. They knew when they bought that property what the zoning was. And just like the things I make a decision on in my life, I have to live with those decisions. They should have to live with the decision they made when they purchased that property and live within the zoning requirements at the time they bought it. And this shouldn't be allowed. Like I said, they cannot find a single reason, as far as I'm concerned, that points out the benefit to the neighborhood. Because there is none. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Angelique De Palma. I live at 10057 Goldthorn Street. I am wanting to be put on the record as an opposition of this. I have the same, I'm not going to pass through all the issues that all my neighbors have had. I have the same issues. My biggest problem is, I don't know if you've heard of the term, the broken window syndrome. It's a law enforcement term where you have a community that is a normal, upstanding community, and you have one property run down, window gets broken, then there's graffiti, then there's constant issues. Next thing you know, you turn around and the community is gone. Well, for us, on a different level, this is going to compromise the integrity of our neighborhood. I've lived in my home for 18 years. I bought the property knowing that we had larger lots around us. Now all of a sudden we're going to throw in these high-density, smaller lots, and what you're doing is you're taking an area that has larger properties, estates, larger homes, and you're breaking a window in our community. So next is going to be apartments. Next is going to be, higher density, 3-story homes. When does it stop? That's what we're all asking. So I just wanted to get that on the record, again, in opposition to this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am William Filbert from 10084 Goldthorn Street, West Wellington Estates, to the east of the proposed area we're talking about here. And I'm just here to express my opposition to the proposal that has been presented and would support more in line with what was agreed to in our previous meeting approximately 1 month ago. I would support the continuation of the large estates that we presently have where I have lived for the past 18 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Verhoeven. I live at 163 Wellspring Avenue. I oppose the development as it is. I know that Mr. Rouhani's representative is going to come and tell you that it is a conforming zone change, which we've all learned through this process because as neighbors we've gathered together and spent many hours researching this. We understand it's conforming, but we also understand that planning did recommend that there would be a buffer, since this is right on an RNP, there would be a buffer not just on the RNP, but bordering all the properties that are already existing of 10,000 square foot and single-story homes. And that's all we're asking, is that you would please consider what planning has recommended and stay as close to that as possible. We understand they're going to build there. We think it's great if there's more neighbors. And I understand that there is sometimes a need for smaller houses, but the people that are already there bought those houses for a specific reason, and we're just hoping that their interests are also protected and that we don't feel like this new neighborhood is going to change things in a negative way for us. We'd like Mr. Rouhani to be able to build and for it to be a positive experience, and all we're requesting is just all along the border where all the single-story houses, that we have single stories, 10,000 square foot, and sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Wardle. I'm at 171 Wellspring, 89183. Everything I want to say has already been said, so I just want to express my opposition. Thank you.
Commissioners John Williams and Marva Williams at 247 Jordan Bryce Drive. We take opposition to the present proposal as it's stated. we would suggest and request that you consider the Enterprise Town Board recommendations and give us at least a buffer zone in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Larry Borneman, 10360 Gillespie Street, 89183. I just want to state that I am opposed to this zoning change, period. I've been there for 18 years. We have horses across the street, up and down Pyle, Gillespie, Rancho Destino, Haven. There's horses all over this area of town. And all it'll do is bring more people in that we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Lorenzo, 10070 Rancho Destino Road. I live right across the street from the proposed project, and I've been there for over 40 years. So I've seen all the changes, and I support this project. I don't have any problems with it, and I ask for nothing. I think the people that have spoke before me are delusional. They don't live near the project. What they're asking for is unreasonable. I think the project makes a lot of sense. To the west, we have H1 zoning, and this seems like a sensible approach to utilize this land in this manner. The 10,000 square foot buffer in front of my property, I don't think is necessary. I don't think it accomplishes anything. It just imposes an additional burden on the developer and accomplishes nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. I got a whole list of notes here.
I do too.
So do what you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and appreciate all the neighbors that are here. If I could, I guess, just point out a few things specific to the land use plan first. We understand this is always sensitive when we're adjacent to an RMP, and that's why I started with all the conditions that we were willing to do that are consistent with the county's land use plan and the goals of the county's land use plan. And you can see along Rancho Destino, there is absolutely an expectation in the land use plan that there be a buffer of 10,000 square foot lots adjacent to an RMP, and we're willing to do that, and that is one of the conditions I read right at the beginning of the hearing, is absolutely we'll abide by that. We'll put 4 10,000 square foot lots here, which is consistent with the land use plan. As far as the 1 and 2 story homes, I know Town Board did recommend that those be 1 story homes, but there are a lot of 2 story homes in this area. This is right across the street at the corner of Pyle and Rancho Destino, and you can see there's a large R&P 2 story home right across the street. You can also see here the rural standards in the area, that the streets are currently rural standards. This is Rancho Destino. That's another photo of it. 2 stories right here, 1 and 2 stories. These are all side loaded. And then, oops. This is further north, correct? North on Rancho Destino, a couple 2 story homes. Oh, and then this is just a 1 story home that's also in the area that's up to 30 feet in height. So we understand sometimes when you're adjacent to all single-story homes that it's appropriate to do that, but on Rancho Destino, there'll be 4 homes. We'd like the flexibility to have 2-story homes just like immediately across the street with their 2-story homes. I did fail to mention that adjacent to the Fongs, we will do all 1-story homes surrounding their property. So I know we had suggested the 5,000 square feet and the intense landscape buffer, but we also will agree to the single-story homes adjacent to their property. So with respect to their property, and again, I appreciate them meeting with us this morning and last night, they're in a little bit of a different situation because, yes, they're in a beautiful RE home but they are residential suburban. At some point, it may not be today, but it could be 15 years from now, they probably would want to keep this residential suburban as their land use plan, because they could be incorporated into a project like ours. They could do something with some additional homes there. They're not like the RMP. They're very different from the RMP because they do have an opportunity at some point, if they wanted to sell, to do something very different. If we were to surround their property on all sides with 10,000 square foot lots, then at some point, if they wanted to come in and develop that parcel, that's what they would be able to do, is 10,000 square foot lots. They'd be very much limiting themselves to do anything other than that, consistent with residential suburban. The density, just for clarity, the density has not gone up since the town board, so I just wanted to put that on the record. The density is the same. In fact, it'll go down because of the change in the condition to put the 10,000 square foot lots on the property, so the density will be going down. Right now, the density is 6 units to the acre. This allows up to 8 units to the acre, so we'll be under 6 units to the acre, which I think from a density standpoint is appropriate, considering what you have in the area. You just approved on your agenda a few minutes ago a multifamily project on Haven, which is immediately about 600 feet south of this property. 600 feet south, you approved a project on this agenda for a multifamily project. Also, there's apartments immediately across the street on Haven. So you've got some very intense uses in this commercial tourist area and H1 area that this is going to act as the perfect buffer to between the RNP and the C2 higher density, high intensity uses. Also, switching the entranceway, as I mentioned, should be a positive impact to the overall RMP. This would be moved over here, so there would be no access from the residents to the RMP. So we've pushed all the traffic onto Haven, which is appropriate. There's commercial tourists to the west. All of these homeowners will access their property off of Haven. So we think that's a good transition. As far as crime goes, this will be an additional improvement to the area, because when you have vacant property, we all know that's where the homeless come, that's where trash is dumped. The more you develop out a property, the more eyes are in the area. These will be a good price point. These are under, like I said, under 6 units to the acre, so this will be a nice price point for homeowners to have in the area. And finally, there was a mention about buffering this parcel to the north. This parcel is owned by the applicant, so there's no need to buffer yourself. We'd like to keep this as it is. That's the only reason I haven't mentioned that parcel. It is planned residential low, but it's also owned by the applicant, so we'd like to not buffer ourselves on that parcel. So the most impacted are the Fongs. We've done our buffering to the RMP. The Fongs, we understand we need to buffer them, and what we've offered them is to do the intense landscape buffer, the single-story homes, and then minimum 5,000 square foot lots around their property. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to go through my comments here and then open it up to the board. I appreciate the neighbors being here and showing their concern on this particular project. We were here before when we did the tower, for those of you who were here when we did the tower in the neighborhood not too long ago, and there was a lot of opposition to that, and I tried to do what I thought was fair with the tower, and I'm going to try to do that here again today. I'm satisfied with the buffering on the Thongs property, the one property that is affected the greatest of this entire development. I appreciate you've got the 10,000 foot lots there. I want people to remember that immediately to the west, we're getting into CT, and you know, it gets real intense, it gets real dense there, so there has to be a step down, is how I've looked at it. There are apartments across the street. I mean, there are apartments immediately nearby, which is extremely dense. Some people want sidewalks, some don't. I mean, we get in the offsites in the RNP, and it ends up being a problem. And I know Eric deals with this on a regular basis. No one wants offsites, and then when there's a bad rain and it floods, and we've got to send in graders to come in and grade it back out, and levelers, and it's a problem when there aren't offsites. But the community is not consistent, I think, in terms of what they want and don't want. Did you meet with the entire community? Was there a neighborhood meeting?
No, I don't believe there was. There was a lot of outreach at the town board. Robert was at the town board meeting. It was a conforming zone change, yeah, so there wasn't a requirement.
Okay. It is important to note that it's conforming. The land use plan, which this is consistent with, is vetted extremely well. It comes through the planning commission, we have neighborhood meetings, we have outreach, everybody gets to participate, and this is consistent. It exceeds the minimum lot requirements. I have taken a stand. I don't know what my successor is going to do, that I want 4,000 square foot lots minimum. Technically, according to code, they could go to 3,300 square foot lots, and they didn't do that. There has to be a transition to the west where there's CT. The density could be 8 per acre, and we're not getting to 8 per acre. What else do we have here? There are 10,000 square foot lots abutting the RNP.
Correct.
Right, which is what we have done as a standard. It's different than RE. The RNP gets the 10,000 square foot buffers, and we've done that. So while I appreciate the neighborhood's concerns, I sincerely do. It's this area is developing, everything to the west. You see that there? The projects that are going to be coming in. I think they've made the accommodations that they could make, especially as it relates to the one property there that I think is the most affected in the 5,000 square foot lots. I'm not concerned with what they do on the parcel that abuts that they own, so I'm fine with that. So I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions with the additional conditions that Ms. Allen read into the record.
Okay.
That is going to be my motion. Any discussion? Commissioner Giunciliani.
Thank you. I'm just reading back to what the staff's recommended, which was the zone change but denial of the waiver of development standards and design reviews. So was that because before they made the adjustments to help the Fong family and try to make sure there was a transition then?
That's correct. We do recommend the 10,000 square foot lots adjacent to the RMP,
Right,
because that's
that
what
was
the
our
board
policy.
has made it a standard. So that was we had no issue with the zoning because the zoning meets the land use
Right.
plan. We just wanted those accommodations which have been made.
And so, Mr. Chair, then that was our policy, right? The 10,000 square feet for our
It is.
RMPs. I guess we're hearing from people that are the RE side of it that they don't feel. What are the sizes closest to the RE?
5.
5,000. We don't have a policy.
And that might be a
though, on
policy that the future board needs
Yeah,
to
they
look
may
at.
want to take that up, and they'll leave that with Jim or MK, because we may want to, because you do have mixes in areas where you have RMP and then RE next to them, as far as that's concerned.
We also, RMP doesn't necessarily, the ones to the east are RMP with the overlay.
Right.
Some are RMP land use planned and they're just zoned RE. They don't have the RMP overlay. These properties, the ones that they're accommodating with the 5,000 square foot lots, are RE zoned, but their land use plan is residential suburban. So they, in essence, could eventually go up to 8 units an acre. So
Right.
that's the difference.
And that's and then you're doing 6 versus the 8, correct? 6 units per acre.
We'll be below 6 units to the acre once we add the 10,000 square foot lots, which we agreed to today.
So, yeah, and then just any further comment on the 2-story, because yes, you may have a mishmash out there. I don't think that legitimizes why you have to have 2 stories. So I don't know. Did you have any concerns about that? Or
I'm comfortable with the 2 stories where they're eliminating them and where they're going to allow them. Unfortunately, I think the buyer is going to determine whether or not they want the 2s or the 1s based on what their
What their
preference is.
product
Some
is.
people like them, some don't. What products put on there, and I haven't seen the product. So
And did you do anything with the roadways?
We're happy to do what the commission wants as far as the
What did you
roadways.
decide you wanted on that?
I don't want to put in offsites because then we end up with the neighbors
I
don't
know.
like the offsites, and it's going to be a one area sidewalk, and then there's no more sidewalks.
Yeah.
So, Eric, what do you recommend?
No, you're right. It's an odd area. You go further south, and both streets have
have it,
improvements,
yeah.
but directly north and south of the project, there's nothing. So I would say in this case, it's your discretion. We're always going to ask for it, but it really is a discretion item in this case.
You're recommending now the rural
Yeah.
standards at this point. Okay,
Rural
thank
standards. Okay, that is my motion. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And just real briefly, Commissioners Sisolak, Commissioner Giunciliani, and I wish Commissioner Brager was here. I just want to thank you for all your years of service with the county. You guys have taken development to a whole different level. From my perspective, you've expected a lot out of our clients and our developers to make the county a very, very beautiful place, and you've got some great projects approved, and you should be very proud. And I know there's a lot of chaos going on behind me, but this is not a reflection of how you guys have handled. I mean, you've made a lot of
Thank you.
neighbors and neighborhoods beautiful and a lot better than they would have been had you not been on this board. So I look forward to Nevada going to the next level with you as
Thank
governor,
you.
and we'll miss you
Appreciate it.
tremendously. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Nancy, I'm going to go out of order here because I've got people that have to leave. I'm going to lose commissioners and take 74. Okay.
All right, we're going to go to item 74. ORD 189007888 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend sign regulations in the Clark County Unified Development Code, an ordinance to amend Title 30, Chapter 30.44, Table 30.44-1 to modify sign regulations in conjunction with resort hotels and recreation facilities governed by a board expressly authorized by the state, and make corrections and clarifications as appropriate.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on item number 74. This time I'm opening the public hearing. Anyone wishing to testify during the public hearing, I ask you to please come forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. John Lelu here on behalf of the Nevada Resort Association. I wanted to speak with you today regarding the Nevada Resort Association's strong support of this particular bill and proposed ordinance. And I wanted to spend some time with you talking about the importance of this proposed bill to the Nevada Resort Association. Commercial venues tied to the tourism and entertainment industry have a very unique status in Nevada, because these venues are the primary economic driver of both Clark County and the state of Nevada. The investments in these properties by the owners, billions and billions of dollars, support our entire economy. And that these venues be able to realize all available streams of revenue is critical to sustain the economy in southern Nevada and Clark County in particular. Currently in Clark County, off-premise signage is illegal on any place except a billboard. Resort hotel casinos and recreational facilities, which is defined in your code currently, such as T-Mobile Arena, Raiders Stadium, LVCVA, they're wholly unable to display off-premise content on approved signs. And to that end, Title 30 has really become outdated and overly restrictive toward the very industry which keeps Clark County economically viable. Now, this issue has come before you before. I've come and spoken with all of you multiple times on this issue, and we've had nearly 2 years of discussion on this issue, and frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if all of you were tired of seeing me and tired of talking about this. Just very quickly, and excuse me while I go through my notes really quick, we began this process with staff's proposal of Plan A and Plan B in early 2017. We then had a hearing. We then had stakeholders meetings beginning in September of 2017. The Resort Association and the billboard industry began discussing, drafting, and redrafting language from September 2017 through the holidays all the way until May of 2018. At that time, the Nevada Resort Association and the billboard industry had a meeting. The billboard industry commented on the Nevada Resort Association proposed language in June of this year. And in August of this year, the Resort Association decided to ask staff and the commissioners to press forward with the ordinance. On November 6th, 2018, we had a very special day. Congratulations, Governor-elect. The day after that was another special day. Congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
December 5th, the ordinance was introduced by staff, and that brings us to here today.
Got to ask you to wrap it up, John.
Sure. This ordinance does two things. One, it's enabling. It's enabling only. It does not allow unfettered signage. The signage component, the number, the type, the brightness, the shape, all of that stuff remains regulatory. And this code amendment appears within your existing prohibition.
I'm going to have to cut you off because I know I've got other people and I don't want everybody to go for 5 minutes. Okay?
Fair enough.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, John. Anybody else wishing to speak? During the public hearing? No? Yes?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lance Coburn from the law firm of Procopio, 217 Tiburtina Avenue in Las Vegas. I've been asked to take a look at the proposed ordinance on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor and Outfront Media. I've prepared an analysis that I would like to offer to the board. Rob, if I can hand these to you, I think there's enough copies of there for all the board members as well as staff. That's a more comprehensive look, and I'll try to very quickly summarize what we see as the problems associated with the proposed draft. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Lelu had to say. We've worked very hard on this. We think there's still room to reach an agreement and come to you with comprehensive language that will cure all the deficiencies that we see in the current draft. I think we're very close to achieving that agreement, and I think with just a little more time, we will be able to do that. The one point on which I have to disagree with Mr. Lelu, and that's that what this proposed legislation does, this proposed ordinance does, is allows for essentially unfettered signage, and that runs into a number of different problems. First of all, when regulating speech or deregulating speech, you need to have an articulation of an important governmental interest. That's lacking here in a proposed ordinance that is simply a series of 3 footnotes to a table in Title 30. So I think what we need to do is take a more comprehensive look at Title 30 and work through changes with the NRA and the other stakeholders that will comprehensively deal and plug the gaps that exist, I think, in the proposed ordinance. The other problem that I see with the ordinance, and this is just at a very high level summary, is there are certain state and federal law overlays that are required. And if you don't meet those, you're jeopardizing 10% of the highway funds that are given to the state by the federal government. And that has to be provided for in the ordinance. We can do that. There's absolutely a way to do it. This proposed ordinance doesn't do that. There's also an exception that's created in one of the footnotes to the table. And the language is something to the effect of, it's going to allow essentially resort hotels as well as stadiums to post off-premise messages. Also, any business license holder in conjunction with a resort hotel. The problem with that language is if what we're trying to do is create an exception for someone, that language is very broad. In fact, the legal term is unconstitutionally vague. The question is, what does it mean to have a business license in conjunction with a resort hotel? So that suffers from vagueness. We think this is attackable. Forget the sign industry. We think it's attackable by anyone who is aggrieved in the sense that they want to have the ability to also post off-premise messages. It's attackable. We think there's a better way to do this, and we would ask that we have more time to work that out with the NRA. We're close.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governor Sisolak, members of the Commission. My name is Virginia Valentine, and I'm the president of Nevada Resort Association. I just want to pick up on 2 points. First of all, nothing in this proposed amendment changes state or federal laws. Those requirements still apply to signage along highways anywhere, and you are not changing that today. I'd also disagree that this allows for unfettered signage on properties. This allows for off-premise advertising as a part of a county-approved sign package. So we're only talking about the content. We're not talking about the signs themselves. That process, your authority to regulate, control, review, approve signage on properties remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Anyone else?
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Barthelmess, President of Clear Channel Outdoor here in Las Vegas. As directed by the Commission over a year ago, and as stated earlier, you guys tasked us with getting together with the NRA and the billboard industry to really work on some language for the new proposed amendment for Title 30. Obviously, this is a big undertaking. There's been frustrations on both sides, but I think we're really, really close on really getting to the heart of what's really being asked here. And all we ask for is a little bit more time to work out the final proposed amendments that we've been working on with the language of both the NRA and ourselves, so that we don't have a dangerous, very loosely drafted ordinance set forth moving forward.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on this matter, and I'm going to make 2 comments before I turn it over to my colleagues here. With due respect, I've been hearing that we're really close, and if we just had more time, if we just got together again, and for 2 years we've been dealing with this. You're going to have 3 new board members up here, hopefully by the next meeting. It's going to take them a long time if we don't take some action today to get up to speed and to understand this, and I think that's putting an unfair burden on them and the entire process, quite frankly. So I am in favor of moving forward one way or another on this today, and I'm supportive of the ordinance, so I will. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I understand keeping everybody to 3 minutes, but maybe if we put some clarifications on the record, because I've heard so many different things that maybe I want to be clear. So I don't know if, Nancy, you're the right person to ask, or if it's either side of the industry. So this does allow them to go across property to property to advertise the different things that they have going on, right? Can you kind of explain that? Because I feel like that is kind of a crux of what people are wondering. What are they going to do with it? What is the intent or the expectation for the hotels to be able to do this?
So the big point to remember is I'm not going to go talk about federal law, state law. They're still subject to that. If any advertisement, any signage is contrary to the beautification, the Highway Beautification Act, that's not a county issue, but that's something that would be addressed elsewhere. That being noted, what this does is allows the resort hotels on their approved signage. Now, that's what someone said, that they would not have to get permits, or yes, they do. They have approved sign packages. We have a list of all the signs that are allowed on all the resorts, and every time they want to update it, we come back in for a new comprehensive sign package. On the signs they have, I guess the best way to put it is we're not going to look at what's being advertised. We're not going to look and see whether they're advertising a Manny Pacquiao fight at a resort that isn't associated with MGM, or we're not going to see if they're advertising a car where a car isn't in their show. Do you know what I'm saying? We're not going to look at what they are advertising. They, of course, as with every other signage in the county, it can't be obscene, it can't be a lie, it can't be inappropriate, and again, they also have to follow the rules and regulations under their gaming license. So there's tighter restrictions on that as well. But what this does is allows them to advertise on their signs maybe things that are not associated with their resort.
Okay, so if I could just ask a couple more questions, and then I'll be curious to see, because I just think we have to make a record of what the expectation is, because and I read the letter, and based on what the letter says, I find it hard that we're close, because that's not what the letter doesn't say. So I'm trying to understand that. So this would not allow or imply that somebody could go, Hotel X could go erect a brand new sign, put all kinds of different stuff on it, and then not have to get our approval. I guess I just want to ask it specific, because I'm trying to read the letter and make sure that we're addressing some of the concerns, and make sure that the resort association understands this is not a free-for-all, right? Because
they're still subject to, as with every resort, they're subject to any modification has to come back to the board of their sign package, of their resort, of any of that. So there's no implication that if they want to come in and put up, hundreds of thousands of square foot of more signage, that they can do it without a permit, without approval. Anything they want to do, any additional signage they want to add, has to come back to the board. And there was a notation they would not need permits. They would need permits. All signs need permits. So
Okay, then what about the enforcement component of it? So how does that get enforced? I mean, I know how we enforce the marijuana stuff, right? We go to business licensing. How does that work?
So if they erect signage that they don't have, that's not part of their comprehensive sign package. Now remember, we're not regulating the content, but if anyone starts putting up signs that they're not allowed to have, it is a code enforcement issue, and sometimes it is a business license issue, because if they're putting up signage that is not legal and they're advertising things that they shouldn't be, business license can also go after their business license.
Okay. And I'll be curious to hear what the rest of the board says, but I keep hearing this both ways, so I wanted to make sure what their intent was.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because I'm not a big sign advocate myself, so I think there's just too much clutter, but this doesn't impact, or they have to abide still by the scenic bylaw, the scenic highway component, correct?
Any state or federal regulation supersedes our regulations.
This is allowing, within the resort corridor, them to still update their comprehensive sign package, and we will review it based on what we adopt today, sans content, without the content.
That's correct. And it's not just, it's resort hotels, and there's a specific definition in our code for resort hotels. So it's any resort hotel. So there are some that are not in the resort corridor. One, though, that does come to mind would be Red Rock. Red Rock is under Title 29 because it's in the Summerlin Master Plan community, and they have a locked-in code. So they would not benefit from this.
Thank you for making, that was going to be a follow-up question, because there are some that were protected differently that I hope we are not opening back up. So.
Well, we can't open Title 29. So.
Okay. And then maybe state for public purposes what this actually does.
From our standpoint, it allows more flexibility for the resorts to be able to advertise, cross-advertise, or advertise on their site. From a staff perspective, it keeps us from going out and having to judge content on every sign on a resort hotel, because they have a lot of signage.
And maybe for the industry, if you get this more flexibility, you could actually work to stop having all the mobile billboards trucking around with all your advertisements out there, which really, they're not allowed in our right of way. It's not being enforced, but maybe this might, when I got calls from folks complaining from the industry, I'm like, your own people are advertising, and they didn't even know that because their own clubs and so forth would be on there. So maybe you might be able to restrict those a little bit through this. Thank you.
In the materials that we've been provided, there is an assertion that this ordinance would allow, without limitation to size, number, type, or spacing, or any other limitation, the erection of, or the permitting of, or placement of a sign. But what I think I heard Ms. Amundsen say a few minutes ago is that those things are the essence of what we look at when we make a determination about whether or not a sign and its placement and its size and all the rest of it is permissible.
That's correct.
Am I understanding you?
You are absolutely correct.
So we give up none of the authority that we have in relation to the things that are mentioned here.
That is correct.
Now, I have to admit, I thought, or at least I believed, that we were close. I mean, I've been hearing that for a long time, so I figured we must be close. What I tried to do naively was, and I don't blame anybody for it not happening, but I think what it reveals is we may not be close. I had hoped to get some language that would tighten up the distance between the parties that we're hearing here. But I don't see anything, so I'm not sure what the alternative to what has been proposed would be. Now, there is an issue that has been raised about a First Amendment question, and Rob I think it's important for you to advise us from the county's legal perspective about that. So what are your thoughts about what is asserted?
Well, the first issue was whether or not there was a significant or a substantial governmental interest, and there is, because this promotes our main economic driver of the state, our tourism and gaming industry. So there is a significant or a substantial government interest that supports this. And then again, I think we've already said this a couple times, that this is just a county code revision. It does not supersede state or federal law. So state or federal law still applies. And as far as like I think the last argument was that the language of the in conjunction with was vague. It just simply means that it's either within or abutting and associated with a resort hotel. So I don't think it's vague in my opinion.
Now, there is an argument that there is language that is, I don't know, I don't think you referred to it, that reads, it's something signage in conjunction with recreational facilities is vague. Or a business license issued in conjunction with a resort hotel may be unclear and maybe vague. What are your, how do you respond to that? Because obviously we don't want to set ourselves up for a legal challenge, a constitutional legal challenge.
Well, part of the justification is that the properties where those signs are located would be regulated by either a board or the gaming commission because it's a resort hotel. So if it's associated with somehow or abutting and associated with either a resort hotel or one of these recreational facilities that's regulated by a board that's approved by the state, then that's what it means by in conjunction with it. It have to be somehow associated with the resort hotel or one of these recreational facilities that's regulated by a board. And part of the reason for that is because, especially with the Gaming Commission, but also the boards, that they're self-regulating. You're not going to have, we don't have the same enforcement obligation with signage that's on property or adjacent to property that's regulated by a board because they're self-regulating. You're not going to have the same problems as you would with possibly other signage or other properties.
So that language might mean that if it's on the footprint, on the property under the control of the entity that wants to do the advertising, it's permissible. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
And that's what we intend. What we intend is that if it is on the same property or on property under the control of the stadium, I mean, we're talking about the stadium, the convention center, what else? And
resort hotels.
And the resort hotels. So if it's under the control of or on the property owned by anyone that fits within that definition, then it is permissible.
Correct.
Is that what we're saying?
Yes to everything except if, let's talk about the stadium. The stadium is controlled by a board that is established through NRS. It would not apply to Raiders parking off-site parking facilities because that would be controlled by the Raiders, and the Raiders are not the board that is created by the NRS. I wanted to clarify that. So
the parking facilities would not qualify.
The parking facilities that the Raiders would own and control would not qualify. Just the stadium, because the stadium authority controls and owns that property.
And then, so there's an assertion that we have, that there may be an issue related to a business impact statement following the procedures of and reporting out whatever our findings are. What is
NRS exempts zoning from the requirement for a business impact statement. So it's as simple as that. We are not subject to that.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right this minute. But I respectfully reserve the right to ask others later.
Reserving rights for more questions. Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. Not being a lawyer and reading the Procopio letter, I was looking up the Nordlinger versus Hahn, and it's interesting that that's to deal with Prop 13 when it was passed regarding property values that were there. So I don't think that we actually, by doing this, with no disrespect, I'm being not an attorney, does not violate the equal protection clause for us as government. I just thought it was an interesting nexus that they were trying to tie there, but I really think that we're doing everything within the right realm without treating anybody differently, other than making sure that we're not looking at content, which we don't have the right to do anyway. So, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And likewise, I'm ready to move forward on this, but I do have a couple questions, and with a caveat that I think this conversation needs to continue, whether we add on, amend, or improve what moves forward today, if it does. Just a couple questions for clarification. Now, you mentioned Red Rock is under a different code, but their existing signage, if what moves forward today, they could not cross-market?
No, they could not.
Due to that, okay.
Due to that, yes.
All right. And then, as an aside, you know, it's interesting, this discussion for 2 years, because normally we have people that are, you know, on opposite sides. The NRA and the industry, the billboard industry, I mean, they've been partners for decades. So that was the interesting dynamic in this dialogue to me. But just when we talk about cross-promotion, so I understand that if it's facing the strip or looking in there, they can cross-promote. But can they not, are they not enabled to do other off-premise advertising?
We're not going to look at it. So they,
we
yes.
don't care. So they could do whatever they're going to do.
Exactly.
So, and certainly the cross-promotion has been at the forefront, but it doesn't stop them from doing others. And I think that's where the rub on the industry is, the billboard industry is, every time a big advertiser goes to a big marquee on the strip, they potentially lose one of their existing licensed billboards down the road. And that's okay. I mean, that's evolution, I guess. Uber and taxi cabs and I-15. I'm still vague on this one. So understand that they have to, and I think the representative from the NRA made this clear, and I think Ms. Valentine put it on the record, they have to abide by the federal law.
That's correct.
Specifically, now there's some signage on, I think it's the Excalibur property, on the I-15 side, and although I haven't seen what's on it lately, but it was promoting, if I'm not mistaken, some of the T-Mobile. But is that from a distance requirement? Is that not cross-promoting?
I don't know exactly how the federal highway law reads. I mean, I've read it and I couldn't recite it right now. But from our standpoint, them promoting things on the T-Mobile arena is not cross-promoting because when the T-Mobile arena was approved, it was approved almost as a complex. So they put additional parking on Excalibur. We counted all of the parking as consistent. It had to be, it was almost like a joint approval because Excalibur is in Commissioner Sisolak's district. When the T-Mobile was approved, it's in Commissioner Gibson, but it was in Commissioner Scow's, and we had to really work closely because it was considered one overall complex.
Thank you. And I've been assured by the representative that they are making sure that everything on the I-15 side is in compliance with the federal law. New signs, and this is one of the things I'd like to put in a motion is the fear that this will open up the doors for new signs, more revenue, which is great. But do we have every new sign on any of the stakeholders involved today? Does that go through administrative? Does that come to this board?
It comes to the board. Any modification,
any
new signage on a resort property, they have to update their comprehensive sign package. Because quite honestly, and that's under a different section of the code than we're updating right now. But, and we, just as an aside, we are going to start looking at the sign code 3072 starting next year, and hopefully in the next couple of years we'll get through that. But that being noted, all of the resorts, even ones that did not have a comprehensive sign package years and years ago, every new sign that goes on that property has to come in for an application and a review and go to the Board of County Commissioners.
And that's regardless of the sign, regardless of what part of the
regardless.
property
Yes,
is on?
that's-
Regardless? Okay.
And
Well-
much to their chagrin, I'm sure.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. That was all the questions I had, and I'm prepared to make a motion unless.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll comment on the motion.
Okay.
All right. I would move for approval of item 74 and place an additional condition that we, over the next few months, continue to work on some of the issues that have been raised. And Rob will need your support on this, because what I'd like to do is make sure as we move forward, indicating that we're going to keep a close eye on what's being adopted today, that we work to bring the sides even closer together. So there's maybe an avoidance of any kind of litigation down the road, which I don't think does anybody any good. That would be my motion.
So can I request we have a date certain and then we bring back a report on this?
I'd like to, on a quarterly basis, so say the beginning of March, just an update, and encourage, not mandate, but encourage the industries, plural, to continue the dialogue with our staff and with our legal.
Commissioner Gibson.
So one of the things I think is important to comment upon is that you see it here every time we meet. We try to bring people together. It's our objective to try and not have folks walk away where one feels like he or she made it and the other feels as though they lost it. And the frustration for me was I thought there might be an opportunity for that. I'm hopeful in the next quarter that if there is some concrete, if there are concrete suggestions that would help narrow that distance, that we would receive them, because I'm perfectly happy to advocate anything that narrows it. The other thing that I think is important is that we've had some really strong legal work done in drafting and commenting and objecting. And I think it bears saying that I've known of the work of these lawyers for a long, long time. And they're very talented, long experienced, credible attorneys. And I appreciate the work that they've both done. That it is helpful to us. What we've done over the past years is we have regulated the billboard industry significantly. When in Henderson we had major issues that were billboard related, and the work that we did in the city of Henderson did impose heavy burdens on the billboard industry. And when we weigh the relative interests, we're always going to have to make decisions, some of which are really difficult. But on this one, without knowing what we might offer up that could narrow the gap and work for everyone, I feel like I have no choice but to support the motion. So I intend to do that, and you're finished with me, right?
We have a motion on the floor. Seeing any further comment? Seeing and hearing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you all very much. Next item.
We're back to item 61.
Oh, no. I've got to do another one.
Oh, sorry.
66. Commissioner Breger is going to be leaving us after this item. She has a... Oh, okay.
So if you don't think you need to do it now, I think
Item 66 is just to receive a report.
You want to receive it?
AG
Long report, Mr.
18900-818,
Warden.
that the Board of County Commissioners receive the required 2-year review of the Summerlin South Development Agreement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, good afternoon. I'm Tom Warden, 10801 West Charleston. Before we get to that little item, I just wanted to say thanks to the 3 departing commissioners. We really appreciate the service to this community that's been extraordinary, and your dedication. In particular, Commissioner Brager, within whose district Summerlin South resides. And that's what we're here today to talk about. It's a report that is relatively routine, but let's face it, things are going on, lots of them, and they're all in the report. We appreciate staff's efforts on this and their recommendation to accept the report, and we're here to answer any questions otherwise.
Thank you very much. This is not a public hearing, but do we have public comment on item 66?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Kozar from Southern Highlands. I would like to enter into the record a letter that I have with reference to this. If I could, just briefly, with regard to the report, I believe the county is wrong in seeking just the Commission accept this report. We've had this discussion before with regard to the Southern Highlands report, the 24-month report, and some of the issues that developed from it. Let me provide for you that the county, per statute and per the agreement, first of all, requires that the county, with good faith, look for material compliance in the terms of the agreement. I'll also suggest to you that according to the statutes, it requires that the governing body, that be this commission, look for any breach of any terms and conditions of the agreement. And that was a quote right out of the statutes. Sir, in my examination of this report, I believe that the report falls willfully short of your ability to do any of those things. First, let me say that the county staff makes no assessment whatsoever in the report. Okay? From what I can tell and looking at it, there's nothing from the county that would say, yes, we concur, no, we don't, yes, it is in compliance, no, it isn't. Second of all, and this is kind of important here, if you read the report, in the opening sentence, opening paragraph of the report, it states that the owner, that being Hughes, in general compliance with all material obligations and terms of the agreement, except as those that might be listed in the report. Sir, that's 10 pages. There's 3 or 4 dozen items that are listed, and then by that statement, there's no certification, no compliance, none even any agreement that, yes, we're in compliance with the report. Now, my letter identifies a whole series of things that I think might bring in question. Of particular, as you know, I'm interested in parks and the way parks are being handled and controlled. I see a lot of inconsistencies that may not necessarily put them out of compliance, but don't necessarily show that there's any review. I'll start off with the first one, 2.5 acres of land required per residence. There's no assessment of how we're doing, whether or not we're in compliance. There's a requirement that the plan that identify that it's been in compliance, and we're all agreeing, and I can go on and on. My point here is not to either say they are or they are not in compliance. What I'm suggesting to you is that simply accepting this report and going on does not necessarily reach that requirement. And that I would ask this commission to not accept this thing and ask it be more comprehensive in its review and talk specifically to the requirements that are laid out in the development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Kozar. Anyone else? Mr. Warden, you have any comments?
That's
okay.
It. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
You want to we will receive the report. No action? Got it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner
Rob,
Brown.
receiving the report, do I need to say anything?
No, we're just receiving a report. You don't
And
have
I
to
was
say
wondering,
anything. No
Julie,
action
did you
taken.
want to put anything on the record? Because Tom's always here, but it's good to have you in the chambers.
No, not at this time.
Now you have to,
confirm-
since you walked up to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Julie Cleaver,
He did that to
10801
you on
West
purpose.
Charleston Boulevard. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Al.
Thank
Appreciate it. Okay. Now an answer back in order.
Now can we go back to 61? So, item 61, ZC 18867, zone change to reclassify 5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to MD Design Manufacturing Zone for an office warehouse facility. Waiver of development standards for alternative commercial driveway geometrics. I'd like the board to know that the waiver has been withdrawn. Design reviews for the following: an office warehouse complex, increased finish grade in the CMA design and Mud 3 overlay districts, generally located on the southwest corner of RB Avenue and Belcastro Street within Spring Valley.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight today on behalf of the applicant. Ms. Amundsen is correct. We did withdraw the waiver of development standards at town board. So with that withdrawal, staff is recommending approval of the item in its entirety, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Complete your presentation.
It does, but I'm going to have something to say after you vote.
Okay, I'm sure you will. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on number 61. Anyone wishing to address the board on number 61, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. This is in District A. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions with the waiver withdrawn. I have some problems with this. You have some comments you needed to make, Ms. Lazarus?
Yes, to Commissioner June Kiliani, of course, the chairman, and Commissioner Breger. It's been an honor and a pleasure working with the three of you. I'll get to see you as governor when I'm up at the session, and I'll look forward to that as well. But really, it's been an honor, and thank you for all of your service.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Leftovers. Motion passes.
Warmed leftovers.
Next are items 64 and 65, which can be heard together. Item 64, VS 18460, appeal vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Giles Street and Haven Street and between Santoli Avenue and Mesa Verde Lane. A portion of a right-of-way being Mesa Verde Lane located between Giles Street and Haven Street, and a portion of the right-of-way being Giles Street located between Santoli Avenue and Mesa Verde Lane within Enterprise. Item 65, UC 18454, appeal amended use permit for proposed multiple family residential development, waiver of development standards for the following: reduce front setback, increase height, reduce height setback ratio adjacent to a single family residential use, reduce parking which is no longer needed, design review for multiple family residential development on 5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 4 overlay district, generally located on the east side of Giles Street and the south side of Mesa Verde Lane within Enterprise. This was approved by the Planning Commission and appealed by a number of the neighbors.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Liz Stelk, Chris Kempfer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, please. This property is in the yellow here, 5 acres located on Giles and Mesa Verde. Just above us to the north was a 4-story hotel approved at just over 51 feet. To the south of us was an identical building that we are requesting today that was approved last year, 4-story building at 60 feet. In the yellow here, adjacent to our site, is property that our applicant owns. We are requesting a special use permit. We are located in H1 master planned residential suburban. We're also in the mixed use overlay. There were 3 main issues, special use permit for a multifamily development, same as what we requested to the south just last year. There were 3 main issues that the neighbors brought up that they had issues with: the parking waiver, the height waiver, and the setback waiver. We have since removed our parking waiver. We're meeting parking. We've also agreed since Planning Commission to reduce our height down to 50 feet, so we are able to remove that waiver as well. The height setback ratio waiver specifically says that it relates to adjacent properties, and adjacent is defined in Title 30 as sharing a property line. So again, our client owns that property directly adjacent to him. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Kemper, did you have something to contribute? She did such a good job.
Yeah, no, I understand. There are neighbors here. I just want them to understand that the parking waiver has gone away. We were withdrawing without prejudice the height waiver, so it'll be at 50 feet. And the waiver that we're talking about with setback relates only to our own property. And this commission has never, in all the years I've practiced, ever said that you have to worry about a setback waiver when you are the property being affected by it, your own property. So we think we've addressed the real issues, the parking waiver, the height waiver, and we'd respectfully request approval of the...
Thank you for restating that.
Thank you.
I have several cards. You can line up if you wish to. I'd like Catherine Sutphin, if you'd like to come forward. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you have something that you need to show on the overhead, just put it on that dot in the center, and then you can either use the handheld mic or one of the other ones to speak from. Oh, they're both on. Sorry.
I was not expecting to be first. Catherine Sutphin, 7985 Gillespie Street in Enterprise Township. I'm opposed to this project as proposed because the developer's representative has been stressing their right to build a hotel on the property, and that's not what they're asking for approval of. We would welcome another hotel. We have several small hotels in the neighborhood. They're good neighbors. They don't have balconies overlooking the neighborhood's backyards. Here, looking north and east, you can see the rural identity of the neighborhood with the proposed property in the foreground. To the north, the other side of East Mesa Verde Lane, a Hampton Inn has been approved. This hotel property will not impact our neighborhood the way the proposed 243-unit apartment complex would, because the guests of the hotel are more likely to travel west on Mesa Verde to Las Vegas Boulevard, south, or north on Giles to Robindale and the Outlet Mall to access other services, and are most unlikely to have children attending school at Bermuda and El Dorado, the location of the zone area elementary schools. It is likely that this proposed apartment complex would be joined with the developer's similar or completely alike project to the south, which takes advantage of the commercial corridor on Windmill. The traffic light at Las Vegas Boulevard and Windmill creates a huge traffic jam back up at Windmill and Giles. It's almost impossible to turn east on Windmill from Giles, unless it's late at night, or south onto Las Vegas Boulevard from Mesa Verde. So if I were living in those apartments, and the developer has assured us that the residents will not come down into the neighborhood, but if I was living there, I'd take Mesa Verde down to Gillespie and out to the light at Warm Springs. It's right through the heart of our neighborhood. Planning Commissioner Steve Kirk pointed out the traffic problem at the meeting held November 20th, 2018, and declined to approve the proposed project. Commissioner Kirk also asked us why we had not protested the project to the north, and we had not received notification of it. It's not within the 500-foot radius, and since it's close to the commercial property, everything was fine. We know that the area is going to be developed. We've been impacted by that development all along. There's just been no traffic study.
Appreciate your comments. Next speaker. No one else?
Good afternoon. Edie Krieger, 267 East El Dorado Lane. I'd like to talk about the height setback ratio. Even though the applicant has lowered the height of the building, figuring with the proposed landscape buffer that they are proposing, that would be a 3-to-1 height setback ratio, which they are now figuring at about 135 feet reduction. Even with the 50 feet, that would still be around 130 feet. But we would propose a intense landscape buffer, and that would then be a 2-to-1 height setback ratio, which would put it about 88 feet according to my very rough calculations. Don't quote me exactly. So that is what we are asking for. We do realize that that would lower the density of the number of units, No, there are many more apartment buildings all along this Giles Street corridor, and which are only some of them 2-story high, 3-story high, which have conformed to the height setback ratios. And obviously, these projects are successful in making money because there continue to be more of them. So and this is a high-end project, so we don't feel that this is a hardship for the developer. We feel that they will still be able to realize a substantial financial gain, even with a less dense project and lesser and a smaller footprint on the property. About the co-owned property to the east, the developer did acquire this property separately from the one that that is now under discussion. And there is no guarantee what they will do with that property in the future, even though they own it. We don't know what's going to happen. The planning and zoning is different than that of the property under question right now. So I don't think that it's a valid argument to refer to that property, even though they own it, as being something that has no bearing on the setback ratio. The last point I would like to mention is the access on Mesa Verde Lane. This would continue to the traffic problem into the rural residential neighborhood. I think that I would feel much better about this traffic issue and the safety issue if this were a crash gate only on Mesa Verde Lane. And I think that will work in terms of the fire issues. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Matthew Huber, 102 East Mesa Verde, and I have a overview of this project here. And I wouldn't have known this had I not visited the project that they built up there, I believe it's Red Rock Abode. And this is the east side of the property here, and there's a block wall here that's going to be about 500 feet long, it looks like, to their measurements here. And they have a 5-foot landscape buffer here with the only access road going behind the property. And I ran into this problem while I was up at this other property. Somebody had a moving truck here, and they were moving in, as people do with apartments, in and out. And I couldn't get around them, and I couldn't back up. There was no place for me to safely back up. It was actually near the curve. That particular property is kind of dug into the hillside. It's actually on a slope, so there's a large retaining wall there. And it wasn't safe for me to back up. If you had a larger vehicle or emergency vehicle, you can't access back here. And so it makes sense to have this setback brought up, not have the building so intense in the back here, and make it a larger area back here, because once you're here, you're stuck. On the landscape buffer side, this owner, or the owner of this proposal here, owns this property back here. Understandable, but it's still trees here. And where are they going to be in 15 years? Let's not make a mistake. In 15 years, I lived downtown for a long time, and I can tell you the amount of surging that the ground gets when these trees get older. And it's going to push this wall around. It's 5 feet, so it's 2.5 feet from the wall. It's going to push it all over the place. And yeah, you can put root barriers and things in there, but they're still going to get bigger. And so it stops becoming a good landscape buffer. And it really should be an intense landscape buffer, in my opinion, which there isn't room because it's so intense here. You know, the building is right up against here, just enough for a driveway here. So I would like to see the building move back, like we've discussed at multiple meetings. They finally dropped the height to where it's reasonable. I'm concerned about the balconies. You get a lot of noise. If you have parties, it's going to project right into our neighborhood. Edie's right, and Catherine also. Having a hotel there is a better neighbor in that regard because you're not going to hear so much noise. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sandra Carbone. I live at
You
189.
can pull that microphone down. There you
I
go.
speak very loudly. I don't need a
Okay.
microphone.
Okay.
My name is Sandra Carbone. I live at 189 East Robindale Road, 89123. Okay, I basically understand that this developer would like to have these waivers. Now, he's removed two of them, but the one that seems to be the most predominant is the standard setback most builders normally have to adhere to. He's got this building being built within 35 feet of the property line. True, he owns the other property, but it doesn't mean he's going to continue to own that property. He may want to develop that property into similar, but now he's getting into a different zoning area. Also, the impact of the traffic on our streets, this Clark County has just paid to have them repaved. You know the impact of 240 some odd residents with double cars will have on that traffic? Our area is zoned for 25 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour at most. And we've already had a number of accidents within the community because of people traveling too fast. Now you double or triple the people. Here's a picture of just a recent accident, and as it so happens, it was behind my house. Thank you very much. It was wonderful. I'm not through speaking. No, I said it was wonderful that there was an accident behind my house. I was being sarcasm. Anyway, the traffic impact will have an effect on our community. We have children, animals walking in a rural community. Now, you're going to have people who are not used to rural communities, and they're going to be traveling faster than what the law would allow, because they're going to try to find a faster way to get to the freeway rather than trying to make a left-hand turn onto Vegas Boulevard or even going down to where there's a light on Windmill. So I would appreciate it if you would either have them conform to the setback requirements of this particular project, or at least make a hotel that would be better for the community, because we've already have several there and we're very pleased with their impact on our community. Thank you very much. I am through speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Aisley. I live at 237 East El Dorado Lane. In years past, I've been an assemblyman representing this district. And I want to point out that the people in the district have been very accommodating to the development that's been taking place. This particular development, a hotel high-rise, is really a dangerous element to put into the district. I'm thinking primarily not of the entire area, but of the land between Las Vegas Boulevard and Bermuda, between Warm Springs Road and Windmill. Adding a multiple dwelling in that area cannot be sustained by the traffic that's there. Everything else that we've agreed to, and this group has agreed on a previous time, to limit the professional development to that kind that doesn't bring extra traffic into the area. The streets are narrow, no sidewalks, a lot of kids in the area. It seems like you have to do something about the traffic before you add anything like this, and I don't know what you can do. The traffic is already at 50 miles an hour down El Dorado, the street I live on, which is parallel to Warm Springs, and they're going out of the car rental, they're coming down on Gillespie at well over the 25 mile an hour speed limit. There are no stop signs, they're not enough, there are no speed bumps, and now to add a high rise in this district is just unpredictable what's going to happen to the people in the area. It is not suitable for this kind of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isley.
Critically challenged here. Hello, my name is Kaylin Utter, and I live at 8015 Gillespie. Our neighborhood has experienced more than a few growing pains in the last 6 months for special use permits. I honestly have to thank the applicants, such as this one today, as I have made some really good friends during this process. So thank you. This being my first experience with the county, I must say I was appalled by the way we were treated by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard our concerns but didn't really listen. It was disappointing that during the Commission's discussion after the public comments that we as the residents of the neighborhood were not able to correct misinformation, although the applicant was afforded the privilege. It was very difficult to follow their conversation as they were referring to maps that we did not have access to. I was offended by the comments made by Mr. Stone on the Planning Commission. He said, and I quote, "The thing that jumps out at me is this sort of narrow area, 500 feet to 1,500 feet to the east of Las Vegas Boulevard South. If you start looking in the area, there is a kind of narrow band of blighted, I'm going to use the word blighted homes, abandoned homes that have fallen into disrepair and have either been abandoned or plywooded up. This area is definitely a transition area, but I think it's an area that's maybe more on the downhill slope than the area maybe 2,000 feet off the Las Vegas Boulevard corridor. I think there needs to be some investment in this area. The question is whether this is the right investment," unquote. Blighted? Downhill slope, really? I adamantly disagree with this characterization of our community. That is exactly why we're here. We want to preserve our lifestyle. As stated previously by others today, we are not opposed to this. Project, just opposed to the current form. The applicant has made two compromises, and I use the term loosely, those being bringing down the height to 50 feet and increasing the parking. These compromises are code. They are not providing above the parking requirement, nor are they reducing the height below the requirement. That is all we are requesting on the height setback ratio, density, and landscape buffer, just code. We need your help to maintain the uniqueness of our neighborhood, one we have enjoyed for decades. We respectfully ask that you decline this application in its present form. On a personal note, I would like to thank Tiffany Hesser for her advice and guidance as I made my way through this uncharted territory called local government. I don't know what your future plans are, but I wish you only the very best. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Terry Mattis. I'm at 177 East Mesa Verde Lane, approximately a block and a half from the Motel 6 that wants to build down my street. I'm very opposed. I have been to almost every meeting, and I keep saying oppose, and we get laughed at, we get ridiculed, we get overlooked. They seem to not even care. I guarantee you, if it was your block and your home, you would care. It would make a difference. I'm here to speak to you about the current project. The current project is pushing the limits of the permitting boundaries at 243 units in a 5-acre piece of land. There have been other projects approved for this same plot of land that were not built. The first one was approved at 216 units in 2006, and the other at 235 units in 2017. They just keep increasing the amount of units. We understand that this property is zoned for H1, and we understand that the growth is needed, but we sure don't like it in our area. When we are going to say enough is enough, please look at the master plan as it was deemed this area as a transitional area or step-down area, and I know what the NRA says about this, and you have approved the master plan. We are not questioning the zoning. We are questioning the use permit and the density of what the proposed building is going to be. We understand that we're going to build. We are asking you to deny all waivers and build with the guide set forth. You know, I'm a native to Las Vegas, as are my children and my grandchildren, and I've seen a lot, as you know. But when I decided I wanted to build and retire, I picked this property because this is the property I rode my bike through. This was the area of town I rode my horses through. And I thought it was safe to be able to take that money that I had built all these years of working in this town and build my home there. And now I've been fighting every single time I turn around to try to preserve the area that is my home. It's my home. Why should we have to fight for our home? They should have to abide by the codes like the rest of us had to. We had to have the codes saying what we were going to build, how far from the street, where the water was going to be put, where the bushes were going to be put, etc. But because they've got money or because they want to build commercially, they get to do it at whatever expense. They get to build the size, the height, the amount of people that's going to be there. Oh my gosh, 240 some people with at least 1 to 2 cars. You know, I can stand on my street, Mr. Sisolak, and I can almost spit right across the street. That's how small my street is of Mesa Verde. And now all these people are going to be right there on the corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else?
Hi, my name is Robert Wilson. I live at 114 East Mesa Verde Lane. I've been living there a block and a half away from this property for 10 years. And I know that in Clark County there are 3 major things that govern and keep order and organization of what people could do on their property, and that's the comprehensive planning, the zoning ordinance, and the Title 30 Development Code. And this project really defies all 3 of those constitutions in some form. Now, we know that the comprehensive land use plan suggests residential suburban for this property at 8 units per acre. This project is 48 units per acre, which puts it in an R5 residential high-rise classification, the highest residential level that there is, which is a drastic 500% increase over the comprehensive plan. You know, we know that the waiver for the height setback ratio exceeds the Title 30 building code by over 70%. You know, it leaves us with zoning. The property is zoned H1, which we know is somewhat of a higher classification than the comprehensive plan suggests, and there's always been this sort of threat that an H1 building has, you know, 100-foot height limits, and it could become some huge hotel project. And the owner was quick to point out that per the NRS that when there's a conflict between the zoning ordinance and the master plan, zoning takes precedence. So zoning takes precedence over the comprehensive master plan, but the Title 30 Development Code supersedes everything. And that's what this is really about, really extremely drastic waiver to the Title 30 codes. And we're here making this appeal because the Planning Commission meeting, most of the members on the panel were led to believe that this could become some 100-foot tall hotel project, and that they were approving the lesser of 2 evils with this residential project, which really isn't the case at all, based on the height setback ratio. In this specific case, the H1 zoning is no justification to approve these waivers. It's really quite opposite, and I'll explain why. Here's a plan of the proposed project with the building footprint outlined in red. You can see how immensely it consumes the property by use of these setback waivers. Now here's a comparison of an H1 property, of an H1 hotel building project that is currently approved for construction here in Clark County with the same exact lot size, similar height of 52 feet, same H1 zoning, and also adjacent to residential state properties. Now this H1 project is especially relevant because it happens to be directly across the street. This is the Hampton Inn that is approved to be built directly to the north. And when you look at it as a comparison, the hotel project meets all of the setback restrictions of 132 feet and provides an actual intense landscape buffer between the rural states to the east. It also has no balconies, where the proposed project has balconies on every single side. You know, this project, you could see, is really kind of the extent of what the setbacks allow, and you could really see, you know, the drastic difference between a project that conforms and a project that doesn't conform. Okay.
Thank you.
So I just also wanted to point out that, you know, they mentioned that you know, that they own the property to the east, and that in regards to the height setback ratio, that it really doesn't affect other properties, but there's properties that are directly diagonal to that are affected as well.
That's okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else? Wishing to,
And Commissioner, I apologize. I have to leave. I'm
got it, okay.
practically deaf sitting here.
I've got another, do I have any other people wishing to speak during the public hearing? Is this it? Okay, yes, sir.
My name's Rodney Harrison. I live at 277 East Robindale, 89123. I've been there for 32 years. And with the increased traffic, with hotels and everything that's been going through there, people fly through those neighborhoods. We have, on Robindale and Mesa Verde, the speed limit there is 35 miles an hour on a 2-lane street. Bermuda is a 5-lane street, and it's 35 miles an hour. How can they justify having a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit through our area with this new property that they're want to permit there is going to increase the traffic going through that area. We have people drive every day. We have people flying through stop signs. I'm not exaggerating, at 50 miles an hour. And there's only a couple of stop signs there to slow traffic down. Also, if these people build this property, we're not against them building a hotel there or apartment complex there, but build it to code. Why do you have to have more than 40-something units per acre when it's only zoned for 8? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Coming to close the public hearing on item number 64, Mr. Kemfer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll be brief. First of all, we want to show you. We'll remove these. This is the line of sight that we had prepared. The only property affected by that line of sight is our property adjacent to it. So that's the first point. Second point, you can say all you want about traffic and noise and crime or whatever. A hotel brings appreciably more traffic than the use you're talking about here. You're talking about with a hotel, you not just have traffic, you have more noise, you have strangers in your neighborhood. These are people who live there. And I cannot emphasize enough that the property is zoned H1. Staff has recommended approval. The Planning Commission has recommended approval. We withdrew the two concerns that were the biggest, which were the parking waiver and the height. And when someone says, well, concerned about setback, we're okay, you can build this project, just build it according to code. It doesn't make sense to me because it doesn't affect anyone but ourselves. So I'd respectfully ask that it be approved. We respectfully be allowed to withdraw without prejudice the height, so it'll be kept at 50 feet, and we can move on with a project that has the approval, as I say, of both staff and the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the neighbors being here to speak to this. And this is I think you all know, a difficult area. It's in transition. A lot is happening out there. I'm very familiar with the area and with what's happening. And I know people say they'd rather have a hotel. But when you have a hotel, it's usually you don't like it. It's a problem. I had the same issue on Jones. My colleagues will remember. They wanted a warehouse. They were denied. Then they came back and said, oh, we made a mistake. We should have taken the warehouse when they built the hotel. I don't think you'd like a hotel there. I mean, unfortunately, it's difficult sometimes for neighbors to realize that those are some really nice big homes in there, and everybody can't afford really nice big homes. Some people live in more density in apartments, and that's not a bad thing. This developer builds a fine product. The setback waiver, I see no point in arguing. It's a setback to their own property. So why would I don't think I need to increase that setback. The Planning Commission did recommend approval. Staff did recommend approval. Has been vetted through both of those bodies. So I have to trust what they did. I'm going to recommend approval on 64 and 65 per staff if approved conditions. Any comments? Seeing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I won't be back again either. I'll be listening on an item, but Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner June Kiliani, thank you very much. You're not done either. So anyway, we'll be seeing you down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't have 4.
If I've got some commissioners in the back, if somebody could come back out, I'm down to 3 commissioners. Now I got 4. There you go. Okay.
Okay, item 67, CP 189000741 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners direct staff to process amendments to the Spring Valley Land Use Plan and refer the amendments to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. This is a go forth and plan request.
We ask you to go forth and plan.
Item 68, CP 189000775 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners direct staff to process amendments to the Enterprise Land Use Plan and refer the amendments to the Planning Commission for a public hearing. Another go forth and plan.
Ask you to go forth and plan.
Item 69 is an ordinance for introduction. Ordinance 189000822 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Riverview Henderson Development LLC for a 754-unit multiple-family residential development on 29.7 acres, generally located on the north side of Charton Avenue, 600 feet west of Las Vegas Boulevard South, within Enterprise. We request this be set for public hearing for January 9th, 2019.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for January 9th, 2019.
Item 70 is the rest are ordinances for public hearing. Item 70, ordinance 189000634 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing for an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with CFT Lands LLC for single-family development, Torrey Pines and Frias.
This is a public hearing. Excuse me. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 70. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 70, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'll turn it over to the board. We have a motion for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. 71.
Item 71, ordinance 189000635 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing for an ordinance to consider adoption of development agreement with CFT Lands LLC, HLI LLC, and Game Day LLC for single-family residential development, Joe Ray and Jones.
This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 71. Excuse me. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 71, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on number 71, turn it over to the board.
Move approval.
Commissioner Gibson moves approval. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. It was me that time. I'm looking. Motion passes.
Item 72, ordinance 189000787 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing to consider an ordinance to update various regulations in the Clark County Unified Development Code, Title 30, and direct staff accordingly.
This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 72. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 72, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item 72. Seeing no one, I'm going to close up public hearing number 72, turn it over to the board.
Move approval.
Commissioner Gibson and Commissioner June Kiliani both move approval. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
And item 73, and I apologize, this is for public hearing, but it's not an ordinance. It's UC 180762, a use permit for proposed marijuana establishment production on 1.1 acres in an M1 light manufacturing AE 75 and APZ1 zone, generally located on the south side of Geist Avenue, 310 feet west of Nellis Boulevard within Sunrise Manor. Commissioners, the reason that we had to put this one where it is because we needed a SLUCM code change to occur on the previous ordinance. So.
Okay.
George Rogers, 6325 South Jones, representing the applicant. This use permit's adjacent to an existing use permit for cultivation. Commissioner Kirkpatrick, you saw us at the town board. We met with you before. I think it's easy. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 73. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 73, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
I'm Jerry Jacks. I live at 6280 Farm Road. I own a property at 2685 North Nellis Boulevard. I bought that property in 1973. Ran my construction business out of there until I sold the business in 99, so I ran it 30 years. But anyway, I got rid of the business, but I still rent the property and still own it. And I'm just against marijuana grow houses next to an area that's, I don't believe has anything like that in it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
I missed lunch and I hadn't heard a no vote yet.
Anyone else wishing to testify on item number 73, public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn this one over to Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have been following this process all the way through. So I was at the town board meeting when we had this discussion, and we do, I know we've met before, sir, we do have some of these other ones within the area. In fact, that was one of the complaints from an automotive person. However, we did address those issues. Out of the 104 crime stats that were involved, we found that 90 some of them were domestic violence related to some other areas. So it wasn't actually the marijuana establishments that were creating the crime, and we weren't having any theft. So I make a motion for approval, and this is some new technology that we'll be interested to follow to see how it works.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you all for your leadership and service, and Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Even the leftovers. Okay, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Jason Gray from MGM Resorts International. I didn't want to miss the opportunity in the last meeting of the year to thank your staff, each one of you, for all of your partnership and great work to make this community a better place, and particularly to Commissioner June Kiliani, Commissioner Brager I met out in the hall, and Governor Sisolak. You will be sorely missed. Thank you for all of your service at the county, and just thank you so much for all that you do. I'm feeling a little nostalgic today because you guys are all leaving.
I am
but
too.
I'll get over it at some point. Yeah, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section? Commissioner June Kiliani.
I just want to thank our staff, and they've just been absolutely incredible. It's been delightful. I've learned so much and learned how much I don't know still after all this time. But thank you and happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you, and I want to take the same motion, same time to thank staff for their incredible help and made a lot of friends along the way. We thank you sincerely. Come on now.
My name is Melvin Dean. I would like to definitely say I enjoyed y'all over the past few years, and hopefully God stay with y'all and stay blessed and prosperous. Love y'all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sisolak, this will probably be the last time I ever address you. So the state of Nevada wishes you the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing no one, for Commissioner G, 600 meetings, for me, 500 meetings, and sharing 300 of them, we are adjourned. Thank you.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
the fact that transportation took a tremendous leap forward in the development of highways, cars, airplanes, literally invited people to jump on board, come on with us, we're going out wherever. A man by the name of Max Kelch started the Chamber of Commerce on its promotion plan with the Livewire Fund.
He knew people would start traveling after the war and all of that rationing, so they'd want to come here.
Max was one of the early promoters. He's the one that got this Livewire News Bureau going. The Las Vegas News Bureau is probably the one responsible for Las Vegas becoming what it is.
The purpose of the News Bureau was to, in any way, shape, or form, to get publicity for Las Vegas. And we did it mostly through photos and captions, stories, did anything we could to get the name Las Vegas in front of the public so we wouldn't be confused with Las Vegas, New Mexico. And the publicists were just so keen on getting publicity for their hotel or for the town.
That there was total cooperation on a major scale to make it a fun place.
We were selling an escape. Come to Las Vegas and do something that you can't do at home, or you won't do at home, or you don't do at home. And people brought wardrobes that they wouldn't ever wear at home, but it was naturally acceptable in Las Vegas.
We did not think they would become iconic images. The thing that makes a good publicity photo is a photo that'll get published. And to make a photo get published, it has to tell a story. The idea is the biggest thing.
I can't think of anything that did more good than these hometown news pictures that the News Bureau sent out just day after day after day.
Cornier the pictures were, the more they ran, the more they were published. We created a news image for Las Vegas.
That fund went on for many, many years as the Livewire Fund, and it basically got its major support from the resort properties, from the hotels and casinos.
That was a lot of fun, and it worked.
We were very lucky to have some very good people promoting the town.
Wilbur Clark was a publicity hound. He was just a wonderful, wonderful guy. He would go along with anything.
Wilbur was such an ambassador for Las Vegas. He would travel the world over promoting this town, and of course his own hotel too.
The Sands Hotel, the hotel that made Las Vegas famous. I resented that in the beginning, but later on I had to recognize it as the truth.
And Jack and Trotter made it so that the publicity guy, Al Freeman, could do anything he wanted.
Some of the greatest acts that ever played Las Vegas came out of the lounges.
5 o'clock in the morning at the Sahara Hotel, I'd be sitting there, and there'd be Frank Sinatra, there'd be Dean Martin, Sammy Davis, Sophie Tucker. Everybody in town would be there at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch these two people work.
Because I was working with the best, and we were the best. We were considered the hottest attraction in the world.
There has never been a concentration of that kind of talent on a 7-mile stretch of property as there was here for such a long period of time.
To work with those kind of stars, to be in that era, it'll never happen again.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
The Clark County Wetlands Park contains many kinds of landscapes for you to explore, while never having to leave Las Vegas. Whether you visit to see the beautiful desert expanse or the cool, shady wetlands, you'll find an array of plants and animals unique to each habitat.
We don't have very many places in the Mojave Desert where we have a corridor with running water in the middle of it. The biggest variety of habitats, of course, in the valley occur here in the park. Our rarest habitat probably has to be the aquatic wetlands, which is the water and the water's marshy edge. There just isn't that much aquatic wetlands in southern Nevada anywhere. We have the riparian zone, which we kind of call the ribbon of green. Desert washes are places where we have little trees and small shrubs. They have to reach way far down for water, and they get watered periodically when we have storms.
Because life depends on water, you'll find an abundance of wildlife in the park's wetlands. Dragonflies and damselflies make their homes here. Although they look delicate, dragonflies can fly up to 35 miles an hour. You'll find them skimming the water in search of mosquitoes to eat and perching on tips of grasses while guarding their territory and looking for mates. Although they look similar, they're easy to tell apart. Dragonflies hold their wings flat and off to their sides when perched. Damselflies have thinner bodies than dragonflies and hold their wings together above their backs when resting. The desert habitat of the park features many native plants of the Mojave Desert, including cacti, an ancient plant family estimated to be 30 to 65 million years old. Many clever adaptations allow them to thrive in the hot, dry desert. During rains, cacti expand to grow temporary roots to absorb the water. During dry spells, cacti stems contract, allowing them to survive drought. Cactus spines shade their stems and deter predators, while their colorful flowers attract pollinators.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower. And
The park features native plant species found in both wetlands and desert environments.
Come in and land on that. This is what they call the screwbean mesquite. You've got sugar and honey coming out of the flowers, and then you get this bean. A native plant is the plant that evolved and grew in the place. So it's in the habitat that has had the longest time to evolve together, so that it's a much nicer kind of marriage to the land. And an invasive is something that either we've brought in as a human race or has moved in through wind or dispersal agents. The worst invasive for us in the park itself is the salt cedar. It goes by the Latin name tamarisk. There are many hundreds of acres in the wash here now that are nothing but just solid tamarisk.
Tamarisk removal at the Wetlands Park will require work for years to come, so the beauty and diversity of the native plants, like desert willow, globe mallow, and yerba mansa, can flourish. You'll find that the Wetlands Park offers different experiences during different seasons. Cottonwood trees, typically found in riparian areas near water, are seasonal indicators. When the bright green leaves of summer turn golden in autumn, winter frosts will not be far behind. The park is home to hundreds of species of birds. Many make their home here year-round, while others stop here during seasonal migrations. Some birds change their looks with different seasons. In breeding season, American avocets change the color of their plumage, and the bill of the male ruddy duck turns a bright blue. The park's urban location provides critical habitat for wildlife, something not always found in city environments. Biologists monitor the park's wild creatures to measure their numbers.
Aww. Baby animals, hands down, have got something over all the rest of us, some indefinable sway. But what from a biologist perspective is so wonderful about it is it means that that bird has been able to successfully complete reproductions, to successfully nest out here at the Las Vegas Wash and to hatch their young. And the odds against that are actually pretty steep. Hopefully now it'll be able to raise those young up to the point where they fledge. And fledge just simply means that they're ready to strike out onto the big bad world all by themselves. That's one of the key reasons why people often conduct bird surveys, is because they're an indicator of what's going on in your environment. We've identified more than 200 species now in the some 10 years of monitoring out here on the Las Vegas Wash. Yellow warblers, if we hear them sing again, which I expect that we will. That's the yellow warbler right there. The tone's always there. It's very, very sweet. One of the descriptors for their song is "Sweet, sweet, I'm so sweet." Yeah. Or "Sweet, sweet, I'm so very sweet." And also what's fun about the yellow warbler is, okay, indicator status, riparian habitats, all fine and well, but the yellow warbler is what Tweety Bird is based on. Birds are such a diverse group. There's just always something to learn, and I love that. They always offer something new. You can never know all the answers, and they're always going to throw a curveball at you. They don't read the same guidebooks that we do. They don't know where they're supposed to be.
Visiting the Clark County Wetlands Park offers a rare glimpse into Las Vegas's origins.
This was one of the kinds of meadow that you would have found originally in Las Vegas before the entire city was urbanized. The one that we're actually sitting in right now is probably the largest piece of saltgrass meadow that we have left. When the town began to grow and we began to have suburbs developing, a lot of the meadows began to depart. I think, to me, conservation means trying to hang on to as much as we can of what's natural in an area. Sometimes you can't be perfect, but you try to keep what you can keep as a heritage for the people who are going to follow you. It's wonderful to be part of actually being able to hold on to a large parcel of land with so many diverse habitats in it, and to make that available for everybody that lives in Las Vegas and everybody that visits from around the world. We're hoping people will be able to come to the Wetlands Park to fall in love with nature and to be able to take the things that they learn here and apply them in other wild places.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand. The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
When there's snow on Mount Charleston, visitation soars. So do impacts to one of Southern Nevada's most precious outdoor spaces. Mount Charleston isn't a secret anymore. When it snows, it welcomes thousands of people each day. We all need to do our part to keep it safe and beautiful. Especially on weekends and holidays, the mountain can become too popular for its own good.
Traffic can block the highway, snowplows can't get through, people play too close to the roads, and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information, or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. For skiing and snow play, Lee Canyon is best. Remember, dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the 100th anniversary of Armistice Day is honored with Allied exhibitions. A Nevada native gets an identity check. We're the one stop for all those New Year's resolutions. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, a peace treaty between Allied forces and Germany was signed that ended World War I. Well, now, 100 years later, the Springs Preserve and the Nevada State Museum are allied in celebration of that historic occasion, with an exhibition spread across 3 locations on our property. This is the first time these neighboring institutions have collaborated on an exhibit marking the importance of remembering the historical significance of Armistice Day.
The Springs exhibit is about over there, and that's what we were kind of calling the exhibit. Our working title was Over There, Over Here, kind of based off of the old World War I song. The Springs focuses on what it was like overseas for the people fighting there, and then our exhibit is more about the Nevada home front, meaning what people were doing back home in terms of fundraising and knitting sweaters and buying Liberty bonds.
And we also knew that most folks did not know much about World War I. So we set out to tell the story of the war, what led to the war, how that happened, where it happened, what countries were involved, and then moving on into what happened with the Nevada troops that were serving overseas during the war.
The State Museum exhibit features actual documents, letters, postcards, and posters from the era. And a highlight of their exhibit is actual uniforms worn by veterans of the war.
The uniforms are real uniforms. While we were getting this exhibit ready, we actually discovered that the name of the person who wore the Army uniform, we rarely have a complete picture like this in a museum, but from research that I did at UNLV Special Collections, I was able to find the name of the person who wore that Army uniform, and I also found a picture of him in the uniform.
It was also impossible to ignore another element to the war that followed troops home.
The Spanish flu actually started really developing just at the end of the war, and one of the reasons it spread so quickly was because of troop movements overcrowded on trains and ships. And so as men were coming back home to the United States and elsewhere around Europe, the flu spread very quickly. And in Nevada, it wasn't as bad as it was elsewhere. Luckily, we didn't have a very big population, so that helped.
In the Big Springs Gallery in the Origin Museum, the exhibit focuses on the overall global significance of the war and the effect it had on the world at large.
It was important to reinforce the idea that it was a world war. And one thing that we did is we got the declarations of war of many of these countries and present them in the native language. So there's a lot of countries involved in the war that folks didn't quite realize were. China, Japan, Thailand, and then of course Russia, Germany, Serbia, England.
The exhibit also provides some insight to what was happening on the home front, including music that was popular and what our troops were facing on the war front, such as the new threat of chemical weapons and how they prepared and what equipment they used.
And then we wrap up with some stories of women during the war, African Americans, the home front, and a little bit on an honor roll recognizing all those from Nevada who lost their lives during the war. And at Boomtown, we just decorated the cottages to welcome the boys home. That celebration would have not have been a one-day thing. Troops would have been coming home over months. So it was a process that took a very, very long time.
These three locations combined to effectively tell a powerful story of this tumultuous time, a story that is global in scope, but made very personal in its local impact.
Nevada's contribution to the war was relatively small in terms of persons and money, in terms of war savings bond money that was raised, that type of thing. Not so much that Nevadans didn't care. In fact, we hit our quota for troops and war bond contributions faster than any other state, but we only sent less than 2,000 service men to the war effort. And a lot of that had to do with Nevada's very, very small population at the time.
World War I isn't necessarily an American war. However, even though it's not really part of our collective memories as much as World War II, I would say that it is representative of who we were as a country at the time. And I just wanted people to have a sense of what it felt like to be alive at that time.
We encourage everybody in the community to come and check it out, learn about World War I, maybe learn more about who we are as Americans and where we kind of fit into the history of the world.
Getting lost in learning is the likely result in our latest traveling exhibit, Numbers in Nature, a Mirror Maze. Presented by the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry, Numbers in Nature reveals the mysterious mathematical structure behind many elements in the natural world. From the radial symmetry of a snowflake to the Fibonacci spirals of a pine cone, these geometric patterns adhere to specific mathematic formulas. Numbers in Nature shows us these patterns exist even in our own bodies. As the centerpiece of the exhibit, the Mirror Maze is a dizzying array of mirrors that is in and of itself a pattern. Mirrored surfaces all around reflect the pattern so that it repeats and appears infinite. Like most of our exhibits, Numbers in Nature makes learning about math playful and interactive. And as always, this exhibit offers something for everyone to enjoy. Numbers in Nature, a Mirror Maze is featured in our Origin Museum through January 6th. We might be partial, but we think a Springs Preserve membership is one gift that keeps on giving. To help us share this holiday spirit, we asked the members what the Springs Preserve means to them. Community, family, history, education, culture, and fun were heard on repeat. And with this much variety all in one place, there's something for everyone on your list.
When I bring people to the Springs Preserve who've never been here before, they're amazed at the wealth of information, the experiences that are so not Las Vegas.
Family can't come without coming here, and I've brought friends. Recently, I've brought friends who have grandchildren and that's really fun because you can see the kids really enjoying it.
And there's just a lot of variations, a lot of different things for a lot of different people, a lot of cultural events. So it's not just a single focus of here's a great place with a lot of plants. It's a lot of opportunities for cultures to come together and have events here as well.
plus all of the ethnographic and cultural things that it tells me about Las Vegas, and all of that in one place is truly amazing.
I know archaeologically it's very important, historically it's important, and right in the center of Las Vegas is incredible.
It's great, it's educational, it's fun, it's all of it. It's the whole package. Where else can you walk through gardens that are authentic to our desert and learn about our home and about the cultures of our home? And that's what I've loved about it the whole time, is the energy of it.
It's extremely important for our community because this place, it actually lets you escape from the urban life.
If anything, it hopefully brings families together to do things. Very important.
This is a family place. You can bring everybody and anybody and they're gonna love it.
Coming to Springs is when you meet other families, you meet other kids and their parents. You know, you get to see Vegas from a completely different perspective that is more natural.
It brings the whole family. You can bring dad, you can bring the kids, you can bring friends. So the places you go, you cannot take the kids or the dads are bored, and this is a place for everybody, for the whole family.
The history is so important when you're teaching your children, you know, what, not only, you know, where they come from, but what their place is in their own current community. You know, we've moved quite a bit, and so to finally call a place home and settle there, it's a big deal for us because that means it had to have everything that we were looking for. Not just for, you know, our work and for each other, but for our family.
I want them to have a place to come and be and learn about their home in a way that's nurturing. So it nurtures our family.
Especially for people that have children, this is the place to go. It's like it's outside and they get to see what Nevada, what Las Vegas is made out of. It's all here.
And this is one of those places where I can let them be free to run around, they have a good time, and they really, really enjoy coming here.
Springs Preserve is a really cool place where you can learn, like, you don't just have fun here, you can also learn, and you get to learn about animals, and at the schoolhouse you get to learn how things are powered by energy. You get to enjoy nature, see what's out there, and see the animals, birds, and life.
I think it's important because it brings value to kids' life, and that's how our world becomes better and better growing, like Springs Preserve.
And they've been adding on. I mean, now there's the water exhibit, and there's the train, and then there's...
And Boomtown.
And Boomtown, thank you. There's all different kinds of things that they're continually adding to the preserve. So it's not a static thing, it's growing. So, and it's been growing as we've been growing.
I watched her come in here as a 3-year-old, just, you know, walking around, and as she grows and as she has learned to read, now she's reading all the labels, you know, on the exhibits.
There's history here where they can learn about, you know, civilizations and other things when you go into the other exhibits that they're just not going to get by reading a book. It comes alive here in a way that I think more places should have.
It naturally teaches sustainability and caring for your earth and being responsible just by its existence alone. It's infused in every single turn that you make here about celebrating and honoring our history and our culture here in Nevada.
We really support the preservation of nature facilities within Las Vegas because a lot of people think that, as I said, Las Vegas is just casinos or gambling industry, which isn't true. So we really love this place, and we also want people in future generations to realize what Las Vegas really is all about. It's not only playing, but it's also nature and making connections within family.
Our award-winning Springs Preserve gift shop is an attraction unto itself. We've gathered the best selection of locally created, sustainably produced items found in Las Vegas. Here you'll find one-of-a-kind jewelry, art, books, clothing, and much more. Many of these items are created by local artists and are exclusive to our gift shop. It's worth a trip on its own, or now you can buy Springs Preserve swag online. Our new online store features some of the most popular items from our gift shop. So stop by or get more information at springspreserve.org.
Well, it's that time of year again. Time to trot out those annual resolutions to perhaps exercise more, take up a new hobby, or even enroll in some continuing education programs. Well, what if I told you there was one place that could help you make sure all those resolutions stick this time? Biking, gardening, art, science, whatever you're resolving to improve your life with, we've got it all right here at the Springs Preserve, starting with physical fitness.
The nice part about here at the Springs Preserve is we've got miles of walking trails. It's a good place to go ahead and once a month meet with physicians for our Walk with the Doc. You can get free medical advice. And also once a month we have the Audubon Society that comes out for a bird walk. So it's a great place to go out and get in nature and get active and get fit.
If you're interested in more of a mental workout, we conduct a wide variety of classes and workshops covering a number of topics.
The nice part about the Springs Preserve and our educational programs is we try and be new and creative every year. So this year we've got a brand new garden series that will be teaching people about soils, what grows here in the valley, natural plants. We'll have some new classes on how to start your own garden.
Maybe you don't have a particularly skilled green thumb, but you wish to incorporate green living into your everyday. Well, we can help you with that too.
We are Platinum LEED certified here, so the nice part is we show how the different buildings were made, show how you can be more sustainable. We have our NV Energy Foundation Sustainability Gallery where people can learn how to compost. They can go ahead and see the garbage truck recycling theater truck. They can go ahead and learn more how to go ahead and be more sustainable at home as well as in the community.
For some additional incentive to stick to those resolution goals and perhaps expand your journey of discovery, we're offering a new Done in a Day badge program. Much like a Scout Merit Badge, the program provides a great way to explore all of what the Springs Preserve offers, then rewards you with a nice souvenir of your visit.
So we'll have different things located throughout the Springs Preserve that people that are typically not natives to Nevada, that are one-timers from out of state, that'll come in and we'll lead them throughout the Springs Preserve. So we'll give them a brief history on what we're all about, and then they're able to go ahead and bring that back to the Nature Exchange and collect their badge.
Maybe you don't want structure in your visit, and that's okay too.
Well, the nice part about that is we do offer a lot of different classes, but if somebody wants to come in and they just want to learn a little bit about the Springs Preserve in general, we've got our Miracle in the Mojave movie. It's very informal. You can go in, you can watch the movie, and then you can go into our gallery, our Origin Museum, and look at all the different things like the flash flood exhibit, the live animals. There's a lot of things that you can do at your own pace, so you don't have to sit in a formal classroom setting. You can wander around the Springs Preserve. We've got 180 acres to go ahead and explore.
We've got the whole family covered with our core programs for the kids, and this year we continue with our enormously popular spring break and summer camps, starting with junior camps for 5-year-olds all the way to the counselors and training program for 15 to 17-year-olds. The school year is an active time at the Springs Preserve with our ever-popular field trips filling up quickly. But this year, we've decided to advance those experiences to the next level.
One of the new things that we're going to be starting this year is our backpack program for self-guided field trips through CCSD schools, charter schools, private schools. They'll be able, for $20, to come in, reserve a backpack, which is going to have GPS, educational information on it. There'll be one for the history of the Springs Preserve. There'll be one for animals that are local to the Springs Preserve, and we'll have a STEM-related backpack. They'll be able to go ahead and check that out, and then they'll give them all the tools to go ahead and give a little bit more advanced self-guided field trip.
Self-improvement takes commitment, but it doesn't have to be grueling or boring. With all the exciting programs we have coming up this year, you can make the Springs Preserve your one-stop resolution solution. One of the most exciting features of the Springs Preserve is the endless variety of earthly wonders that are always being brought in and sought after by our dedicated traders at the Nature Exchange. For our more sophisticated traders, our Nature Badge program awards a whole series of badges to traders who are ready to advance to the next level of collecting and studying objects from the natural world. Stop by our Nature Exchange and complete a new booklet each month to show what you've collected and learned. The range of badges perfectly represents the world within the preserve property, but also inspires the curiosity of students about a whole universe of scientific subjects beyond our boundaries. The lessons are suited to all kinds of learners, from those who want a crash course to those who want to immerse themselves thoroughly in the material. For more information, see springspreserve.org.
Many animals call Southern Nevada home, but there's one who's frequently prone to a case of mistaken identity. Today, we'll take a closer look at one popular but often misidentified desert dweller. If you've ever been out and about in the Las Vegas Valley, you may have seen this little guy running around, but that's no chipmunk. In fact, this critter's bigger cousins include prairie dogs and woodchucks. But if it's not a chipmunk, what is it?
So there are over 200 species of squirrels in the U.S., and ground squirrels are native to the southwestern United States. And here in Las Vegas area, we do have 3 different ground squirrels that we find. We find the white-tailed antelope squirrel, the round-tailed ground squirrel, and the rock squirrel. And right here on the Springs Preserve, we have the white-tailed antelope squirrel.
Like a chipmunk, the antelope ground squirrel has cheek pouches, but you might be surprised by what's in them.
Ground squirrels are omnivores, so they eat plant material, they really like seeds, and they will also eat insects or carrion if it's available. So they eat kind of a little bit of everything. So they're really good at stuffing their faces full of food and then caching it in their burrows.
This animal only weighs about as much as a deck of cards when fully grown. But despite its diminutive size, it's tougher than you'd think, hunting arthropods like spiders and occasionally going after small lizards. Unlike its chipmunk cousins who live in cooler forested areas, the antelope ground squirrel is able to survive body temperatures of over 104 degrees Fahrenheit and has other special behaviors to help it live in our desert heat.
The ground squirrels handle our hot summers really well. They actually are diurnal, which means they're active during the day. So during those hot summers, they'll kind of hide out in their burrows during that hot part of the day, and they're more active in the morning or the early evening. They do not hibernate in the winter, but they are maybe a little bit less active. They are active all year round, and we see them out foraging for food, just kind of scurrying around.
So if they're not hibernating in the winter, what are they doing?
We'll see them diving back into their burrows if we get too close, or if you sit back and watch, they'll come out and kind of look around, and you'll see them go on off scurrying for some food or looking for more snacks.
And maybe a date?
Breeding season lasts from February to about early June, and they tend to have between 5 and maybe 16 or 17 babies, and the average is about 8 or 9. And then they stay with mom for the first year. They are sexually mature after a year, so mom is a grandma after the first year.
A good burrow is a great survival tool in the desert, and the antelope ground squirrel, ever the survivor, isn't shy about getting itself one, even if it is slightly used.
Ground squirrels create their own burrows, but they also will take advantage of other burrows. Like if a kangaroo rat has built a burrow, they'll kind of take over, or they'll take that burrow. But they create really extensive burrowing systems, and when they have their young, their babies, they create a little nest chamber in there, and they line it with fur and twigs and maybe some vegetation.
Besides making a cozy home, burrows provide essential protection from predators. They can dive into one of these nearby shelters to escape. Otherwise, their only defense is to outrun their hunter. This leads to one of their cutest looking behaviors, which is the ground squirrel equivalent of the neighborhood watch.
They are on the menu for a lot of different animals. So they exhibit this behavior when they come out of their burrows or when they're kind of hanging out looking for food, they will stand up and look around. And what they're doing is looking around to make sure there isn't anything that is coming for it.
With their omnivorous diet, climbing abilities, cool burrows, and large litter sizes, the antelope ground squirrel thrives in our desert. In fact, it's so self-sufficient, it doesn't need any help from humans.
It's a good idea to not try to attract them or feed them in any way. This makes them dependent on humans, which if they are ever stop being fed, then that's really detrimental to their lifestyle.
It's a better idea to see these tough little cuties out in their natural habitat. The Springs Preserve has 3.5 miles of trails winding among our 110 acres of pristine desert. So whether you hope to spot an antelope ground squirrel, a migrating hummingbird, or another amazing desert neighbor, the Springs Preserve has got you covered. Now that the days are nice and cool, it's a great time of year to fire up the oven and prepare a great seasonal dish. Chef Cicely shows us an easy and foolproof way to turn a common gourd into some delicious winter comfort food.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thanks for joining me here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. As that weather starts to cool down outside, it's nice to get into some dishes that are a little bit roasty and toasty. And one of my favorite dishes or ingredients to use when I'm in that sort of mode and the weather is in that sort of mode outside is squash. Here I've got some butternut squash, and these can be a little bit, well, difficult to work with or to cut. They're very firm, they're very stiff. I have a huge, really sharp knife, and even I struggle to really slice that guy open. If I want to do anything easy with this, I'm going to take that squash and just throw it right on a parchment paper lined sheet pan and roast it completely whole at about 275 or 300 for probably about an hour, hour and a half. And now this squash that was once super difficult to peel, and I get quite a good amount of waste on it, now slices just like butter. You'll notice I didn't cut off any of the ends before I roasted it. I simply left it whole because then the inside steams. And you'll see how easy this is to just peel that skin right off. And then I've got two great parts that I can use. This first part, I'm going to slice up and saute. This guy now, I can slice him into a perfect medium dice little square. And that is just super elegant. I'm going to end up taking this portion and I am going to saute it with some butter, a little bit of salt, a little something sweet, and a little something spicy. Part two, now this guy's a little bit more daunting because when I cut into this side, I've got all these seeds in here, but now they just scoop out. Super easy. If I want to make another dish with this, I absolutely can. I just throw it right back in the oven, right back on that roasting pan, bake the little flesh off those seeds, and then they are good to go. You can season those with a little bit of salt, a little bit of butter as well. I'm going to make my second favorite dish. These go great in a compost pile or a vegetable stock. These guys are going to end up going right into a blender with a little bit of milk, a little bit of salt, and you can use an alternative milk, or you could just use regular, normal, heavy milk, and a little bit of spice. Puree that, reheat it, and I'll have the most wonderful bisque in no time. All right, we are over at our stovetop, and we are ready to saute our butternut squash. Slide some butter in there. Got it nicely melted, and I've got a good simmer going on that squash. I'm going to add, as I said, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and then for a little bit of spice, some cayenne. For a milder flavor, you could use a mild cayenne, you could use a super spicy one, or even paprika. Now, because this squash is already cooked, I don't want to stir it up too much. It'll start to break apart. So I'm just going to let it sit there and melt. I'm going to turn the heat up just a bit. Make sure those spices are nicely and evenly coated. I'll do one more little batch of spices after it's done cooking when I'm ready to get it on the plate. But what I really want in the saute is for the caramelizing to happen. So that means I need to add a little bit of something sweet. One of my favorite sweet things is honey. So I'm just going to drizzle some honey right over the top. Listening here, I can hear how the sizzling kicks up, that sound. As the honey does its magic. Stir that in well to incorporate. There we go. Here's a perfect little example of the color I'm going for. If I can snag him right there. Nice browning going on. That is perfect. And now here we have butternut squash prepared using as much of it as we possibly could, creating two beautiful dishes. We have nice spicy and sweet butternut squash saute and also a beautiful soup. So when the weather gets brisk outside, get to cooking something warm inside, or come on down and visit us here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
Even after all the holiday packages have been unwrapped, there's still a chance to give one last present to the earth by donating your live Christmas tree to a valley-wide recycling program that will chip it into a life-giving, water-saving, sweet-smelling layer of mulch that will cover our community parks and gardens. From December 26th through January 15th, drop off your Christmas tree here at the Springs Preserve or at one of more than 30 drop sites across the valley to be recycled and reused at no charge. See springspreserve.org for details.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the Allies of Armistice, the Gift of Membership, and Resolution Solutions mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors.
Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information, or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay, and none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority, and I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that the amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortensen McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium in its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans, and it recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated, and again NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
We had some utility conflicts in the field, so we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. We've done that work this far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group, history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence. And we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to you know, the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel, but when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing, and it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortenson McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, you know, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December 15th, 2017, or the entire project was in jeopardy. And it was really the first milestone of the project from a construction and engineering phase. So it felt really good as a team for us to make that goal, and so many people who helped us get there. And it's teamwork, and it's all of the engineers at Kimley Horn and outside of Kimley Horn and the consultant team that really just came together and got it done. But it is a community partnership.
When the federal fiscal budget ran dry, Regional Flood entered into an agreement with the feds to fund the review and go into a separate agreement with the Raiders to pay for it.
We entered into an agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, really understanding that we're all, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, in 2020 when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. People might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
Clark County has more square miles than New Jersey, and keeping tabs of weather in all corners of the county is more than a full-time job for 3 district staffers.
As of 2 months ago, we just installed our 200th gauge within Clark County, plus a couple others in Lincoln County, one in Arizona. But we do maintain all 200 sites twice a year. We do preventive maintenance in spring and fall when the weather is more comfortable. And part of our process is to come up with a list every day of gauges that are relatively close to each other, so we're not driving too far. And one at a time, we'll approach the station. We will check the battery. We actually remove the battery, which will be tested back in the shop, and replace it with a fresh battery. We will test the solar panel for sites that can maintain a solar panel to make sure that the batteries will continue to be charged over the next roughly 6 months until the next visit. We will check the radio to make sure that the radio is putting out enough power so that we can receive the data. We will also check the antenna and the antenna cable to make sure we're not getting anomalous reflected power that could damage the radio, and if that's the case, we'll change them out as needed. And we will replace the tipping buckets annually. The tipping buckets are what are used to monitor rainfall, and the tipping buckets we pull from the field. We take them back to the office to recalibrate.
Sometimes, gauges that were easy to maintain become very hard to access. 6 months ago, crews were easily able to drive this rocky road, located off a power line road, just about 4 miles off Interstate 15 near Jean. But on a recent December day, the road was not just bumpy, it was impassable. And the gauge is 4 miles away at the base of McCullough Hills. On this morning, the road won.
The road has been rutted out gradually over the years, just from frequent use, not just by vehicles like ours, but it's a popular road for off-road travel. Road races have been held over there, and that will impact the road over time, of course. And plus, Mother Nature is another concern. After heavy rain near the McCullough Hills occurs, it's very common for the nearby gullies to wash out that segment of road as they cross the road itself.
In addition to 200 gauges, the staff also maintains 6 repeaters. The repeaters are located high above the desert floor and carry signals from far away, back to the district's offices. One of the repeaters is atop Mount Potosi.
We drive up to the peak, we take it out of its protective canister, and maintain it similarly to a weather station where we change the battery twice a year. We test the solar panel to make sure that the battery is charged. A repeater uses more power than a weather station. For example, a weather station's radio will typically put out 5 watts. A radio repeater will use 20 watts, but the radio repeater transmits far more frequently than a weather station. So it's even more critical for us to maintain the solar panel and make sure the battery is going to be doing its job over the next 6 months.
One of the repeaters, on Virgin Peak, can only be accessed by helicopter. Others are so off the road, it's hard to sometimes remember exactly how to get to them.
If the roads are properly maintained and it hasn't rained in a while, getting to and from a site's usually not a challenge. After a heavy rain, especially during the summer monsoon season, dirt roads can easily wash out. And if that's the case, then we have to evaluate our choices. If the segment of road that's washed out isn't washed out too badly, sometimes we can use hand tools and patch up the road ourselves and be on our way. Some gauges, we deliberately place them far enough off the road so they're not easily visible from the road because vandalism can be an issue. But at other locations where vandalism is not a problem and we have secured permission to do so, we can drive up to those gauges, and the ones we can drive up to are far more easily serviceable because we don't have to carry a lot of equipment, and we can work out of the back of the truck, which minimizes the amount of climbing we have to do on a ladder. It's over at our Fossil Ridge location. We park the truck and we have to walk 4/10 of a mile to the gauge, and of course 4/10 of a mile back. And if we happen to realize we need to replace a part, or worse yet, we forgot to bring a part on our initial trip, guess what? We have to do that trip all over again. When it did rain in the area and this site did not report any rainfall, we would come out here and try and figure out why, and that would certainly be a reason to not report rainfall. So we get paid the big bucks to come out here and maintain these things. There are things you have to be mindful of course. Any cactus in the area, you don't want to kick that. They'll definitely leave a mark. And don't want to step on any holes. You never know what critter dug them or might be living in a hole. In the 11 years doing this job, I have not come across a snake in the desert. I've seen a few desert tortoises, but the one thing that will freak out a novice on this job is if you're carrying your gear to a site and a bush will suddenly rustle as a large rabbit bounds away. If you're not expecting that, that will cause your heart to jump.
Because the Wetlands Park is first and foremost a floodway to get all of that water from the watershed out into the lake, it does bring a lot of trash. So any trash that falls anywhere within the valley, those floodwaters can bring that trash into the various washes, then in turn enter into the Las Vegas Wash. So after any rain event, we find all kinds of trash in the wash, which is within the Wetlands Park. So unfortunately, you can see mattresses, you can see surfboards, you can see stuffed animals. We found tons and tons of balls, basketballs, any kind of ball you find out here. So it really is a problem. So we try very hard to go out and clean after these flood events, but it's always happening out there, and it's something that people need to be cognizant. You know, when you throw that piece of trash out your window, it can make its way into the Las Vegas Wash. You know, what you do upstream affects us downstream. And so it's really important, you know, just to put your trash in the proper place, because otherwise you will see it at the end of the line.
Wetlands Park was created by stormwater and urban runoff. Its main purpose is flood control, but it's also an amazing place to walk, bike, or see something you might not expect to find in the desert.
So the Clark County Wetlands Park is located on the eastern part of the valley. It's about 2,900 acres in size, about 7.5 miles long, and it really is a wonderful place here out in the valley. We've got more than 2,900 acres of wetland and riparian habitat. You can see wildlife out here that you can see nowhere else in the valley. We've got raccoons, beaver, kit foxes, coyotes, and more than 300 species of birds that can be seen out here on any given day. What's really great about the Clark County Wetlands Park is it's built in the floodway, and so all of the water from the watershed flows through the Clark County Wetlands Park in the Las Vegas Wash, and that's what brings water to the Clark County Wetlands Park. That's why the Wetlands Park was built. And with that, as it makes its way through the Clark County Wetlands Park, it can create all this wonderful wetland and riparian habitat. It brings plants and animals here that you don't see elsewhere. And so we have built more than 14 miles of trails through the Wetlands Park. We've got more than 210 acres within the nature preserve of really nicely manicured trails that you can come out and hike on. They're all ADA compliant. And so it really is a great place to come out and visit.
This park is at a much lower elevation than the rest of the valley. This is where all the water comes down. Unfortunately, there's also a lot of trash with that.
Everyone can do their part to keep stormwater clean.
Another is to keep trash and debris picked up in your yards and in your facilities. Another thing is to make sure that your vehicles are well maintained so that you get oil leaks or other fluid leaks of your vehicles fixed promptly. Those kinds of things. Always take your vehicle to get changed. If you do your oil changes yourself, never dump the oil in the storm sewer system. Always take it to a recycling facility or get your oil changed at a reputable oil change facility. A source of pollutant that a lot of people don't think of is pet waste, and so you always want to make sure that when you take your pet out, you have some doggy bags with you to take that, to be able to pick up the pet waste and take it back with you and throw it in the trash appropriately. Don't just leave it on the streets, because ultimately that again ends up in the storm sewer system. Lots of community facilities, parks, and trails have doggy bag stations along them, so to make it easy for residents to be able to manage their pet waste, but we still see quite a bit of that.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The district gives presentations to elementary school students throughout the county, from large schools in the middle of the city to small rural schools like Ute Perkins Elementary in Moapa.
Our presentation is about safety, so whoever said that was right. So whenever you guys hear anything about safety, make sure your eyes are open really wide and pointing at the presenter, and your ears are open. There's no one else's voices in them, because what you learn today is going to help save your life or the life of someone else. So today's presentation is about flash floods. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of a flash flood or seen a flash flood. Flash flooding happens when there's really, really hard rain. How many of you guys have ever heard it rain while you were in your classroom, in the ceiling? Yeah? So if it goes really, really hard, that means there might be a flash flood.
Flooding has hit the Moapa Valley in a big way in recent years. In 2014, a storm wiped out a portion of Interstate 15 and blocked access to and from some rural schools.
The flooding was just crazy. It washed out the freeway. The kids here were trapped. They couldn't get home, and a lot of teachers couldn't get home to the other valley, and there were quite a few houses that their basements were washed out, and there were some cars trapped. It was pretty crazy out here. We have quite a few streets down in Overton. A lot of times when there's a big rain, you can't get out to like Lake Mead, to Valley of Fire, because there's a huge dip, and that's just, it floods and you can't get through.
Should you guys ever go in those washes when it's raining? Absolutely not. Never, ever, ever go into washes or channels or detention basins. You'll see one in the video. Detention basins are like a big bathtub. We use these big bathtubs to catch the water, because sometimes, remember how it rains up in the mountains? That water is sliding down fast. So we have to catch it, and we put it in that detention basin, and we hold it and slow it down. In fact, in the next couple of years, you guys might see it, we're going to build a detention basin not too far from your school, so that when it rains on top of the mountains near your school, we catch all that water.
So several of the kids out here, they, after that big flood, they will bring, at the beginning of the year, like a big bag full of food and water and like a blanket in case they're trapped here again. So just being prepared This valley is great at stepping up and helping each other, but we really try to be prepared.
Flash flooding happens when there's really, really hard rain. How many of you guys have ever heard it rain while you were in your classroom, in the field? Yeah? So if it goes really, really hard, that means there might be a flash flood.
It's extremely important because a lot of these kids, they play outside all the time, and when that water hits, there's no warning. You don't hear it coming, it just comes, and they really need to know safety, to know what to do if they see that flood coming, how to get out of it, and just all those safety precautions.
Over the past 2 years, the district has reached more than 20,000 students with messages to be remembered.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dirty. It's dirty. It's dangerous. It's dirty. Don't drive. Oh no! Great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, the new James Regional Park will give soccer players a great place to get their kicks. An extensive overhaul and expansion at Winchester will ensure that place remains the best cultural center in all of Clark County, and the construction of a new pedestrian bridge will make life smoother for motorists and walkers on Las Vegas Boulevard. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
From washing your car to buying a home, the SNWA wants to help you reduce your water footprint. Cooler days and nights mean you should water less, a lot less. And if your water bill is suspiciously high, become a water sleuth to track down hidden culprits. Learn all the ways you can save here on Waterways. With Colorado River water levels at their lowest in recorded history, our community is being asked to conserve more than ever. The Water Authority encourages residents and businesses to explore all the ways they can save water, offering the tools to make it easy and convenient.
It feels good to conserve water and know you're doing your part. It feels even better to conserve some cash, too. The SNWA knows this. That's why we offer residents and businesses Water Smart programs to make saving water and money even easier. Conserving water in the desert isn't just smart, it's vital. Thanks to community conservation efforts and compliance with mandatory watering restrictions, we've reduced our Colorado River consumption by 36% between 2002 and 2017, even as the population increased by more than 660,000 residents during that time. And still, more can be done, and you can do your part. The Water Authority offers a variety of rebates and programs to help everyone in Southern Nevada conserve our most important natural resource, water. Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve. The best way to save? Convert thirsty turf to WaterSmart landscaping. The SNWA recently increased the rebate incentive for its WaterSmart Landscapes program by $1. Customers can now earn $3 for every square foot of grass replaced with water-efficient landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet, and $1.50 for each square foot after that. $3 is the most the SNWA has rebated since the program launched in 1999. To date, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 187 million square feet of grass with colorful, desert-adapted plants that use far less water. Doug, how does a desert landscape compare to a typical landscape of the same size with grass when it comes to water use?
Well, our research shows that you'll save 75% of the water use. And that can vary by which plants you choose and how you maintain them and the density of those plants, but you're definitely going to save on water, so that's one thing. But one of the other things I really like about it is the color and the diversity that you can bring to your landscape. So there's nothing wrong. Grass is great where people need grass, but if you really want to diversify your landscape and make it pop, these plants are going to do that for you. The other thing that's great is grass commands your attention, meaning you've got to mow it, right? I mean, if it gets out of control 2, 3, 4 weeks, you go on a vacation, somebody's either got to mow it or you're coming home to a big chore and something of a mess. These other plants, they need maintenance, but they're very tolerant of long maintenance intervals. So you can leave these plants alone for months at a time and do the maintenance when it suits you.
Products that help you conserve water in your landscape and even your pool are another way the SNWA helps residents save. Visit our website and print out instant WaterSmart coupons you can easily redeem at participating retailers. Coupons are offered for pool covers and smart irrigation controllers.
Well, everyone's familiar with the thermostat in their home, right? You just say, what do I need? And it'll take care of it. It'll make it warmer or cooler automatically depending on the conditions. And in a lot of ways, a smart controller is similar to that. It basically feeds weather data to the controller and says, gee, it's cooler or more humid today. I don't need to water as much. Or I can leave more days between waterings. So it automates some of that process to give your plants what they need, but not too much. And so it's just amazing. These devices 10 years ago were sometimes more than $1,000. And now you can go get one of these devices for about $100, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority will rebate half of that.
So what about pool covers? What are the water savings potential there?
Well, about 1 in 5 households in the valley has a swimming pool, and it's important those people know that up to 20,000 gallons of water can evaporate off a swimming pool over the course of a year. So using a pool cover judiciously, we think can save more than 10,000 gallons. It doesn't mean it has to be on every day, but trying to put it on whenever you can. And especially here in the wintertime or the shoulder seasons, if people are trying to extend their pool time, they need to know that when that water evaporates, it takes heat with it. And so putting the cover on can make you more efficient in your energy use if you find yourself heating that pool going into the winter season.
In the market for a new home? Buy a house that's designed to help you conserve water without sacrificing all the comforts of home. A WaterSmart home can save as much as 85,000 gallons of water each year compared to homes built before 2004. WaterSmart homes include high-efficiency appliances and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and a water-efficient irrigation system outdoors. Businesses are important partners in our efforts to save water in Southern Nevada. The SNWA's Water Efficient Technologies program, also known as WET, offers financial incentives to commercial and multifamily property owners who incorporate water-efficient devices and technologies into their business processes. Since 2001, participating businesses have received more than $4 million in rebates, saving more than 14 billion gallons of water. Restaurants, for example, can help conserve water through the SNWA's Water Upon Request program. The program encourages restaurants to only serve water when requested. Through this small action, restaurants can save approximately 3 gallons of water for each unserved 16-ounce glass. Those savings add up when you consider the number of patrons a restaurant serves each day. Through the SNWA's Linen Exchange program, hotels can conserve water by cutting down on laundry. Participating hotels can save 50 gallons of water per day when they only change linens and towels once every 3 days during a guest stay. Finally, take your car to a WaterSmart car wash. These businesses recycle water on site or send it to a treatment facility where the water is treated and returned to Lake Mead, our primary drinking water supply. Find a list of participating car washes on our website and print a coupon for your next trip to the car wash. With the Water Authority's many programs and rebates, there's no reason not to save water. And it's more important than ever as we continue to face the worst drought on record. To learn more ways to save and find additional resources, visit us online at snwa.com.
The SNWA's Board of Directors authorized staff to file a petition for judicial review of the state engineer's recent ruling on groundwater applications associated with the Clark, Lincoln, and White Pine County Groundwater Development Project. These groundwater resources represent an important long-term water supply option and will reduce southern Nevada's reliance upon the drought-stricken Colorado River. The river provides 90% of our community's water resources and is likely to experience its first federally declared shortage within the next 2 years. The ability to maintain access to these available unused groundwater supplies within our community's 50-year water resource planning horizon is contingent on completing the legal and permitting processes.
Honey, what are you doing?
Preparing for the future. The drought is still out there. I'm keeping the outfit.
There are better ways to prepare for the future. Change your watering clock to 1 day a week to save water.
The SNWA wants you to help us plan for the future. In its new TV ad, the SNWA reminds Southern Nevadans to limit landscape watering to 1 assigned day per week. While winters here in the desert aren't as bitter as other parts of the country, the days do get cool enough to water your landscape less, a lot less. Winter watering restrictions are in effect November through February.
Watering 1 assigned day a week in winter isn't just mandatory during our valley's prolonged drought. It's also a smart way to keep a close eye on your outdoor water use. As landscapes go dormant in cool weather, they need far less water to stay healthy. You may see less color and slower growth rates in winter, but that's how plants manage cold, with less resources and less water too. All Valley residents and businesses are assigned specific watering days. To find your 1 assigned winter watering day per week, check your monthly water bill. You also can visit snwa.com and type in your address to find your watering group and schedule. Next, set your irrigation clock to water 1 day a week. Sunday is not an optional watering day. While most irrigation clocks are user-friendly, you can head back to our website for how-to videos that offer quick and easy tips for adjusting your settings. You may want to make a few additional updates, since the key to watering smart is all about maximizing the water you do apply. These tips can help ensure winter water efficiency and landscape health. So Toby, should homeowners who have grass water their landscape any differently in the wintertime?
So in the wintertime, obviously you're only allowed to water 1 day a week. So it is like that for all of your landscaping. The other thing though is in wintertime, because it can get really cold, you want to water later in the morning. So where in the summertime you can be watering at 4 a.m., 6 a.m., something like that. In the wintertime, you're going to push that back to probably like 10 or 11 and then kind of a little bit later. Just because of freezing and stuff, you don't want to deal with, having issues with water on the sidewalks and freezing and anything like that. So you are going to adjust it slightly, but not significantly from the spring or fall. You also want to continue to cycle and soak like you do other times of the year, which means, you're breaking your watering up into 3 durations or 3 times of like 4 or 5 minutes each time.
For plants and trees watered by drip irrigation, run a single drip cycle of 30 to 90 minutes, also on your assigned watering day.
Now, if you have a drip irrigation, obviously it's a little bit different watering. So you have a longer duration because the water has to get deep down into the soil, but you don't change the duration of the watering. So if you've been watering for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or even an hour, you continue to do that in the wintertime. You're just lessening the number of days.
Cacti and succulents need less water than traditional plants, and that's especially true in winter. While you may water them a few times each month in most seasons, many cacti do well with a soaking in November, followed by little to no water until February. Succulents outdoors will do well with a once-a-month watering in winter. With both cacti and succulents, avoid sitting water at the roots, especially when it's freezing. This may kill plants with low water needs. As you look out on a dormant winter landscape, you may worry about areas that look a bit lifeless. If you think some plant areas are dead and not just dormant, sit tight until early spring. Watch for buds and small signs of life. Plants usually bounce back and bloom when the weather warms. Keep an eye on your irrigation system too. It's working less often, but water waste can still occur. So what's considered water waste?
A couple things make up water waste. First of all, if you're watering in days that you're not supposed to be, that's water waste. So if your assigned day is like a Wednesday and you're watering on a Thursday or Friday, that could be considered water waste. Also, water waste is if water is going off your property, so into the street. So it could be from overspray on grass or misplaced spray heads or drip heads. But basically water leaving the property. So there's kind of two different things. It's your schedule, you got to stick to the schedule, and then the other thing is having water leave your property.
Curved or narrow lawn areas, or lawns that sit on a slope, can be a constant headache since water runs off and sprays over. To eliminate this type of water waste, replace these areas with plants watered by drip systems, along with ground covers and mulch. For more winter watering tips, visit us at snwa.com.
It's easier than ever to report water waste to the Las Vegas Valley Water District. The water provider launched a new form to report water waste online or from your mobile device. See someone watering outside their schedule or a broken sprinkler wasting water? Visit lvvwd.com, click on the Report Water Waste form, and simply enter the address and your email. You can also upload photos. The Water District's water waste team will send you a confirmation email and investigate the report. Contact your water provider directly if you see waste in Henderson, North Las Vegas, or Boulder City. A higher than normal water bill could indicate overwatering, a break in your irrigation system, or a hidden leak. If you're unsure about what's causing abnormally high water usage, the SNWA can help. Our conservation team shows you how to put on your detective cap and track down the culprit.
If you've ever experienced a high water bill and don't know why, you're not alone. For the past year, I've been trying to figure out why my water bill has trended upward. Is there a leak I can't find? Am I watering too much? Am I using too much water indoors? Or is there another issue that I'm unable to detect? Toby, since we bought our house about 1.5 years ago, we've had really unusual high water bills. As a homeowner, where do we start? How do we help kind of track that down?
So the first thing is on our website, snwa.com, we have a great tool that you can use to kind of figure out how much water you use. It's called the Water Use Estimator. So you go onto the website and you put in, actually your address goes into the information, and it just asks you some basic questions like how old are your appliances and toilets, or just if you kind of generally know how old the house is, how much landscaping is grass and desert landscaping. So you put all that kind of information in, and then it will give you information on how much water you should be using. So that'll give you the ballpark, you know, and if you're way above that, then maybe you need to kind of go to your house and kind of see what's going on and why you're using more water. And so a good example is taking a look at the meter. And so what you want to do is when you first come to the house, you want to have all your water off, indoor, outdoors, nothing running. And then you want to look at your meter. So most of them are labeled, it says water, and you take basically the meter, the lid off. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at the dial, and you want to see no movement on the dial at all. So there is actually a big dial, which is in the hundreds of gallons, but the little dial is in tens of gallons. So the little dial will actually capture any type of small leaks. So if you have a toilet leak or anything that's happening, it will show up on this. So that's what you want to do to start off with, is look at your meter and see if there's anything going on. And then after that, you can kind of start looking at other stuff to see where you may have a leak at.
So our initial home inspection did identify some broken sprinkler heads and even an underground irrigation leak. So we had those repaired. But as a homeowner, what are some things that we should be looking for regular maintenance in our landscape?
I think one of the things that people need to understand is so much water goes outside compared to inside. Yeah, people tend to not want to go around just doing a walk when stuff is running. And so what you want to do, there's a handful of things to look at, and it starts with your valves. So they're in the valve box. It's where there's bugs and all the critters and things that people don't want to mess with. But that's really where all the irrigation happens, and that's where most of the leaks happen. Then after that, you just want to kind of walk around your yard when things are running. And so when your spray system, if you have grass is running, you want to make sure all your heads are aligned, that they're actually watering on the grass, not on your walls in the house. Or if there's broken heads, which means there's water shooting straight out. If you have drip systems, sometimes that's under the ground so you don't see it so much, but you do want to look for wet spots, where there are places that they shouldn't be.
So another thing that we discovered was that we were watering for too long. So we adjusted our clock to water for a few minutes at a time rather than 15 minutes. How does your watering time affect your water bill?
So scheduling through irrigation controller is like one of the most important things with your irrigation system. So, I mean, by just changing from, say, watering one of your zones from 4 minutes to like 8 minutes, you could all of a sudden be doubling, obviously, in the amount of time, but how much water is going out. So it's really important to know how to schedule through your controller. It's also key because, we have our watering restrictions where you can only water certain days a week, and so obviously you have to control that through the controller itself. So you really need to know how to operate the controller. So one of the things I always tell people, if the controller is too complicated and they don't know, intuitively how to work it, go to your hardware store, spend $50, $75, buy a new controller that makes sense, because then there's a better likelihood that you're going to get in there and change the controller.
For us, we actually realized that we were changing our clock and we thought we were changing the time back, but it wasn't communicating with our irrigation system, and we had a faulty irrigation clock. How often do you have to check up on your clock, or do they have a life cycle?
It kind of varies. I mean, it depends. Obviously, if you have an outdoor controller versus an indoor controllers will last longer than the outside ones because of weather and things. But it's just one of the things you need to check on. There is a battery in there as a backup, so you can make sure that's up to date. You have a good battery. But it's just, you just got to monitor it. I mean, if it's not running when you're telling it that running, or if things are not going off when they should be going off, or going on when they're not should be, then it's time to get a new controller.
During some routine maintenance, our landscaper actually noticed our anti-siphon valve was leaking, so he repaired that. But what is the anti-siphon valve, and why is it important to keep that in good working condition?
So the anti-siphon valve, or sometimes they call it a backflow preventer, it serves a purpose on a property so that when there is a fire event or something where there's a giant vacuum occurring, basically of water, it doesn't pull irrigation water back into the drinking potable water. So it actually is a critical component of any type of property around the valley. On residential properties, it can be a big source of leaks, though, because what happens is there's constant water in there. And so when we do freeze, it actually will crack the top of that, and then there's a source of leaks. So whenever we have a freezing event, there'll be lots of calls about it. I have this weird device on the side of my house that all of a sudden is squirting water out of the top, and that's probably what you had on your house as well. And so it is something else when you're kind of checking around the property to check it, because there's constant water going into that device. The other thing you want to make sure that you do is in the wintertime, because it can crack, is to cover it. They sell them at the hardware stores, just like a sleeve that goes over it, or you can sometimes just wrap a towel or something that just kind of keeps the temperature of it slightly.
Now that we've covered pretty much everything we can outdoors, what are some of the things I should be looking for inside the house?
In general, there's not as much water going inside and outside. But inside, the key thing you want to check is actually the toilets. So toilet flappers is the biggest source for leaks inside the house. And so an easy way to do that is to put like a dye tablet or food coloring in the tank. You wait a few minutes and see if there's water, the coloring actually coming into the bowl. That tells you there's a leak. Besides that, you can just check like aerators, faucets, just kind of the general things that use water have the potential to have leaks. But there's usually not that much inside compared to all the things that can happen outside.
One thing that was a red flag for my husband and I, we got a letter from our water provider saying they detected continuous water flow on our property. And since we had fixed all the things outdoors, we were kind of caught off guard. We called a leak detection company to come in and do their work, and they found that we had a subsurface leak under the foundation of the house. So we had to get that repaired. Is that something that can be helpful to homeowners also?
Sure. So all the purveyors around the valley will send a letter to customers if there's a continuous leak occurring. However, that doesn't capture all the outdoor leak stuff that we talked about, like with irrigation, because that occurs after the valve. And so it has to do with constant leaks, which is like your main line or under the house. And so in that case, they'll send you, the purveyor will actually get the data, and then they'll send the information to the customer about, you have an ongoing leak.
That was really helpful for me. We hope that you learned something too. But if you still have any more questions, we have lots of videos online. Visit snwa.com.
If your home's fixtures and plumbing system are older, chances are they're not working as efficiently as they could be. The SNWA offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit to test your fixtures. The kit comes with a water flow testing bag, low-flow bathroom sink aerators, an efficient kitchen faucet fixture, leak detection tablets for your toilets, and a water-efficient shower head. To request your free kit, fill out an online request form or call the Conservation Helpline. The SNWA's River Mountains Water Treatment Facility has joined the ranks of the elite, earning the Partnership for Safe Water's Excellence in Water Treatment Award. The SNWA is only the 14th community water system out of more than 50,000 nationwide to earn the water industry's most exclusive designation. The Excellence in Water Treatment Award process measures the extent to which water utilities optimize both water quality and the efficiency for their facilities. The holiday season is upon us, and with that, a lot of cooking, frying, baking, and basting. Don't be a pain in the drain. That's the message when it comes to disposing of fat, oil, grease, and grit. Properly dumping these harmful agents will help to keep our waterways clear and protect the pipes in your own home.
Fat, oil, grease, and grit, also known as fog, don't mix with water. Their components are insoluble, creating slime that sticks to the interior walls of sewer pipes. Pouring fog down the drain wreaks havoc on your home's plumbing system and the valley's water supply.
When fog enters into your home's sewage pipes, the sticky buildup gradually chokes off the flow of wastewater to the treatment facilities that treat and reclaim millions of gallons of reusable water each day.
You may not see the underlying damage because cooking oil and grease are usually still warm and fluid when they're poured down the drain. But once the fats and oils solidify, they float to the top of other liquid in the sewer pipes, adhere to the pipe walls, and create blockages.
How is the flow of wastewater eventually affected if fat, oil, grease, and grit are continuously poured down our kitchen drains?
Well, our collection system is a lot like the arteries in your body. When you are eating fats and cholesterol, you're going to get those clogs. The sewer lines are the same. With all of that fat and oil and grease that gets poured down the drain, you could have sewer backups in your home, and that's pretty bad. It's expensive and it's messy. What's worse is when it happens out in the street and the environment and we have wastewater that then gets released into the environment. Our goal is to keep all of that wastewater in our pipes so we could get it here to treat it.
The Clark County Water Reclamation District and the cities of Las Vegas, Henderson, and North Las Vegas maintain extensive collection systems of several thousand miles of pipeline underneath the streets. These pipes deliver wastewater from homes, businesses, and schools to treatment facilities.
Each day, more than 100 million gallons of wastewater are treated to very high levels until suitable for reuse and safely returned to the environment.
Southern Nevada uses reclaimed wastewater to irrigate many of our community's golf courses and parks. We also receive return flow credits from the Colorado River system for returning treated wastewater back to Lake Mead. This extends our existing water resources. In fact, Southern Nevada is one of the few communities in the U.S. to recycle nearly 100% of its water resources. Recycled water has both environmental and cost advantages, which is why the Clark County Water Reclamation District, Las Vegas, Henderson, and North Las Vegas ask residents to help keep fog out of the community's wastewater system.
We have our Pain in the Drain educational campaign, and that's our big umbrella educational campaign. We have little mini programs under it. And really it's designed to educate our community on what should not go down the drain and what should not be flushed down the toilet. Really, our toilets and our drains are not trash cans, and there's a lot of things that we tend to put down them that really should go into the trash.
Instead of pouring things like salad dressing, sauces, and butter down the drain, the Pain in the Drain campaign encourages residents to just can it. Line your can with paper, pour in your waste, let it cool, and then throw it away.
Don't be a pain in the drain. Keep your home plumbing clear of fog and help to protect our water supply. It's simple, safe, and sustainable. For a list of items to keep out of our sewage system and for information about how to properly dispose of fog and other chemicals, visit paininthedrain.com.
The SNWA's Youth Advisory Council, also known as YAC, kick-started a new year by learning all about our community's water resources, water quality, treatment and delivery, as well as serious issues like the ongoing drought. As part of their orientation, the high school juniors and seniors toured one of SNWA's water treatment facilities, the Springs Preserve, and the Water Smart Innovations Conference. The students will spend the school year learning and developing curriculum for a youth summit for their peers.
I think since we rely so heavily on the Colorado River, I think it's important to sustain it, or else how are we going to not only sustain ourselves, but sustain the future? And I think that if we start teaching kids young and learning throughout schooling the importance of sustainability and especially water usage, then I think that that'll help us with how we act and be more responsible.
So I'm really hoping from the Youth Advisory Council that I just learn about how we conserve water here in Southern Nevada and what I can do personally to help that conservation effort.
By participating on the Youth Advisory Council, I really want to focus on community outreach because that's always been like an ambition of mine to help change Las Vegas community, and I'm finally in a position where I can take my passions in like environmental science and just science in general and like extend that to the community.
The Water Authority created the Youth Advisory Council to engage high school students in a discussion of water issues. The teens participate in the planning, policy development, and evaluation of water conservation. They also present their findings to the SNWA's Board of Directors. There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year because she's in foster care, because her father abused her, and her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. On behalf of my colleagues, welcome. And as always, our thanks to both Greenspun College and the staff here who help us record our events. So if you're watching us on YouTube or on public television, I hope you're enjoying this, whether it's 3 in the morning or not. We're going to talk energy and geopolitics tonight, a timely topic given what's been going on at the UN and a few other places. I haven't heard any news in the last 5.5 minutes, so you'll have to update me if you have. But of course, energy is a topic of great interest to us here in Nevada. We have 2 upcoming ballot questions in November, as I'm sure you're aware. Of course, our state's invested in both solar and geothermal in terms of alternative energies, and we have our long-standing issues with nuclear energy and fuel as well. So I'm really looking forward to Samantha's talk tonight. Let me tell you a little bit about our speaker. Samantha Gross is a fellow in the Cross Brookings Initiative on Energy and Climate. Her work is focused on the intersection of energy, the environment, and policy, including climate policy, international cooperation, energy efficiency, unconventional oil and gas development, and energy and water as well. She's had an interested and varied career, more than 20 years of experience in energy and environmental affairs. She was director of the Office of International Climate and Clean Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. She's also worked at the Government Accountability Office on Natural Resources and Environment, and is an engineer directing environmental assessment and remediation projects. Samantha's educational background prepared her for that. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Illinois, a Master's of Science in Environmental Engineering from Stanford, and a Master's in Business Administration from UC Berkeley. So she's more than well qualified to speak on this topic tonight. So please join me in welcoming Samantha Gross.
Ooh, those lights are bright. They warned me about those before I walked up here. So I want to thank Bill for his kind introduction, and I want to thank all of you for coming out here this evening. So I want to spend my time up here talking about oil and gas in particular, and the changes that we're seeing today in oil and gas and how they're playing out in global politics and in economics. So tonight we'll go on a tour of the changing energy world. We'll start right here in the United States. Oh, that's better. Should I go back for the film, actually? We're good. Okay, sorry about that. So we'll go on a tour of the changing energy world, starting right here in the United States, where growing oil and gas production is changing energy markets. From there, we'll move on to how this new supply changes the story in energy-consuming countries in Europe and in Asia. And we'll finish our world tour in the Middle East, where growing oil and gas supply from other sources combined with a coming peak in demand are forcing a rethink in these oil-dominated economies. You have almost certainly heard about the oil and gas boom here in the United States. President Trump has talked about energy dominance and about oil and gas as a driver for economic growth and for exports. I have some real reservations with the term dominance, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But there's no question that these events have changed the world of oil and gas. Before the early 2000s, oil and gas production in the U.S. had been declining for years. U.S. oil production peaked during the 1970s, and this decline was expected to continue. Oil imports were expected to keep on growing, and companies planned to build import terminals for liquefied natural gas, or LNG, getting prepared for the day when our own natural gas production couldn't meet demand. But then an important change happened, thanks to some optimistic engineers who combined existing technologies in new ways. They combined horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing to produce oil and gas from formations that geologists had known about for years, but the engineers had never quite figured out how to produce oil and gas from them economically. As they figured out how to make these new technologies work, oil and gas production in the United States took off, beginning in around 2005 for natural gas and around 2010 for oil. The change in oil production was particularly extreme. It increased by 2/3 from 2011 to 2015. The story of natural gas was slightly less dramatic, but still impressive. Production increased nearly 40% between 2007 and 2017. The United States reached an incredible benchmark last month when we passed Russia to become the world's largest oil producer. U.S. oil demand is still so large that we're a significant net oil importer still, but we're importing a lot less than we did in years past. And we even export oil today, generally exporting crude oil that doesn't fit our refinery system very well, and importing oil that does. 10 years ago, okay, let's try that again. 10 years ago, the idea of the U.S. as an oil exporting nation was just completely absurd. In fact, it was even illegal. Congress lifted a ban on U.S. oil exports at the end of 2015. We've also become an exporter of natural gas. We produce more than we need, and we export natural gas through pipelines, particularly to Mexico, and in liquefied form to Latin America, to Europe, and to Asia. This new method of extracting oil and gas has completely changed the U.S. industry, and it won't just stay here. Oil and gas resources that can be produced this way exist in many parts of the world. The revolution is not winding down. It's actually gearing up, and it's now moving to places like China and Argentina. This unexpected and growing oil and gas supply has changed the way that policymakers around the world think about these resources. So during my first go-around in the U.S. government, beginning in 2002, peak oil meant peak supply. There was great concern at that time that the world was running out of oil, or at least running out of inexpensive oil. Engineers like myself were always somewhat skeptical of this argument. We're an optimistic bunch, and we generally believe that new technology will deliver new breakthroughs. But the view that oil supply was reaching a peak was very prevalent in the early 2000s and mid-2000s. At that time, I led several discussions about U.S. energy security that got completely hijacked by the idea of peak oil. We weren't even able to get to the kinds of things that we really wanted to talk about, because those who believed in peak oil completely dominated the conversation. What a difference a few years can make. The fundamental shift I'm talking about tonight is really a change from an attitude of energy scarcity to one of energy abundance. There's now general recognition that the oil age won't end because we run out of oil. And this has important global consequences. Climate activists are now focused on the idea of stranded fossil fuel assets or of unburnable carbon. And this view is just diametrically opposed to the ideas of peak fossil oil that we talked about just a few years ago. In fact, today's focus is on peak oil demand, not peak oil supply. It's become sort of a game among energy economists to try to guess when oil demand will peak. You see estimates from as soon as the mid-2020s to those that go out past 2040. But because of climate change concerns, new technologies, and ever greater energy efficiency, oil demand will level off and eventually decline in the future. The exact date when this might happen is really less important than the overall trend. So I've established the general idea of greater abundance in energy markets that started out here in the US. Now I want to turn to how that plays out in some other regions of the world. And let's start by talking about natural gas in Europe. The countries of the European Union import about 70% of their natural gas, and Russia is their most important supplier. And this gas is quite inexpensive. Natural gas is becoming more important in Europe's overall energy supply, particularly because it makes a good and flexible partner for intermittent sources of renewable power, like wind and solar. And Europe's own natural gas resources in the North Sea and in the Netherlands are declining. So Russian gas may be cheap, and it may be local, but it may not be reliable. Russians have used their natural gas supplies as a political weapon in the past. Important pipelines to Europe go through Ukraine, where Russia has been a malevolent influence for years. Russia has twice shut down supply through Ukrainian pipelines during disputes with Ukraine, also shutting down supply to the EU as well. In 2014, the EU imposed sanctions on Russia after it annexed Crimea, a region of Ukraine, further clouding this situation. And some will argue that the Russians need the income from exporting gas to the EU just as much as the Russians need Russia, just as much as the Europeans need Russian gas. And so they'll argue that the Russians are not really inclined to play games with gas supply. But nonetheless, many in Europe see Russia as an unreliable supplier, and a supplier not afraid to use its energy resources for political ends. Well, how does growing U.S. natural gas production help out with this European problem? Well, it helps to give the Europeans more options. For starters, the U.S. could send gas to Europe directly, delivered via LNG, via ships. This is definitely more expensive than pipeline gas that comes in from Russia, but it's an option. But really the most important impact isn't sending U.S. gas to Europe directly, but the fact that growing U.S. production has freed up other sources of natural gas from around the world. So back when the U.S. was expected to become a significant natural gas importer, the global LNG industry geared up to supply us. Import terminals were planned around the coasts of the United States, and companies abroad invested in LNG, expecting to supply the U.S. market, particularly in Qatar and in Africa. But U.S. natural gas production made these natural gas imports totally unnecessary. So who benefited? All the countries around the world that import natural gas. The LNG market has become more competitive and more transparent, with contracts that are less restrictive, having fewer contracts that require minimum purchase volumes, or fewer contracts that restrict your ability to resell gas if you don't need it at that time. And these less expensive and more flexible LNG contracts give Europe a viable option to Russian pipeline gas. And that gives them more negotiations, more leverage in their negotiations with Russia. And it may actually improve Russian behavior, sort of understanding what they can and can't get away with, because there are other options. In general, more options and more competition create better outcomes for buyers. So, speaking of important buyers, let's travel to Asia next. Asia has been the driver of global oil demand in recent years, especially in China, as its economy has boomed and it's grown into the world's manufacturing center. Understanding that China definitely needs oil to fuel its development, China's government-owned oil companies invested all over the world to find oil to meet China's needs and also to diversify China's supply base. By 2015, Chinese government oil companies had invested in oil and gas projects in 54 countries all over the world. But the growing environment of abundance in the global oil market has made it more of a buyer's market rather than the seller's market that it was when we were concerned about peak oil supply and oil scarcity. And we really saw this play out in the past few years when oil prices dropped. From late 2014 to late 2016, crude oil prices went from about $110 a barrel down to less than $30 a barrel. And suddenly, the OPEC producers and Russia were making nice with the Chinese, rather than the other way around. Saudi Arabia's king did a month-long tour of Asia early last year, where he signed $65 billion worth of business deals in China, including deals to build oil-related projects like refineries and petrochemical plants in China. An important goal of these travels and these business deals was to cement Saudi Arabia's position as China's key supplier of oil. Russia, too, is relying on China to buy its oil and gas, especially as buyers in Europe have their doubts and have other options. Russia has made significant deals with China for it to buy more oil. And Russia is also building a nearly 2,000-mile pipeline from Siberia to the Chinese border that will be completed at the end of next year. The Russians are also seeking Chinese financing for energy projects as a way of getting around US and EU sanctions on the Russian energy industry. Russia needs China in a way that it has not in the past. In fact, that need ran the other direction not very long ago. Abundant LNG, or liquefied natural gas, has been very good for Asia as well. Japan, China, and South Korea are the world's largest consumers of LNG, and they are enjoying better prices and more flexible terms for their imported natural gas. So all in all, countries in Asia that rely on oil and gas imports to fuel their growth are more in the driver's seat than they have been in the past. And large oil producers like Saudi Arabia and Russia are coming to them to make sure that they can be their suppliers of choice. And this is an important change and a complete flip from not very long ago. So as the last stop on our world tour, let's pay a visit to the Middle East. The consequences of the new energy abundance that I've been talking about have been overwhelmingly positive in the United States, in Europe, and in Asia, because these countries are by and large energy importers, and also because they have very large, very diverse economies. But the oil and gas producing countries of the Persian Gulf region are different. The economies of the Gulf region are focused on oil and gas. In fact, their economies are really set up to distribute oil and gas wealth to their citizens. I know Saudi Arabia the best. I worked there for about 1.5 years, and it's also the country with the largest economy and also the largest oil production in the region. So I'll use Saudi Arabia as my example of how economies in that region work and how they need to change in this new global environment. So the government is absolutely central to the economy in Saudi Arabia and also to citizens' lives. The government owns the one oil company in Saudi, Saudi Aramco, and 90% of government revenues come from oil and gas production. The government is also the primary employer. 70% of employed Saudis work for the Saudi government. And the government also owns or it's involved in a lot of industries in a way that's not the case here in the US. Just as an example, when I was there, I worked for an energy research institute. But when people here and friends here asked me, you know, do you work for the government? Is what you do government related? That was actually a really hard question to answer. Officially and directly, no, I didn't work for the Saudi government. But the institute I worked for was founded and its endowment was set up by the previous Saudi king, King Abdullah. And the Minister of Energy had an office in our building and a very fancy house on our compound. So was that a government job or not? There's not the division there that there is here. You can't pull things apart that way. Everything that happens in Saudi Arabia is connected to the government. But this situation can't go on forever. The Saudi population is growing, and it's very young. More than 2/3 of the population there is under 30. About 250,000 young Saudis enter the market every year. And finding jobs for them in this government-dominated system is becoming a challenge. At the same time, the 2-year plunge in oil prices that I talked about a minute ago, and the idea that peak demand is coming eventually, it's really demonstrating that they need to diversify their economy. The government can no longer count on oil revenues to do everything, to support the entire economy and to employ this growing young population. But it's really hard to completely change the nature of your economy. From one that's designed with distribution in mind, to take oil revenues and distribute them to your citizens, to an economy that encourages innovation and diversified economic growth. These countries realize that this is a challenge, and they're trying to change. For instance, Saudi Arabia has a Vision 2030 plan that encourages the development of high-tech industries and finance industries, along with providing a slightly more liberal environment in an attempt to attract business and to keep its brightest citizens within the kingdom and spending money within the kingdom. Recent news you've heard about the Saudis allowing women to drive, or for the first time in years allowing movie theaters or music concerts is part of this change. The Gulf countries have also agreed to implement a value-added tax to generate more revenues. And they're also increasing prices for gasoline, electricity, and water. But these reforms are happening slowly, and they're very unpopular. You see a couple steps forward and then one back. You think we get angry here when our gasoline prices go up? The Saudis genuinely see cheap gasoline as their birthright. And when prices went up from very low levels to slightly high levels, it was ugly. But beyond investing in a few industries and providing some basic social and tax reform, Saudi Arabia and the other countries in the region really need to change the fundamental relationships that their governments have with their citizens. Cushy, secure government jobs are the goal of the majority of young people, and that's how they've seen their fathers and their fathers' fathers work. But these citizens need to see rewards in more dynamic and yet more risky careers in private sector. The education system there needs to focus on the needs of private sector employers. A common complaint is that graduates of local high schools and universities don't have the skills that these employers are looking for. As the government has required more locals to work in different industries, there's been a real backlash. In fact, there's even been times when they've paid local residents to stay home. And I don't say this to insult the Saudis or anything else. It's just you need an education system that builds these people up to be able to take these kinds of positions. And the government needs to provide more room for the private sector to thrive, rather than crowding out private investment with its own spending, or scaring off private investment with its policies. Saudi Arabia a few months ago rounded up a number of business leaders and even people in the royal family and put them in the world's fanciest prison, made from the Riyadh Ritz-Carlton. And they demanded money that they said that these business people and members of the royal family had gained in corrupt ways. But from the outside, this looked just like a shakedown. And whether or not there was any due process involved was unclear from where we all sit. Unsurprisingly, outside investment in Saudi Arabia has been down since then, which is the exact opposite of what they need to diversify their economy. So none of these necessary changes can happen quickly. And the necessary change in the relationship between the governments and their citizens may challenge the stability of these governments in the region. You have to think about the trade-offs that the citizens of these countries have made. They have an autocratic government. They don't have say in the way they're governed. But on the other hand, they have benefits and a comfortable lifestyle. But what will happen when these governments can no longer hold up their end of the bargain? Only time will tell, but this is certainly a challenging time for these countries. And I'm somewhat grateful that I'm not in Saudi right now. But I'll wrap up the global energy tour by bringing up a couple of global issues. First, I want to talk about the impact of the new oil and gas abundance on climate change. When I was here around this time last year, I focused on climate and on the impacts of us pulling out of the Paris Accord. And when we thought the world was running out of oil and gas, a potential bright side to all that was its ability to make fundamental changes in the energy system easier. If prices for oil and gas are ever rising and oil and gas are becoming more scarce, that makes alternative forms of energy more attractive and certainly more necessary. To be clear, the amount of oil and gas in the world is definitely finite. I mean, we all understand that. But where we are now is that the amount of oil and gas in the world will not be the limiting factor on how much we use. A former Saudi energy minister put it well. The Stone Age didn't end because we ran out of stones, and the oil age won't end because we run out of oil. What we need the political will to change our energy system. We need technology to make low-carbon energy affordable and convenient. And we need visionary entrepreneurs to bring these new technologies to the market and to the masses. Running out of fossil fuels is not a solution to the climate challenge, and it won't save us. We need to think more concretely about real solutions. The new abundance also brings out some really important geopolitical challenges. I've been talking all evening about the balance of power shifting away from some historically important producers, like Russia and the Persian Gulf states. These producers aren't losing their market, and they're not going to go away anytime soon. They're just facing more competition, and they're operating in a market that may level off and become smaller over time. But this shift is far from complete. It's a long-term trend rather than a sharp change. When I talk about oil peaking, I think about oil sort of reaching a plateau and then perhaps declining over time. We're not looking at a sharp turnaround. But despite all this abundance that I've been talking about and the idea of peak oil demand, oil prices today are at their highest level since 2014. And President Trump addressed the United Nations General Assembly yesterday morning. And he tried to really take OPEC to the woodshed. He said that they're ripping off the rest of the world and that we will not put up with these horrible prices. And I can't get inside of his head. Shocking, I know. I don't know if the president is trying to convince the U.S. public that he's doing something about high oil prices and high gasoline prices that voters see at the pump, or whether he thinks he can shame OPEC into producing more oil, which there's not a lot of wiggle room right there. They're producing almost as much as they can right now. But the president is an important cause of today's higher oil prices. When he walked away from the Iran nuclear deal and he put sanctions on Iranian oil production, he removed an important source of oil supply from the global market, and unsurprisingly, prices are responding. And these sorts of events will continue to happen. Political challenges and technical disruptions will remove oil and gas from the market and increase prices at times. But I'm sticking to my guns on the overall long-term trend of abundance. If I could predict geopolitical events and short-term oil prices, I would be on a very nice beach with a very cold drink right now. I don't have that ability, but what I can talk about is where I think the longer term is going. And I think the longer term trend is going toward there being ample oil and gas supply and demand for that supply actually peaking at some point. And players in the global energy market are demonstrating their belief in this new future I'm describing with their actions, with the way that, particularly the way that the suppliers are acting towards their customers. I think that really demonstrates that this is a reality and there's truth to the things that I'm saying, despite the fact that oil prices are high as I stand here. So as a final point before I wrap up and we start a conversation, the U.S. has become a really important producer of oil and gas, not just a consumer. But the industry here is made up of dozens of businesses, small and large, and they make decisions based on their own conditions, their own desire for profit, and their own funding levels and appetite for risk. And this is really different than what you see in many of the oil producers around the world. The Russians or the Saudis, their oil companies are largely state-owned, and they make decisions based on some different criteria, not just profit margins, but long-term economic management and political goals. And this is why I'm really frustrated by this rhetoric about energy dominance. The U.S. isn't dominating anybody with our energy supply. We're not set up to use our energy supply for political purposes. It's not what we do, by and large. I feel like that saying is mostly just a saying, and it's intended to play well with certain kinds of audiences, but we're not set up to play politics with our energy. But I really do believe that having more non-political oil and gas supply on the market is a good thing. It's a good thing for a lot of different countries and a lot of different places. I really prefer to see economics be the primary driver in global energy markets, although politics will always play some role, particularly because there are important producers for whom politics will always play a role. And economics will be crucial to minimizing climate change, too. We can't count on oil and gas scarcity to do the job for us. So I want to thank you all for your kind attention, and I look forward to your questions. I've gone a little short on my time, but part of that is because this conversation could go in a million different directions. I've tried to keep the story somewhat linear, so it's mostly followable, but we can follow whatever thread you guys are most interested in talking about, be that on the supply side or the demand side, or what's happening here in the United States. So do we have mics for questions, or should people just shout?
Yeah, people will know to speak up in our lectures here.
That sounds good. Well, yeah, tell me what you all are most interested in, and we can follow whatever thread grabs you. Yeah, there's several questions. Let's start here and go across.
Regarding supply, you haven't mentioned Africa or anything in South America beyond Argentina. And as I understand it, there are vast shale opportunities in those areas, plus in Russia itself and in China. So when you speak of finite, I agree, and obviously it is, but it seems to me that the finite is a long way away.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, and I completely agree that there are resources, tight oil resources, shale gas resources in a lot of different places in the world. And when we speak of finite, the world is a finite system, but oil and gas are not really finite in an economic sense. There's sort of a difference between an absolute finite level and the level that we can actually produce. We'll run into problems with climate change way before we run out of oil and gas. So in any sort of reasonable sense, oil and gas resources really aren't finite for us. As I talk about, I kind of focused on certain areas for oil and gas production. There's a lot of new areas coming online that I didn't do a full world tour. Brazil is coming back. Guyana has significant new oil and gas resources that are being produced. Argentina's coming back. Places in Africa are coming back. The world is not low on oil and gas. Long story short.
You looked at falling oil prices or fossil fuel prices. Won't that inhibit progress on alternative energy?
Well, I think that's where I talk about you need the economics to work out on that. We can't count on oil and gas, on rising oil and gas prices to get us there. We need to think about working on technologies that will make oil and gas the less attractive option. An important way to think about this, let me add one thing before I come back. An important way to get there would be pricing the externalities of oil and gas. If we actually had, let's say, a carbon tax, one of my favorite policies, that reflected the damage caused by CO2 emissions to the climate, then all of a sudden the economics look different. And then you can actually have oil and gas compete on a level playing field with other forms of energy. There were some. Okay.
I enjoyed your talk. Could you speak a little bit about maybe the future of nuclear power?
Yeah, I'm happy to. The future of nuclear power is tricky, and it really depends on where you are. Starting out here in the United States, nuclear is not looking good here in the United States. People here know better than anybody that the issue of what to do with spent nuclear fuel is huge, and it's something that this country has not figured out yet. The other thing that's a real downside to nuclear in this country is cost. We haven't built a reactor in this country in several years. There were 2 under construction, and the cost increases were so much that one of them they decided to stop building it. The other one, just yesterday, they came to an agreement to keep going, but it's dicey, and it's because the cost overruns have been extreme. It put Westinghouse into bankruptcy, who was building both of those plants. So I don't see any utility in its right mind choosing to build a nuclear plant in the States right now until perhaps technology changes completely. And we have maybe like modular reactors rather than the stick-built ones that we're doing right now. So I don't see nuclear power in the U.S. going anywhere anytime soon. And it's mostly for economic reasons, really. But other parts of the world are going great guns. The Chinese are building a lot of reactors. The South Koreans are building a lot of reactors. And largely in the developing world for the most part. We're seeing countries in Europe, Germany turning away from its reactors. France is still going, but France had so many, I don't know how they would turn away from their reactors. So you're seeing different attitudes in different parts of the world. But they're largely based on economics, and the economics in the U.S. are terrible. Sure.
So for us, for a lot of like shale, like fracking, that's obviously like much more expensive in order to actually like to get that oil, to get that gas, right? So for countries like Saudi Arabia that can produce at like $10 a barrel, and we're at like 40 or more, right? It makes our economy a lot more fragile when it comes to any sort of like demand issues. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I can talk about that. That's a terrific question. Where to begin? When I was in Saudi and other places, you would often hear people say the very last barrel of oil ever produced in the world will be produced in Saudi Arabia. And I agree, by and large, because it is so cheap to get oil out of the ground there. How much it actually costs to produce oil there is kind of a state secret, but it's probably less than $10 a barrel. I'd be willing to put a bet on that, this being Vegas. But and then, the supply curve goes up from there with various resources at various costs. A little story, when oil prices dropped so much from 2014 to 2016, OPEC didn't respond. Particularly the Saudis said, fine, we're just going to keep on pumping oil. And a lot of people were like, why? I didn't believe this at first, but I've since gone back and talked to people in the region, and I believe it now. They wanted to push the U.S. producers out of business. They thought if they kept prices low enough for long enough that the U.S. industry would just fold up and go home, that they wouldn't be able to produce at those levels, and that they could push that competition out of business. And that didn't work. And the reason why is that they have engineers. I'm an engineer. I can cheer for the engineers. And during times of high oil prices, what the engineers do is they focus on making more oil. During times of low oil prices, they don't take their ball and go home. What they focus on is making oil more cheaply. And so all those engineers kept on working, and the price came down and down and down. So between getting more efficient at producing oil and gas, and also during that time only drilling in the very sweetest of the sweet spots, because those were the spots where they could make money, the industry continued on. A lot of people went out of business during that time. The weaker operators went out of business, but stronger operators bought the assets, and they kept on going. So they thought they were going to push us out of business, and it didn't work. That's one answer to your question. Another more long-term answer to your question is it may be dirt cheap to produce oil in countries like Saudi Arabia, but for the reasons I talked about, the actual price of lifting oil out of the ground is not really their break-even price. You want to think about their break-even price in terms of what I'll call a fiscal break-even price. And that is not what it costs to lift oil out of the ground, but what it costs to balance their government budget. And that price is a lot higher than $10 a barrel. It in Saudi Arabia is on the order of $80 a barrel-ish right now. Other countries are even higher, some are lower. It's quite high in Russia as well, because their economies are built around oil and gas revenue. And so you would think that they would be fine as oil prices dropped, but actually they hurt terribly as oil prices dropped, because their economies are built on counting on these very high oil and gas revenues. So when I talk about the reform, they're doing it not just because they feel like demand is going to drop or they have more competition. Those are both true. But they're also doing it because they feel like in this new world, they need to lower that fiscal break-even cost so they can compete. Because even though they're producing oil amazingly cheaply, their real break-even cost is something very different. And so that's a real driver for change. And I was actually in the Middle East the week before last, and spent a lot of time talking to people, and they're fully aware of this. They're just trying to figure out how to do it. And I'm actually working with a colleague in Doha on this very question, talking about the economic drivers and the political drivers and how to bring about change in the region. So I could talk about this all day. It's a fun and super interesting topic. So we had other...
There's a lot of headline news about the difficulties in Venezuela. other than to the Venezuelans, how significant is their oil difficulties there to our hemisphere or anyone else?
That's a great question. I'm going to start out by saying I feel horrendously for the Venezuelans. Talk about messing up a perfectly good economy. What's happened there is heartbreaking. And a reporter asked me yesterday, she said, oil prices are going to go up. Will this help Venezuela? And I had to tell her no, because I think their production is so far gone and they're so sliding down such a steep slope that I don't think rising oil prices today can help them. So I feel horribly for the Venezuelans. I spent time in Colombia this summer, and there's a ton of Venezuelan refugees there because people are leaving the country because they can't afford to live there. But apart from the horrible situation the Venezuelans in, it does affect oil prices globally and particularly in this hemisphere. Not to get too far into the weeds, but refineries on the U.S. Gulf Coast, Texas, Louisiana, that area, are largely set up to run heavy oil. A lot of that oil comes from Venezuela, it comes from Mexico. So as the supply from Venezuela has declined, it's been harder to find oil that's a good fit for those refineries. When I said we export some and import some, that's kind of what I mean. We export stuff that's not a good fit, and we bring in this heavy oil that is a good fit for our refineries. And so that's been hard. It's changed the market for that particular kind of oil that the U.S. is really good at refining. The other thing it is it's part of the general downward trend. You see Iranian oil coming off the market. You see Venezuelan oil declining. A couple other hot spots. Libya has been a little rough lately. And as those geopolitical problems, they're challenging for oil markets. There's oil in the world, and there are people who know how to produce it, but at any given point in time, geopolitical events may be a little challenging, and Venezuela is adding to the challenge right now.
How about Nigeria?
Same. Nigeria is another heartbreaking place. Tremendous oil production, great resources, none of it filters down to the Nigerian people. And so you see a lot of oil theft. You see a lot of environmental damage from oil theft and people running, I can't even call them refineries. They're barely even stills, but they're incredibly polluting. Some really sad things with some poorly managed resources that aren't helping the local people. Sure. Yeah, see? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I think 2 years ago, actually, UNLV had some photographs from a journalist or an artist who went out to Nigeria and also took photographs of the oil spill.
Yeah, I've seen them. They'll steal oil out of pipelines and refine it. It's a strong word for what they're doing, but into fuel that can be used, and then just everything that doesn't turn into diesel or gasoline just goes into the river. It's heartbreaking. And I mean, a number of things are probably behind it, but an important driver of that is that the local people are not getting the benefits of that resource. It breaks my heart, but there, and we'll come back.
You mentioned before you were a strong proponent of the carbon tax. Could you go into a little bit about what you'd like to see with that?
Yeah. So the idea behind, so let's think about a couple of different ways of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in an economy. You can price carbon. You can put a tax on it, or you can do a cap and trade. And the idea behind that is to let that price look for the cheapest emissions in your economy. You know, if you price it, people will figure out the cheapest way. Another way to go about it is regulation. You can say, this has to be this efficient, and you can't do that, and you have to do that, and you can be very specific about different processes in your economy, and you can put regulations on it. This is a real challenge. You see a lot of regulation. You see a lot of regulation that the Obama administration attempted to do. But what you're seeing now with President Trump demonstrates one problem with doing it through regulation, and that is President Obama was using the statutes that he had, things like the Clean Air Act, and looking for authorities under those to do things he wanted to do on a regulatory basis, not through Congress doing something new. The challenge with that is that the next administration could undo it. Things you do through executive order, you just have another executive order and it's gone. Things you do through regulation are a little harder to get rid of. You have to go through the same regulatory process to take it away that you did to put it on, but it's still doable. So that's a challenge with regulation under existing statutes, is it's more undoable. A carbon tax would require new legislation, which is really hard to do right now, but on the other hand, it would be done. The other thing that I like about a carbon tax, but it's something that makes it politically challenging, is that it's clear what it costs. If you have $50 a ton carbon tax, it costs $50 a ton. It's very transparent. You know and you know and you know what it costs to emit a ton of carbon. The regulatory approach hides the costs. And the costs aren't necessarily consistent around the different parts of the economy. A fuel efficiency standard might cost this much per ton, more or less. A standard on power plants might cost this much, and they might be really different. And they're also not transparent at all. You can't look at that regulation and go, yeah, that's about $50 a ton. And politicians often like that because they don't necessarily want people to know how much things cost. It's easier to sell if you don't know how much it costs.
Corporations do, right? Corporations do, right?
Well, it's a mixed bag. And I will say the oil industry is interesting on carbon taxes right now. I will say that quietly, they're like, if we have climate legislation, we could work with that. Whether they come out and do it publicly is fascinating. Read the news about what's going on with the carbon tax that's on the ballot in Washington State. And some companies have come out in favor of it. Some are quietly not saying anything. It's fascinating. And they're often, if a company has to comply, it's often cheaper to deal with a tax and do it exactly, and look for the cheapest way to comply. But politically, it's sometimes easier to regulate because you can't see the costs. And people walking down the street can say, oh, the power company has to comply with that. They're going to pay. So, well, we're the power company. We're all the power company. That comes to us all through our bills. So I understand the politics and the challenges of it, but the economic side of me, if I had my druthers, I like to do it the cheapest way, even though it's politically challenging. So, yeah.
So come back to you. I'm sorry. So you mentioned that the relations between Russia and China right now are pretty good when it comes to oil. How do you think that'll change in the future, or do you think it'll stay the same?
It's a good question. I think the balance of power has changed a lot, and not just on energy things, but on other things. Russia likes to think of itself as a global superpower, but it's really not. And China really is. and they're not joking. And so I think the Russians realize this, and it's not just in energy relations. I suspect that they'll get along for a while because they have to. The other thing is you see a lot of the sanctions that the EU and the US and others have put on Russia because of its bad behavior in various places. And the Chinese are just not really into that. It's not their thing. They don't do a lot of sanctions, and they're happy to work around our sanctions, particularly if there's money in it, if there's energy supply in it. And so the Russians see the Chinese as a potential partner, a source of financing, somebody they can work with when others don't want to work with them. And so my gut feeling is that that'll go on for a while just because there's something in it for each of them. They're each getting something that they need and want out of it. So I could see that lasting a while. They may not agree politically on everything, but they might be happy to do business behind the scenes because it makes sense. Back to you. Sorry, I missed you.
There was just a big article on the attempts to overcome methane loss in production. Is that going to be a big thing, or is it just something that somebody happened to get wind of?
Yeah. Okay, where to begin with that? Methane. So methane is the primary component of natural gas. Natural gas, by and large, is methane. And so when you have methane releases from anywhere from at a production well to the pipeline that goes to your house, anywhere, when methane leaks, they're losing their actual product. Methane is also a really strong greenhouse gas. It doesn't last in the atmosphere quite as long as CO2 does, but during the early days, it's almost 100 or 50. Anyway, it's orders of magnitude more strong than CO2 is as a greenhouse gas. So it's really important. A little methane makes a big difference. I I'm really disappointed in the administration for pulling back on methane regulations. I think it's an absolute no-brainer to minimize methane regulations. It's to minimize methane releases. It's not just about the climate impact. You're also saving product that you can sell. But the thing that's interesting about this one is that the industry's kind of split on it as well. The industry never loves being regulated. They'd always like to do their own thing. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll do the wrong thing. And certain of the large producers have come together and have made announcements, even just in the last week or so, about their own goals to minimize their methane emissions. And I mean, it's somewhat self-serving. Everything's kind of self-serving. I mean, they understand that methane's a serious greenhouse gas and that people care that they do this right. The challenging thing is that some of the smaller operators, some of the operators that have less of a profit margin to play with, it's more of a challenge for them to comply. And the reason why I think you need these regulations, even though some of the larger operators are largely moving in that direction anyway, is that you need a floor. If you can't make money minimizing your methane emissions, then maybe you need to find a new line of business. And so it's not that everyone's going to not comply and this is going to be a total disaster, but it's if you can't do this business right, if you can't look for fugitive emissions and fix them, and using pneumatics in your wells that don't release a lot of methane, like if you can't do these things and profitably, then you really shouldn't be in this business. And so that's my opinion of it. I'm really disappointed. This seemed like a no-brainer, and they got rid of it anyway.
Yeah, so my question has to do with your peak demand comments. And when I look, and I guess I don't fully understand what the issues in your thinking is, because when I look at this, I look at exponential growth of human population and the linked energy needs for that population growth. So why do you predict a peak demand point in the future?
Well, I think about the quickest way to say this. When you look at how economies have matured, oil and gas demand has already peaked in many of the OECD economies. You're actually seeing declining demand. You get to a point where it's saturated, and you also see people looking for more energy efficiency. You see technologies changing that are allowing those economies to be more efficient, and you see those economies becoming somewhat more service-oriented and less manufacturing-oriented, and so you see an overall decline in those economies. So what we're looking for is for other countries to follow that path where they peak and then go back down, where they've developed to the degree that they're going to develop and they get better. And interesting, in China's pledge for the Paris Climate Agreement, their primary pledge was based on them peaking their greenhouse gas emissions by a certain date. They still have a less growing population in China particularly, but they still have growing economy, but they want to peak their GHG emissions, and so you're seeing that in other places as well. It's also the reality that we need those to peak. We need those to peak in order to keep global climate change to a level that we can adapt to and deal with. And so when you think about a solution to global climate change, something you have to think about is we think about how we're going to change our lifestyles here. But there are 1 billion people in the world who don't have access to modern energy services. They don't have electricity. They don't. And so any solution has to include them too. And so I hear you talking about growing exponential population growth. But as those populations grow, we in the developed world have to help them develop in ways different than we did. We have to. And you're seeing some leapfrogging. You're seeing in very rural areas people building solar grids with batteries instead of large coal-fired power plants with grids because it's cheaper and it works. And so part of this is a forecast that those technologies will take hold and it will get better. The ones where you're seeing, well, we think demand is going to go out past 2040 versus the ones that peak in the early 2020s, those are those levels of optimism of when this will happen. The early 2020s seems pretty unlikely to me, sadly. But there is this recognition that this needs to happen and that the places where population is growing exponentially need to develop differently than we did, or we're all going to fry. I shouldn't smile at that. That's heartbreaking. But, but it's, I mean, you do what you have to do.
Anybody else? I was thinking, last week we had one of your colleagues out, Jeff Gertz, and he was talking about the challenges that U.S. and other countries have with foreign investment and what governments can and cannot do to foreign investors. So with regards to foreign investment abroad in energy, we know China is doing a lot. Are we doing more than we have been? Are we doing enough? Is it increasing, decreasing?
That's a great question. And when we think of U.S. foreign investment, when I talk about Chinese foreign investment, that is largely government-driven. China has 3 large oil companies, and they're all government-owned, and they all sort of, you know, they are connected to the government. Whereas here in the U.S., when we talk about U.S. foreign investment, it's not government-connected at all. The U.S. will sometimes encourage things. There's the Import-Export Bank. I mean, there are things that we do to encourage investment, but it is not government money, and it's not driven by the government. And so it's really difficult to say what we are doing and what we should be doing when it's this large industry where every company is making its own decisions based on its own, based on its own positions. I will say that the oil and gas world is really interesting right now because it's very divided. You have resources that are controlled by the government in Russia, in many countries actually. They're primarily controlled by government-owned oil companies. Whereas you have the Exxon Mobils and the Shell and Total and Chevron and the oil companies you're all used to hearing about, they're sort of competing for and developing the rest in the places of the world where countries allow outside investment to come in. And so it's interesting. A lot of the world's resources are actually tied up and owned by governments. And so the resources that these international investor-owned oil companies can go for are actually smaller than you might think.
I don't want to miss anybody.
Does anybody?
Questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, as far as the large U.S. oil and gas companies go, if we get to our peak demand, and I know that they've been quietly investing in a lot of renewable technologies, what do you think is the end game for those companies? Do they completely take over the renewable space, or is it hard to say?
It's hard to say. I mean, if you look at past transitions, the buggy manufacturers didn't take over car manufacturing. But on the other hand, I think that they have a little more expertise in the energy space. I think they're more similar, and they have more of a head start and more of a heads up that this is coming. It's fascinating. I don't know. I will say that you're seeing the big European oil companies like Shell, Statoil, Total, moving faster in that direction than you see the American companies, but they all see it coming and they're all making decisions in slightly different ways. So they'll sort themselves out, but how is a great question. I don't know. Thank
you, Samantha, for covering so much geographic and energy territory.
No problem. And thank you so much for the Q&A.
Southern Nevada's cherished holiday tradition is back. Now bigger and brighter with the all-new Illumination Experience Lighting Spectacular with new rides and carnival games. Enjoy the Magical Forest nightly at 5:30 p.m. through December 31st. Visit magicalforest.com.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated on to how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and could be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
Killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquet's on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a